Hello everyone, how are you? Welcome to a new video. Before we begin today's chapter, I invite you to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, it would help me a lot if you left a comment with your opinion, as that motivates me to keep bringing you more stories. Now then, get comfortable and I'll leave you with the fanfic.
Step 1. The birth of the Chimeragon. Naruto is born with the Chimeragon already active in one of his eyes. Unlike other dojutsu, the Chimeragon is not a result of trauma or emotional strain. It is a genetic anomaly, a unique trait inherited from a powerful, ancient lineage that Naruto unknowingly carries. This eye grants him the ability to perceive the fundamental building blocks of all living things from the moment of his birth. It is not fully understood by most, but it marks him as a being of immense potential. From birth, Naruto has access to this eye's power, although its full potential only reveals itself as he matures and learns to control it. As a child, the Chimeragon grants him heightened senses and the ability to intuitively understand the world around him at a deeper level, but it is as he grows that he begins to tap into its true power. Step 2. Cell scan and summon. Once Naruto gains better control over his Chimeragon, he can scan a living being with his eye, perceiving not just their exterior but their microscopic structure, chakra pathways, and even their emotional state. This scan reveals the essence of life itself. Cell replication. After scanning a subject, Naruto can create a clump of cells that mirrors the scanned individual's biological and chakra makeup. These cells are raw material for creating complex constructs, but they need to be molded and shaped with chakra. Creation. Using his chakra, Naruto can mold this clump of cells into different forms, much like Deidara molds his clay. He can create sentient beings, weapons, and other constructs, all based on the characteristics of the scanned subject. Each creation holds a piece of the original subject's DNA and traits, allowing Naruto to craft extremely personalized and powerful beings. Step 3. Molding and creation of sentient beings. Naruto's creations are not mere tools. They are sentient beings with personalities, emotions, and even potential for growth. While they can be shaped into weapons or simple objects, Naruto can also mold them into fully functioning creatures that can think, feel, and act on their own. Personality infusion. Naruto can give his creations specific personalities, teaching them values, strategies, or even imparting his own life experiences into them. Over time, they become more self-aware, learning and adapting from their environment, sometimes even surpassing the original being they were based on. Will control. Naruto can impart his own chakra and will into these creations, allowing him to control them when needed. The more control he exerts, the more he limits their autonomy, but his creations retain a degree of free will, leading to the potential for conflict between Naruto's desires and the creation's independent thoughts. Step 4. Adaptation and evolution. The Chimeragon allows Naruto's creations to evolve over time. These beings adapt, grow stronger, and even develop new abilities depending on the original scan and the experiences they go through. Evolution. As Naruto spends more time with his creations, they can adapt to changing environments and combat situations, learning new techniques or growing more resilient to attacks. This evolution is not limited by time alone, but also by the connections Naruto forms with them. Step 5. Final form, Chimera Army. At the peak of his power, Naruto can summon multiple creations simultaneously, each one molded from the cells of different beings or creatures he has scanned. These creations can work together in strategic, highly coordinated ways, forming a Chimera Army that is unpredictable and deadly. Each creation is different, representing a diverse array of abilities, skills, and personality traits, making Naruto's forces incredibly versatile. The sun barely crested the horizon, casting a faint golden glow over the hidden leaf village. The usual hustle of morning routines echoed in the streets, but there was an unnatural tension in the air. Today was the day Naruto Uzumaki was finally entering the academy, the beginning of his ninja journey. Despite the excitement swirling in his mind, Naruto's face remained stoic. He walked through the village streets with his head held high, but the whispers and glares from the villagers were like daggers. He was used to it by now. The Chimeragon, his inherited eye, allowed him to pick up on every slight, every contemptuous look. It wasn't as if he didn't notice the stares. He simply didn't care. As he passed the market square, a vendor muttered to a passerby, "I heard that demon child's finally going to the academy. Wonder how long before he's a problem." Naruto's lips barely twitched in response, his eyes flicking briefly toward the source of the voice. With the Chimeragon, he could read the vendor's emotional state, fear, disdain, and a trace of guilt. But it didn't matter. The villagers hated him, and no amount of effort to change that would ever be enough. What mattered now was his goal. He entered the academy gates with an almost eerie calm, his hands shoved into his pockets. The teachers were busy greeting students, but the other children, most of them with their parents, shot him wary glances, clearly aware of his reputation. Naruto had no delusions about the way he was viewed, but he wasn't bothered by it. He understood people on a deeper level than most, and their fear, anger, or resentment was all too transparent. Inside the academy, a few curious students whispered as he passed, but Naruto ignored them. He didn't need to prove anything to them. He had far bigger things to focus on. As he entered the classroom, the instructor, Irika Umino, gave him a polite, but clearly forced, smile.
"Ah, Naruto, welcome."
"Please take your seat." Naruto nodded, his gaze sweeping across the room. He could tell just by looking at them who the best students were, who would struggle, and who would be his potential allies or enemies. But Naruto wasn't interested in making friends, not yet. What mattered most was how quickly he could surpass everyone else and secure his place as a true shinobi. He had already mastered his Chimeragon by this age, after all, and that gave him an edge no one else could even fathom. He found his seat in the back, noticing the other students shying away from him. His presence was intimidating to them, but he didn't care about their fear. His mind was already racing, thinking ahead. The academy curriculum would be simple compared to what he had already learned on his own. But he needed to play along for now. He needed to understand the system, the other students, and the structure of the ninja world. Irika began the class with introductions. Naruto didn't speak when his name was called, his gaze never leaving the teacher. His tactical mind was already analyzing Irika's mannerisms, noting the slight nervousness in his voice. Irika didn't want to be here, didn't want to have Naruto in his class, but the academy had no choice. The Hokage had made sure of that. As the lesson progressed, Naruto's attention wandered. The basics of chakra control, the theory behind ninjutsu, none of it interested him. His Chimeragon allowed him to understand chakra's intricate flow, its applications and limitations. He had mastered all of that years ago. But he knew this was a necessary step, a means to an end. After a few hours, a break was called. The students flooded into the courtyard, leaving Naruto alone at his desk. He remained seated, eyes closed, his fingers lightly tapping the desk in a rhythmic pattern. His creations, those he had formed over the years, were always on his mind. He could feel them like an extension of himself. They were in the back of his mind, waiting, ready to be called upon at any moment. But Naruto had learned patience. He would bide his time. A few minutes passed before one of the braver students, Hinata Hyuga, approached him hesitantly. She knew the whispers, the rumors about Naruto, but something in her heart made her want to try and speak with him. Naruto, she said softly, her words barely above a whisper. Naruto's eyes flicked open, locking with hers. His Chimeragon allowed him to see the truth in her. The timidness, the kindness, and an innate curiosity. Unlike the others, she didn't fear him, at least not in the same way. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. "What is it?" Hinata hesitated, then blurted out, I know people don't like you, but I think you're not a bad person. If you ever need help, I can try to be your friend." Naruto's gaze softened for just a moment, though his expression remained largely impassive. The concept of friendship was a strange one to him. His ability to create sentient beings made true companionship a complicated notion. But there was something in Hinata's words that lingered. "Thanks," he said flatly, before turning his attention back to his desk. Hinata didn't press him further, nodding and stepping away, leaving Naruto to his thoughts. His mind was already calculating his next steps, what to do next, how to move forward. His goal was clear: to grow stronger, to prove to everyone that he wasn't the demon they thought him to be. But for now, he would play the part of the quiet, detached child. After all, being underestimated worked in his favor. The academy bell rang, signaling the start of the next lesson, and Naruto stood up. His eyes, sharp and calculating, scanned the room once more. This would be the beginning of his journey, but in his mind, it had already begun long ago. The years at the academy passed steadily, and Naruto, now 13, had cemented his place among a few unlikely friends. Despite the stigma that had followed him since birth, he found himself accepted by a small group of classmates: Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata. Each of them had seen past the rumors, sensing the deeper complexity beneath Naruto's calm, detached exterior. Shikamaru, always a keen observer, appreciated Naruto's quiet strength and sharp mind. Shikamaru's laziness often clashed with Naruto's tactical intensity, but they bonded over games of strategy, discussing tactics that stretched beyond the usual scope of a typical academy student. Shikamaru quickly realized that Naruto's intelligence was unparalleled in their class, and Naruto found Shikamaru's approach refreshingly logical and calming. Choji brought warmth and loyalty to their group, his presence a gentle counterpoint to the analytical nature of Naruto and Shikamaru. Naruto, for his part, respected Choji's dedication to his friends and admired the quiet strength that lay beneath his gentle exterior. Naruto would often create small, playful sentient creatures to amuse Choji, using his Chimeragon abilities in a way that seemed almost whimsical. Hinata had always held a soft spot for Naruto, and over the years, their bond grew. She admired his resilience and was drawn to the depths of his understanding. Naruto, in turn, found Hinata's kindness grounding. She was often the one who kept him tethered to the emotional side of himself, reminding him that compassion was as important as strength. Though he rarely opened up, he valued her presence deeply, even if he struggled to express it. However, Naruto's relationships with some of his other classmates were distant, especially with Sasuke Uchiha. The two were not openly hostile, but neither were they friends. Sasuke was one of the only students who challenged Naruto's abilities, often watching him in silence, seemingly trying to measure his own skills against Naruto's. And Naruto noticed. Sasuke was a talented, driven shinobi, one of the few in the academy who could match Naruto's focus and intensity. Despite Sasuke's attempts to goad him into a rivalry, Naruto didn't engage. He respected Sasuke's strength but saw no need to compete. To him, Sasuke was just another shinobi with a goal of his own. The sparring match. One day, Irika-sensei announced that they'd be practicing sparring techniques. The class buzzed with excitement. Sasuke and Naruto, both powerful in their own rights, had never sparred, and a match between them had become something of a myth. The other students began to chant, their excitement growing. Irika-sensei, let Naruto and Sasuke spar. Let them fight. Naruto remained expressionless as the class cheered for a match. But he could feel Sasuke's gaze on him, a spark of anticipation and something darker, perhaps jealousy or frustration. The request hung in the air, and for the first time, Naruto felt his own excitement stir. A part of him wanted to test himself, to see what he could learn from Sasuke. Irika, seeing the fervor of the class, relented. "All right, but this will be a controlled sparring match," he said, his eyes lingering on both Naruto and Sasuke. "Keep it within academy guidelines." The two boys stepped forward into the training circle, eyes locked. "Begin," Irika announced. In an instant, Sasuke shot forward, his movements quick and precise. Naruto sidestepped, his Chimeragon activating instinctively. In a flash, he could see the ebb and flow of Sasuke's chakra, tracing each move before Sasuke even made it. Sasuke's hands whipped through a series of hand signs, his voice low as he prepared a fire-style jutsu. Naruto reacted before the jutsu was even cast, calling forth a clump of cells he'd pre-summoned and molding it with precision. In seconds, it became a sentient creature, a small, bird-like construct with thick scales that flew straight for Sasuke, intercepting the flames. The creature took the brunt of Sasuke's attack, dissipating in the heat, but Naruto had already moved, closing the distance. He'd created another being in the meantime, a small sentient shield that floated at his side. Sasuke was quick to respond, meeting Naruto with a swift kick, but Naruto's creation blocked the strike, allowing him to slip past Sasuke's defenses. Naruto's movements were precise, calculated. His tactical mind had already mapped out potential counterattacks and possible outcomes. He wasn't aiming to overpower Sasuke. He was testing him, observing how Sasuke responded to each of his moves. Sasuke gritted his teeth, frustration flashing in his eyes. No matter how quickly he struck, Naruto was always one step ahead, deflecting his attacks with small creatures and shield constructs that seemed to form out of nowhere. Finally, Sasuke made a bold move, drawing a kunai and going for a direct strike. Naruto's Chimeragon flashed, and he summoned a small sentient blade to meet Sasuke's kunai. The clash echoed through the training grounds, each boy holding his ground. The crowd around them had fallen silent, entranced by the intense, graceful rhythm of the fight. Shikamaru watched with narrowed eyes, admiring the precision of each movement. Choji watched with his usual loyalty, cheering quietly for Naruto, while Hinata clasped her hands nervously, unable to look away. Naruto's eyes never left Sasuke's. He could feel Sasuke's determination, his need to prove himself. Naruto respected that, but he also sensed Sasuke's frustration, the burden of being an Uchiha, the weight of expectations. And in that moment, he understood something deeper. With a final, graceful movement, Naruto created a sentient tendril that wrapped around Sasuke's wrist, stopping him just inches from landing another blow. Both boys froze, their breathing heavy, neither willing to concede. Irika stepped in, ending the match. "That's enough. Well done, both of you." Sasuke's gaze was still intense, but there was a glimmer of respect there. Naruto gave him a nod, a small, subtle acknowledgement of his skill. Aftermath. After the match, Naruto returned to his seat beside Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata, barely acknowledging the whispers that filled the room. Sasuke had been a formidable opponent, and Naruto respected him even more now, but he felt no need to brag, nor any desire to pursue a rivalry. As he sat, Shikamaru leaned over, a faint smirk on his face. That was troublesome to watch, but I'll admit, it was impressive. Choji nodded, grinning. "You were amazing, Naruto. The way you moved and those creatures you made. I bet even Sasuke was surprised." Hinata blushed, her voice soft as she added, "You fought really well, Naruto." Naruto gave them a rare, faint smile. He hadn't fought to prove anything, but he was glad his friends were there, supporting him in their own way. In that moment, surrounded by his friends, Naruto felt a strange sense of belonging. He knew he was still an outsider to the village, and many still feared him. But here, with Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata, he had found something close to acceptance. And for now, that was enough. The academy day had ended, and the sun was beginning to sink low over the hidden leaf village, casting a warm orange glow over the rooftops and bustling streets. As the other students filtered out, Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata made their way to a quiet clearing just outside the village where they often gathered. It had become a regular spot for them, away from prying eyes and the whispers of villagers who still treated Naruto with suspicion. As they walked, Choji fished a bag of chips from his pouch, munching contentedly, while Hinata trotted beside them with her usual shy smile. Shikamaru carried a small wooden chess set under his arm, a gift from his father, Shikaku, who had taught him the game from a young age. After a few minutes of walking, They reached their spot, a small grove surrounded by tall trees. The sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the chirping of birds. Naruto found a spot against a tree, arms folded, observing his friends with a calm, contented expression. "All right, Shikamaru," he said, a faint smirk on his lips. "Let's see if you're as good as you say." Shikamaru gave a lazy shrug, his eyes half closed. "This is going to be such a drag. But fine if you insist. Just don't feel bad when you lose." Choji and Hinata settled on the ground beside them, watching with interest as Shikamaru carefully set up the chess pieces on the board, his movements slow and deliberate. Naruto's Chimeragon glinted slightly as he observed the setup, scanning the board and analyzing the pieces, their positions, and the potential for each move. Once the pieces were set, Shikamaru gave Naruto a slight nod. "Your move." The match begins. Naruto started with a classic opening, moving a pawn forward. He wasn't aiming to win right away. He was testing Shikamaru's strategy, studying his opponent's reactions. His Chimeragon allowed him to sense Shikamaru's focus, detecting a slight shift in his concentration each time Naruto made a move. Shikamaru responded with a defensive play, moving his knight to cover his pawns. His face was relaxed, but his eyes were sharp, scanning the board with practiced ease. Naruto could see that Shikamaru was planning ahead, anticipating several moves in advance. As the game progressed, each move felt like a dance of intellect, with Naruto and Shikamaru countering one another at every turn. Naruto's tactical mind was working overtime, analyzing each possible path, each potential counter. Shikamaru's approach, though seemingly casual, was deeply strategic. He played slowly, making Naruto wait between moves, as if daring him to become impatient. But Naruto held his ground, mirroring Shikamaru's calm. Midway through the game, Shikamaru leaned back with a faint smirk, placing his bishop in a position that threatened Naruto's queen. Check. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the board, unmoved by the sudden threat. He lifted his hand, moving a pawn to protect his queen, diverting Shikamaru's attention. Then, in an almost casual motion, he moved his knight across the board, placing it where it could corner Shikamaru's king with a single move if left unchecked. Shikamaru's brows rose slightly, impressed. "Not bad," he muttered. He moved a rook to cover his king, blocking Naruto's knight. Naruto took note, understanding Shikamaru's defensive style. He was probing for weak spots, testing Shikamaru's defenses with each move. Meanwhile, Shikamaru remained focused, each move methodical, precise. The game dragged on, each player capturing the other's pieces in careful exchanges, neither giving up ground. Choji watched with rapt attention, his bag of chips forgotten. Hinata sat beside him, eyes wide, marveling at the silent intensity between her two friends. As they neared the endgame, Naruto had taken control of the board, but Shikamaru had placed his pieces in a fortress-like structure, making it nearly impossible to break through. Naruto's mind worked quickly, devising a plan to dismantle Shikamaru's defense. Finally, Naruto moved his queen across the board, placing it right in the middle of Shikamaru's formation. It was a bold move, almost reckless, but Naruto's eyes were steady. He knew Shikamaru would have to react. Shikamaru leaned forward, studying the board with furrowed brows. "You're putting everything on that queen, huh?" he murmured, his tone thoughtful. Naruto smirked. "Or maybe I'm making you think I am." Shikamaru took the bait, moving his rook to take the queen, leaving a weak point in his defense. In a flash, Naruto's knight moved in, capturing Shikamaru's final bishop and putting his king in a vulnerable position. Realizing his mistake, Shikamaru sighed, scratching the back of his head. "Troublesome," he muttered, finally conceding. "You got me, Naruto. Nice move." Choji cheered, clapping his hands, while Hinata gave Naruto a quiet smile, clearly impressed. Naruto offered a rare smile in return, his gaze softening as he looked at his friends. "Guess all those strategy sessions paid off, huh?" Shikamaru shrugged, giving him a faint grin. Yeah. Don't let it go to your head. Next time, I'll have you figured out. Naruto chuckled softly, folding his arms and leaning back against the tree. He felt a quiet satisfaction, not from winning the game, but from the camaraderie he shared with his friends. It was a rare feeling, one he hadn't expected to find in the academy. Hinata looked at Naruto, her eyes shining. You're really amazing, Naruto, she said softly, her admiration clear. Naruto glanced at her, his expression softening further. Thanks, Hinata. You're not so bad yourself. His words were simple, but they carried a warmth that Hinata felt deeply, her cheeks turning pink as she looked away shyly. As evening fell, the sky turned darker as they continued to talk and laugh, the warmth of friendship wrapping around them like a blanket. For Naruto, this moment was a reminder of the strength he found in these connections. His life had been filled with hostility and isolation, but here, with Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata, he found a place where he could just be. As they gathered up their things and began to head back toward the village, Shikamaru looked over at Naruto, his tone thoughtful. You know, Naruto, for someone who doesn't say much, you're kind of a natural leader, he remarked. You think ahead more than anyone I know. It's almost like you can see people's moves before they make them. Naruto gave a slight nod, acknowledging the compliment. Guess that's one of the perks of having friends like you to practice with, he replied, glancing at Shikamaru with a rare hint of admiration, even if it's troublesome sometimes. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, but he smiled, walking in silence beside Naruto as they returned to the village. For Naruto, moments like this made the future feel brighter. Despite the weight of his Chimeragon, the shadows of his past, and the village's lingering distrust, he knew he wasn't alone. And with friends like Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata by his side, he felt more prepared than ever to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As evening descended, Naruto walked home through the quiet streets of the Hidden Leaf Village. The warmth he felt from his time with Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata still lingered, but he knew that beyond his friends, there was a loneliness he carried that not even they could fully understand. Naruto's home was modest, tucked away in a less traveled part of the village. To anyone else, it would seem empty, quiet, and perhaps a bit neglected. But tonight, as he stepped through the door, a faint light flickered from inside. He felt a strange sense of comfort as he slipped off his shoes, the familiar smell of tea drifting from the kitchen. When he entered the main room, he found two figures waiting for him. He took in the sight of them, feeling a sense of belonging he had carefully constructed for himself. These were his parents, or at least the closest thing he had to them. He called them Mom and Dad, although they weren't quite real. They were creations of his Chimeragon, brought to life from nothing more than his memories, his hopes, and his own chakra. Naruto had painstakingly crafted these beings, breathing life into clumps of cells and infusing them with sentience. But these two were different from his usual creations. Through hours of practice, he had taught them how to use the transformation jutsu, allowing them to take human form, their features resembling his own. "Welcome home, Naruto," said his mother, her voice soft and warm. She had a gentle face, framed by a cascade of reddish-brown hair that fell to her shoulders. Her eyes were kind, a reflection of the comfort Naruto had longed for. His father stepped forward, a calm smile on his face. He was taller, with a sturdy build, his hair a shade darker than Naruto's, and eyes that gleamed with a quiet strength. "How was your day?" he asked, his tone warm and reassuring. Naruto felt the tension melt from his shoulders as he looked at them. This was a world he had crafted, one that existed solely within the walls of his home, and only he knew its secret. "It was good," Naruto replied, his voice uncharacteristically soft. He hesitated before adding, "We did sparring today. I fought Sasuke, and I beat Shikamaru at chess after school." There was a hint of pride in his tone, the lingering satisfaction of a day well spent. His mother's eyes sparkled with pride as she placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "You must be growing stronger every day," she said, as if she'd always been there to watch him grow, to see every success and struggle he'd endured. Naruto savored her words, letting them fill a void that had always been there. Dinner is almost ready, she continued, gesturing toward the kitchen. Why don't you wash up? Your father and I will set the table. Naruto nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips as he turned and made his way to the bathroom. The routine of it all was comforting, the illusion of normalcy he had woven into his life with these creations. He understood that they weren't truly his parents, not in the way other children had real families. But the strength of his Chimeragon had given him the means to craft something like a family, and to him that was more than enough. A shared meal. When Naruto returned to the kitchen, he found the table set with simple dishes, rice, miso soup, and vegetables. His mother and father were already seated, waiting for him to join them. Naruto took his place, glancing at each of them, feeling a strange warmth that only existed in this quiet sanctuary. As they began to eat, his father looked at him thoughtfully. I'm proud of you, Naruto, not only for your strength, but for the way you care for your friends. Naruto felt a pang in his chest at those words. He wasn't used to praise, not like this. And yet, he had created these beings precisely to give him the encouragement and acceptance he had always lacked. Hearing his father's words now, he felt a sense of satisfaction, as though he were finally earning the love he'd always craved. Thanks, Dad, Naruto murmured, his eyes downcast. He still wasn't used to expressing vulnerability, even in this safe space. But here, with Mom and Dad, he allowed himself to relax. His mother reached across the table, her hand resting gently on his. Remember, you're not alone, Naruto, she said softly. Even when things seem hard, you have us. We're here for you. Naruto's chest tightened at her words. He knew that when he walked out of this house, he would be back in the world where he was an outsider, a vessel for the Nine Tails, someone to be feared. But here, he wasn't the vessel or the pariah or the demon fox. Here, he was just Naruto. As they finished their meal, Naruto found himself lingering at the table, reluctant to leave the warmth of his sanctuary. His parents spoke softly, their voices a comforting murmur as they talked of small things. The weather, the village, the future. And for a while, Naruto let himself be carried by their words, feeling, for a fleeting moment, as though this was his real life. Before bed. Later, as Naruto prepared for bed, his father came to his room, a look of quiet pride on his face. I want you to know, Naruto, he said, his tone serious, that what you've accomplished, your strength, your intelligence, none of it would be possible without the heart you carry. You're a leader in ways even you don't realize yet. Naruto looked at him, feeling a wave of emotions he couldn't quite express. The encouragement, the pride, the acceptance. It was everything he had wanted for as long as he could remember. And even if this family wasn't real in the traditional sense, the love they gave him felt real enough to him. Thanks, Dad, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. He reached out, and his father pulled him into a warm, comforting embrace. It was a simple gesture, but it meant the world to Naruto. As he lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, Naruto felt a deep sense of peace settle over him. He knew that tomorrow, he would face the village, the whispers, and the challenges once more. But tonight, he was at home, surrounded by the family he had created with his own hands, his own heart, and for now that was enough. With a contented sigh, Naruto closed his eyes, drifting into a restful sleep, feeling for the first time in a long while that he was truly loved. Morning sunlight filtered through the thin curtains of Naruto's room, casting a gentle glow across his sleeping form. He lay sprawled out on his bed, his blankets tangled around him in the way they always were, as if he'd fought an entire battle in his sleep. A soft knock sounded on his door before his mother's gentle voice floated in. Naruto, sweetheart, it's time to wake up. Today's a big day. Naruto's eyes blinked open, his Chimeragon shimmering faintly in the morning light, the single eye with its intricate pattern both alert and calm. Despite the weight of his dojutsu and the power it held, mornings like these felt light, almost dreamlike. The worries and burdens of the outside world didn't penetrate these walls. "Come on, son," his father called from down the hall. "You don't want to be late for graduation, do you?" Naruto's eyes lit up as he remembered the importance of today. He sat up, rubbing the sleep from his face as a grin spread across his lips. Graduation day. All those years at the academy, all the sparring, training, and learning. Today was the day it would all pay off. Breakfast with family. When Naruto entered the kitchen, he found his parents waiting for him, seated at their small dining table. His mother had made a special breakfast: rice, eggs, and miso soup, with a few slices of toast on the side. The smell filled the room, comforting and warm, making the small kitchen feel like a true home. "Here you go, Naruto," his mother said, handing him a steaming bowl of rice with a soft smile. "Eat up. You'll need your strength for today." Naruto dug into his meal eagerly, savoring each bite. His mother and father watched him with quiet pride, exchanging glances as they saw the happiness on his face. Moments like this were precious to Naruto, and he knew, deep down, how much these quiet mornings meant to him. "Are you nervous, Naruto?" his father asked, pouring him a cup of tea. Naruto paused, swallowing his bite. "Nah," he said with a small smirk. "I'm ready. I've been waiting for this day forever." His mother laughed softly, brushing a stray strand of hair from her face. "I'm sure you'll do great. You've worked so hard after all. Remember, just be yourself and trust what you've learned." Naruto's Chimeragon glinted slightly as he looked at her, feeling a swell of gratitude. These words, this warmth, it gave him the confidence to face anything outside of these walls. After finishing his breakfast, Naruto turned to his father with a challenging grin. "How about one more chess game before I go?" His father chuckled, nodding. "All right, let's see if you can beat me again." They set up the chessboard on the kitchen table, each move deliberate and calculated. Naruto's Chimeragon allowed him to focus intently, catching each of his father's subtle strategies. But his father was a sharp player too, carefully guarding his pieces and setting traps that forced Naruto to think even deeper. In the end, after an intense exchange of moves, Naruto made his final play, capturing his father's king. He leaned back, grinning with satisfaction. "Gotcha again, Dad." His father laughed, clapping Naruto on the shoulder. "Well done. You've got quite the mind for strategy, Naruto." Naruto beamed, a sense of pride filling him. He stood up, gathering his things and adjusting his forehead protector, taking a deep breath as he prepared to step into the world. "Good luck, Naruto," his mother said, pulling him into a quick hug. "Remember, no matter what happens, we're proud of you." His father patted him on the back with a warm smile. "Go show them what you're made of, son." Naruto nodded, feeling a quiet determination settle over him. He gave his parents a final wave as he stepped out the door, the morning air crisp and cool against his face. Today was the day he would take a big step toward his dream of becoming a true ninja. The academy arrival. As Naruto walked through the village, the warmth of his home lingered with him. But as he neared the academy, he felt himself slipping into his more guarded persona, the calm and collected exterior he often showed the world. His Chimeragon remained active, observing the subtle movements and expressions of the villagers as he passed, a reminder of the mistrust he still faced. But today, none of it seemed to matter. He had his parents' words echoing in his mind, filling him with a sense of calm confidence. When he entered the academy classroom, he found his usual seat, scanning the room with a keen eye. His friends, Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata, were already there, giving him subtle nods of encouragement. His classmates chattered excitedly about the upcoming ceremony, each of them nervous or eager in their own way. Naruto settled into his seat, folding his arms as he leaned back, his gaze focused and intense. Despite the excitement bubbling inside, he kept his expression relaxed, knowing that soon enough, his chance to prove himself would come. He was ready. He was strong, skilled, and prepared to face whatever lay ahead. And with his Chimeragon by his side, he knew he would meet the challenges head-on. Today, he would graduate, and he would do it not just for himself, but for his family, those who waited for him at home, reminding him every day that he was never truly alone. The academy hall was quiet, the only sound the occasional shuffle of footsteps as Irika called the students one by one into the exam room. Each time the door opened, Naruto could sense the anxiety and excitement in his classmates as they awaited their turn. This was the moment they'd all been working toward, the day they would finally graduate and become true shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto's calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the tension surrounding him. He sat with his arms folded, his Chimeragon observing each detail in the room, quietly assessing everything around him. His focus, however, remained fixed on the exam, which he intended to pass with no question. Finally, Irika called his name, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto rose to his feet and walked to the door, his gaze steady, his steps unhurried. As he entered the exam room, he found himself face to face with Irika and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was observing the tests for the day. "Ready, Naruto?" Irika asked, offering him an encouraging smile. Naruto gave a small nod. "Yes, sensei." Irika gestured to the testing area, where a variety of exam materials lay, targets for shuriken practice, scrolls for jutsu demonstration, and a few shadow clone scrolls. But Naruto had something else in mind to demonstrate, a display of his Chimeragon's unique capabilities. He activated his dojutsu, his single eye intensifying as he looked directly at Hiruzen. Through his Chimeragon, he could read and analyze the details of Hiruzen's chakra and physical structure, breaking down the qualities that defined the third Hokage's formidable presence. He reached out with his chakra, focusing it into the palm of his hand as he summoned a clump of cells based on his analysis of Hiruzen. A small, flesh-like mass formed in his hand, a product of his Kekei Genkai. With precision, Naruto poured more chakra into it, molding and shaping it until it took on the form of a clone. It wasn't like a shadow clone. It was a physical being, albeit a blank, colorless one, almost like an unfinished sculpture. But it bore the same features as Naruto, and for now that was enough. "Watch this," he said confidently, directing his focus toward the blank clone. With a slight flick of his finger, the clone mimicked his movements exactly, as though Naruto were pulling its strings. He raised his hand, and the clone's hand followed. He stepped back, and the clone matched him, its movements seamless and synchronized. Naruto's gaze shifted to Irika and Hiruzen, who were watching him with growing interest. Then, with a deep breath, Naruto formed a hand seal, and both he and his clone performed the transformation jutsu simultaneously. In a flash, Naruto's appearance shifted, and so did that of his clone. When the smoke cleared, two identical versions of Hiruzen Sarutobi stood before the examiners, each one the spitting image of the third Hokage, from his robes to the wise, weathered features. Irika blinked, momentarily taken aback by the transformation. Even Hiruzen's eyebrows rose as he took in the sight of his own likeness reflected back at him, not once but twice. "Well, Naruto," Hiruzen remarked with an approving nod, "this is quite an impressive display, a double transformation jutsu, synchronized with your clone, and a remarkably accurate likeness, I must say." Naruto allowed himself a small, proud smile as he maintained the transformation, each Hiruzen clone moving in perfect sync with his own movements. It was a subtle but advanced demonstration of his Chimeragon's capabilities, blending jutsu control with raw chakra manipulation and precise, calculated transformation. Irika glanced at the Hokage, clearly impressed. "Naruto, I have to say, you've really outdone yourself. The accuracy, the control." He trailed off, giving Naruto a proud look. "You've come a long way, and this definitely proves you're ready." Naruto released the transformation, both he and his clone reverting to their natural forms. With a slight movement of his fingers, the clone dissolved back into the base cells Naruto had initially summoned, disappearing as quickly as it had been created. He stood there, composed and calm, his single chimeragon eye unwavering as he looked at Irika and Hiruzen. "Thank you," he said quietly, the confidence evident in his voice. He had shown them a glimpse of his true strength, and he knew they would remember it. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, his gaze lingering on Naruto with a mix of curiosity and admiration. "You've demonstrated skill and control beyond your years, Naruto," he said. "I have no doubt you'll do great things in the future." Naruto gave a respectful bow, feeling a quiet satisfaction as Irika handed him his headband, the symbol of his graduation. He tied it around his forehead, a grin spreading across his face as he felt the weight of his accomplishments settle in. As he left the exam room, he felt a sense of fulfillment. He'd shown himself, that he could rise above their expectations. And with his chimeragon, he knew that his journey was only just beginning. The bell rang, signaling the end of the day. It was official. Naruto Uzumaki was a graduate of the Hidden Leaf Academy. His headband, now proudly tied around his forehead, gleamed in the sunlight as he walked out of the academy with his friends. Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata were by his side, the group of them heading toward the nearest ramen shop to celebrate. Naruto couldn't remember the last time he'd felt so at ease, surrounded by friends who had supported him throughout his academy days. Despite the underlying tension between him and most of the village, these moments with his friends felt like the greatest victory of all. They sat down at a table in the corner of the shop, the smell of ramen wafting through the air, making Naruto's stomach growl. The waitress brought over bowls of steaming ramen for everyone, and they dug in, chatting casually about their recent achievements and plans for the future. But as the conversation drifted to other topics, Naruto's mind wandered. He took a moment to observe Shikamaru, who was slowly and carefully eating his ramen, his brow furrowed in thought. It wasn't often that Shikamaru spoke at length about anything that wasn't lazy or trivial, but there was a quiet intelligence about him that always seemed to come out in moments like these. Naruto took a sip of his broth and decided to ask. "Hey, Shikamaru," he began, the words coming more out of curiosity than anything else. "Have you ever thought about war? I mean, like strategies and tactics, you know?" Shikamaru's eyes flicked up from his ramen to Naruto, his lazy gaze sharpening just a little. "Va, who?" He tapped his fingers on the edge of his bowl, thinking for a moment. "Well, yeah, I've thought about it. It's part of being a shinobi, right? Every mission, every battle, it's all about strategy. Sometimes it's not even about strength. It's about being one step ahead." Choji and Hinata looked between the two of them, but it was clear that they weren't as deeply engaged in the conversation. Choji, enjoying his food, occasionally nodded in agreement. Hinata, ever gentle, was quieter, but Naruto could see her listening intently, her hands folded neatly in her lap. Naruto leaned forward slightly, intrigued. "So, what's your take on it? I mean, we've all heard stories of the wars that happened in the past, right? The Third Great Ninja War, it must have been intense. How do you think a battle like that would have been fought if it happened today?" Shikamaru sighed, looking up at the ceiling as though pondering the vastness of the question. "It's simple in a way, but also not. War is more than just fighting. It's about controlling the battlefield, making the enemy think you have the upper hand when you don't, or making them believe they've won when really, you've already achieved your objective." His eyes narrowed slightly, as if imagining a battlefield in front of him. In a large-scale war, you've got to think about logistics, supply lines, and the psychology of the soldiers. If you can break their spirit, you've already won half the battle. Naruto was surprised. For all Shikamaru's laziness, his insights were far more profound than he'd expected. It was something Naruto admired, his ability to strategize and think 2-3 steps ahead of everyone else. "But doesn't that make it kinda dangerous?" Naruto asked, his tone contemplative. "If you play with people's minds, you could end up manipulating them into doing something they don't even realize they're doing. Like, if the enemy is too focused on the wrong things, you could make them destroy themselves without even needing to fight." Shikamaru grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Exactly. That's the beauty of strategy. It's not just about strength. It's about knowing your enemy and using their weaknesses against them. But you're right, it's dangerous. It's a fine line between outsmarting your enemy and turning it into something more cruel. Naruto nodded slowly, thinking about the depth of Shikamaru's words. Yeah, I get that, but it's a lot harder than it sounds, right? I mean, if we had to fight in a war right now. He trailed off, unsure of how to express what was on his mind. Then it would be hard, Shikamaru finished for him. It wouldn't be like the missions we've done so far. It's not just about defeating your opponent. It's about considering the consequences. The toll it takes on the people involved, the families, the villages. War doesn't just break things physically. It breaks spirits, lives, and even ideals. Naruto's Chimeragon pulsed slightly, and his eyes flickered as he processed the conversation. He had always known that war was ugly. After all, the destruction of his own home village, the loss of countless lives, and the scars left behind by the conflict were all around him. But hearing Shikamaru explain it like this made Naruto realize that he had only seen the tip of the iceberg. The true horrors of war were things that even he, with his powerful dojutsu, could barely fathom. Sometimes it's the things you don't see that are the most dangerous, Shikamaru added. A single misstep, a single wrong move, and it could all collapse. Naruto stayed quiet for a moment, his thoughts heavy. Despite his youthful exuberance and eagerness to become Hokage, he understood now that the responsibility of leadership wasn't something to be taken lightly. War wasn't something he'd rush into or even wish for, and he knew that the world of shinobi was much more complex than it seemed. What would you do? Naruto asked softly, breaking the silence. If you had to fight in a war? If you had to be in charge of it? Shikamaru looked at Naruto for a moment, his eyes full of quiet understanding. Me? I'd avoid it if I could. But if it came down to it, I'd focus on the bigger picture. The ones who don't want to fight, the civilians, the families. They're the ones who'll suffer the most. So, I'd make sure to minimize the damage, even if it means winning in ways people might not understand. Naruto nodded, feeling the weight of his words settle in his chest. He didn't have all the answers, but he knew one thing for certain. He would never let war consume him the way it had so many others. As the conversation drew to a close, they continued eating, the weight of their words hanging in the air. Naruto couldn't help but feel that today, on this simple day of celebration, he had learned something vital about the world of shinobi, something that would shape his future as a leader. And perhaps, just perhaps, it was a lesson that would stay with him long after this meal was finished. Naruto waved goodbye to his friends, watching them head off in their respective directions. Choji was probably going to grab another meal. Hinata seemed to have a quiet training session planned with her family, and Shikamaru was likely going to take a nap somewhere. With a content smile on his face, Naruto knew that today was going to be his day. The world of shinobi awaited him, and he had to prepare. He made his way to the training grounds, his steps steady, his mind already focused. As he reached the familiar clearing, Naruto could feel the weight of the training he had in mind. His eyes were already open, but his Chimeragon, his unique eye, was always active, watching and analyzing every detail around him. But today, he would dive deeper than ever before. He needed to hone his abilities further, and to do that, he would push himself into the land of his Chimeragon. Naruto found a quiet spot near the center of the training grounds, his usual surroundings now a backdrop for something far more personal. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eye, his single Chimeragon eye, and let everything around him fade away. The wind, the trees, even the chirping of birds seemed distant as his mind entered a deeper state. His consciousness shifted, diving into the vast, unseen world of his mind, the land created and shaped by the Chimeragon. In this place, he could access every cell he had ever summoned. Every creation, every clone, every remnant of a living being. Its essence was stored here in this hidden mental plane. He saw them all. The scattered remnants of people he had observed, the tiny, floating cells that contained their DNA, their essence. His mind was a vast, endless library of cells, memories, and power, each ready for him to summon. Naruto's mind pulsed with energy, his thoughts weaving through the stored cells. He reached out mentally, pulling the strands of DNA, of cells, from various individuals. A random villager, a shinobi from the Uchiha clan, and the ever-wise Hiruzen Sarutobi. Each of these people had left their mark in his mind, their cells stored away after Naruto had once scanned them with his Chimeragon. Each clump of cells was different, but together they could be used for something far greater. He focused, drawing them together in a single mental image. Each cell represented part of the whole, a fragment of their identity that he would mold and shape with his will. The cells from the villager held traces of ordinary life, a simplicity to them that Naruto admired. The Uchiha cells were far more intricate, full of the fire of a warrior's bloodline, sharp and strong. Hiruzen's cells, however, were aged, wise, and experienced, each one filled with knowledge of the world, the land, and leadership. With all the cells gathered in his mind, Naruto released them into the physical world. The clump of cells materialized before him, a swirling mass of living tissue. He raised his hand, focusing all his chakra into it. In an instant, he made the necessary hand seals, his fingers moving with precision. The clump of cells rose into the air, hovering before him as he concentrated. "Transform," he whispered under his breath. The mass twisted and stretched, responding to Naruto's chakra. Slowly, the clump began to take form, the cells shifting as they grew into a recognizable shape. It wasn't just any clone. This was something different. This was a being made from the best of three people, each one contributing to its creation. The villager's hair sprouted first, dark and unkempt, flowing down the figure's back. Then, the Uchiha's eyes formed, the Sharingan swirling into existence, their crimson color standing out against the blank canvas of the being's face. Finally, the figure's features morphed into something resembling Hiruzen Sarutobi, with his wise, strong jawline and slightly furrowed brows. But as the figure took its full form, something was still missing: skin. The being stood before Naruto, a towering, colorless figure of living cells, ready to be shaped into whatever Naruto desired. Naruto tilted his head, eye still active, as he observed the being. This creation had the potential to be something truly unique, an amalgamation of the people he had observed, with their traits and abilities waiting to be unlocked. He smiled, his Chimeragon eye glowing with pride and focus. "You're not finished yet," he muttered to the figure, "but you will be." Naruto raised his hand, concentrating again. He poured chakra into the figure, shaping its form, tweaking its features until it looked like the perfect fusion of all three individuals. The cells of the villager, the Uchiha, and Hiruzen worked together under Naruto's will, an extension of his mind and chakra. The creation began to move, taking slow steps as though learning how to stand, then walking with more confidence. Naruto nodded. "I'm going to teach you everything I know," he said with determination. "You'll be just like me, but I'll also make you better." The figure blinked its crimson Sharingan eyes, as if understanding Naruto's words. It took a few more steps, moving with the kind of fluidity and awareness that a true shinobi would possess. The transformation Naruto had completed wasn't just physical. It was the beginning of a new kind of being, a clone with its own potential for growth. Naruto placed a hand on its shoulder, and for a brief moment, it felt like he was staring into a mirror, though it wasn't quite him. It was something else, something born from his Chimeragon's will, a being that could think, move, and learn just like him. He could feel the connection, the mental bond between him and the figure. "What will you be called?" Naruto murmured to himself, his voice calm and thoughtful. The name didn't come immediately, but he knew it would soon. The clone was still an empty vessel, but one that would carry his essence in a new way, part of his mind, part of his jutsu, and part of the people it had come from. For now, he was content. He had created something new, a being of cells, of memory, of will. And the training had only just begun. Naruto spent the entire night in the training grounds, absorbed in his work. His mind was a whirlwind of focus and determination. The figure he had created, a fusion of 3 different people's cells, had quickly become more than just a simple clone. With each passing hour, it adapted and grew, learning at an astonishing rate. The clone, though still skinless and colorless, had already begun to master taijutsu moves, its fluidity and speed surprising even Naruto. He watched intently as the figure moved through a series of fluid punches and kicks, each strike more powerful and precise than the last. It was as if Hiruzen's battle experience had been fully transferred into the clone's body. Naruto grinned, his Chimeragon eye glowing with pride as the clone executed a series of quick taijutsu attacks, its moves fast and precise, mimicking the style of one of the Leaf Village's strongest Hokage. The clone didn't even need verbal commands. It simply understood the rhythm of the battle. Naruto had instilled it with both the memory and the muscle memory of Hiruzen's combat prowess. Not bad, Naruto muttered to himself, watching the clone perform a series of swift, practiced movements. He had pushed the creation to its limits, training it in everything Hiruzen could do, from the basics to more advanced jutsu. The clone had already shown impressive skill in techniques like the Shadow Clone Jutsu, the Fireball Jutsu, and even a few subtle variants of the famous Reaper Death Seal. It was like Hiruzen had come back to life, but this clone had something new, something Naruto had given it through his Chimeragon, an understanding of who he was and an awareness of his goals. It wasn't just a puppet. It wasn't just a shadow of the people it was created from. It was a reflection of Naruto's own will, someone who could think and speak for itself. Naruto had the clone speak its first words a few hours into their training. "Naruto," the clone said, its voice rich with Hiruzen's authority and wisdom. "This technique, it's far beyond anything I could have imagined when I was alive. You've done well." Naruto's eyes shone with pride. "It's only the beginning. You're just as strong as I imagined you'd be. I've learned a lot from you, so it's only fair you learn from me." The clone nodded, practicing a few more moves before turning to Naruto. "I understand. Let's continue then." Time passed, but Naruto wasn't watching the clock. He was watching the clone. He was watching his work. It was a living being capable of thinking, learning, and adapting just like him. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft light over the training grounds, and Naruto continued working, lost in the progress he was making. The clone became an extension of him, every movement fluid and full of purpose. Yet, as the hours dragged on, Naruto started to feel a creeping worry in the back of his mind. His Chimeragon flickered with thought, reminding him of something important. He glanced around at the darkening skies, realizing how late it had become. His parents, his mom and dad, would be waiting for him back home. They would get upset if he stayed out this late again. His clone had no sense of time, of course. It was a reflection of Hiruzen, an entity created from cells, but it wasn't like Naruto. Naruto's mind was still tied to the world of people and places. The clone didn't have that sense of urgency that Naruto did. "Hey," Naruto said, standing up quickly. "We need to go home. It's getting late." The clone tilted its head, mimicking a thoughtful expression. "Home? Do you wish to rest?" Naruto paused for a moment, realizing that the clone had learned to speak and think just like Hiruzen. It was more than just a creation. It had become like a companion, an extension of his will. "Yeah," Naruto said with a bit of a chuckle. "But not just that. My mom and dad will be worried." The clone didn't say anything for a second. It simply stood watching Naruto intently. Its crimson eyes gleamed in the moonlight as it assessed the situation. Then it nodded, a small but knowing gesture. "Let's go, then." Naruto couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as the two of them began to run. The clone moved with precision, keeping up with Naruto as they dashed toward his home. Despite its lack of skin, its body moved with grace, its speed matching that of the boy who had created it. The whole time, Naruto kept glancing over his shoulder, as if ensuring that the clone was right behind him. As they approached the village, the streets seemed empty, the faint light of lanterns casting long shadows. The village felt different at night, quieter and darker. Naruto's stomach churned slightly. His thoughts were focused on getting home and ensuring that his parents wouldn't be upset. The last thing he wanted was to disappoint them. When they reached the front door of his modest home, Naruto pushed the door open and quickly stepped inside, the clone following him without a word. "Mom! Dad!" Naruto called out, his voice filled with a strange mixture of excitement and guilt. "I'm home." His parents appeared from the living room, their smiles broad as they saw him. The relief on their faces was clear. Naruto hadn't come home this late before, and they had been worried. He knew they would be upset, but the joy of seeing them reassured him. "Naruto," his mother said, her voice full of warmth. She reached out and ruffled his hair. "You're back late. We were worried about you." "Sorry, Mom," Naruto said sheepishly. "I got caught up in my training. But I'm here now." His father smiled, walking over and slapping him gently on the back. "You've got to pace yourself, Naruto. Don't lose track of time like that. But I'm proud of you. You've got the spirit of a true shinobi." Naruto nodded, grateful for their words. He glanced at the clone standing just behind him. It was eerily still, but Naruto could feel its presence, the life he had created. "I was just practicing some new techniques with, this guy," Naruto said, gesturing to the clone. His father raised an eyebrow, then smiled knowingly. "I see you're always full of surprises, huh?" Naruto grinned back, a quiet sense of fulfillment filling him. The clone, for now, would be his secret. His parents didn't need to know everything, but he had already learned something important that night. His Chimeragon had given him the ability to create life that could think, grow, and learn from him. It was a new kind of power, one that he could shape in any way he saw fit. But for now, he was happy to return to the warmth of his home, with his parents by his side and the future ahead of him. The moon hung high above the village, casting a soft glow on the home where Naruto and his family lived. Inside, the small but warm house was filled with laughter, conversation, and the sounds of time well spent. Naruto and his father had spent the entire evening at the table, playing chess after dinner. The game was intense, with both of them throwing out strategies and counters. Naruto's father, though experienced and wise, was caught off guard several times by Naruto's unconventional moves. Moves that came from a mind sharper than most would have expected from an 8-year-old. Despite this, Naruto's father would smile and congratulate him after each clever tactic. "You've been practicing, haven't you?" his father asked, his voice rich with pride. Naruto grinned, his Chimeragon eye gleaming faintly. "I've been thinking about a few things, about the way we think. Strategy isn't just about the pieces, it's about the mind behind them." His father nodded, tapping his chin thoughtfully. "I see. Well, you're definitely a force to be reckoned with, Naruto. I wouldn't want to be your opponent when you're older." Naruto's grin widened as he made his next move, confident in his ability to win the game. As the night passed, his mother had been working with Naruto's clone, teaching it something crucial: transformation jutsu. She had noticed how the clone lacked skin and had decided to teach it how to transform into a human form, complete with skin color, texture, and features. The clone, still standing silently in the corner of the room, was becoming more human by the second. At first, it stumbled through the transformation jutsu, but after a few lessons from Naruto's mother, it mastered the basics. Slowly, its skin began to take shape, pale and smooth at first, but then darker as it adopted a skin color similar to Naruto's. Its features became softer, more defined, as it gained a more humanoid appearance. Naruto's mother looked at the clone, nodding with satisfaction. She reached out, touching its newly formed face gently, as if seeing a new family member for the first time. "You've done well," she said softly, her voice full of warmth. Then, after a long pause, she added, "I think you should have a name. You're going to be part of this family now, after all." The clone, now with skin and features, looked at her, its Sharingan eyes still swirling with crimson. A name? It repeated, as though processing the idea. Naruto's mother smiled. Yes, a name. You can't just stay the clone forever, can you? Naruto, still focused on his game with his father, turned and said casually, How about Kaido? It means ocean in some languages, but it also has a kind of freedom to it. It fits. The clone nodded thoughtfully, the name seeming to resonate with it. Kaido, it said, experimenting with the word. I like it. His mother smiled. Kaido it is, then. She took a step back and looked at the newly transformed clone. You're part of this family now. You're not just a creation anymore. You're our son. And I think it's only right that you become the older brother. Kaido, though still silent and standing like a soldier, seemed to understand. Its posture softened slightly, as though it had received a gift far more profound than any physical transformation. Thank you, mother, Kaido said quietly, bowing his head in gratitude. It was an odd sound to hear from something that had only been born hours earlier, but it felt right. Naruto had been watching this whole interaction with a wide grin. It was a strange, but incredibly fulfilling moment. He was happy to see his clone, no, his new brother, become a part of their family. His mother's kindness had brought the clone to life in more ways than one. The clock ticked on, and soon enough, after the game ended with Naruto triumphing over his father, it was time for bed. His father ruffled his hair affectionately and smiled. Good night, kiddo. Sleep well. You've got a lot of things to think about tomorrow, I'm sure. Naruto returned the smile. Night, Dad. Kaido, after a moment, came up to Naruto's bedside. With a careful, almost fatherly manner, he gently tucked the blanket around Naruto, just as Naruto's own father had done for him countless times. Good night, little brother, Kaido said, his voice quiet but sincere. Naruto blinked, surprised by the warmth in Kaido's words. Night, big brother, he replied, grinning up at him. For the first time, he felt like he had someone to rely on, someone who truly understood him. But just as Naruto's eyelids grew heavy, a quiet conversation took place in the next room, where Naruto's mother and father sat alone. The house had quieted, the night setting in, and for a moment, the weight of their words hung in the air. Naruto's doing well, his mother said softly, her voice filled with contentment as she looked toward the bedroom where her son was asleep. He's growing so fast. And now, we have Kaido as well. Her husband nodded, his expression thoughtful. You've done something remarkable, you know? I didn't expect you to teach Kaido transformation jutsu like that. It's like he's a real person now. Naruto's mother smiled softly. I think he deserves to be. He's not just a clone anymore. He's part of our family. And I'm glad Naruto has him. They'll learn from each other. Her husband's eyes softened. You're right, but there's something else I need to tell you. His wife looked at him with curiosity. What is it? I've been thinking, he said slowly, his voice soft but filled with hope. I think we're going to need to be more careful about the future, about what we can offer Naruto, and about what we'll need as a family. She raised an eyebrow, sensing the gravity of his words. What do you mean? He took a deep breath. I think I'm going to need to start preparing for a new chapter, a bigger one. We're going to need to make sure we're ready. She blinked in confusion before realization slowly dawned on her. Wait, are you saying? I think we're going to have a baby, he said, smiling softly at the thought. Her eyes widened, a look of surprise mixing with joy and warmth. A baby? Yes, he confirmed. I believe so. Her smile grew as she reached for his hand, squeezing it gently. I'm so happy. As the night wore on, Naruto's mother and father sat together in the quiet of their home, the news of their growing family filling them with hope for the future. A new chapter was about to begin, one that Naruto would share with his family, both his real and his created ones. The morning light poured into the room, softly waking Naruto from his slumber. He blinked a few times, the early rays of sunlight glistening off his chimeragon eye as it remained ever vigilant. He stretched and yawned, pushing the blanket off his body before sitting up. Kaito, who had spent the night standing in the corner like a silent sentinel, had evolved further during the night. His skin had taken on more subtle, realistic hues, and his features had grown even more distinct. Now he resembled a nearly perfect human, though his crimson eyes still held the mark of his origins. His posture was more relaxed, more like a person who had spent time in the world rather than something just created. He looked more alive, more present. Naruto grinned as he saw his brother standing by the window, gazing outside as the sun rose. "Good morning, Kaito," Naruto said, stretching his arms out. Kaito turned, his eyes locking onto Naruto with the same intensity they always had, but there was a noticeable warmth to his expression now. "Good morning, Naruto," he replied, his voice carrying a new level of comfort and familiarity. Naruto walked over to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You look different today, even more human. It's like you're really becoming your own person." Kaito nodded slowly, his gaze thoughtful. "I feel different. I feel more real. It's strange, but it's like I'm waking up to the world a little more each day." Naruto smiled at the progress. "That's because you are. You're not just a clone anymore, Kaito. You're a part of this family now." He looked toward the door, ready to begin the day. "But we've got a lot to do. Mom and Dad are probably already up, so let's grab breakfast." The two brothers made their way downstairs to the kitchen, where Naruto's mother had already prepared breakfast. The aroma of warm food filled the room, and as they entered, they were met with smiles from both of their parents. "Good morning, you two," Naruto's mother said cheerfully as she set a plate of food down in front of Naruto. "How did you sleep, Kaito?" "I slept well," Kaito replied, sitting at the table. "Thank you for the transformation lessons. It feels more natural now." Naruto's father raised an eyebrow, glancing at Kaito with approval. "Seems like you've been busy," he said, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "It's good to see that you're adapting well. We're happy to have you, Kaito." Kaito nodded, a look of genuine appreciation in his eyes. "I'm glad to be part of this family." The morning passed in a warm, easy atmosphere, with laughter and conversation filling the air. Naruto's parents seemed more relaxed than usual, and Kaito, despite his origins, felt like he truly belonged. For a moment, Naruto felt like everything was perfect. Just him, his family, and the future they would build together. After breakfast, Naruto stood up, brushing his hands off. "All right, Kaito, let's go get you some new clothes. You can't just walk around in that cloak forever." Kaito gave a slight smile, standing up and following Naruto outside. The village was bustling with activity, people heading out to work, and children running to the academy for their own lessons. But Naruto had something else in mind. He was going to get his brother, his creation, the right look. It was time for Kaito to start blending into the world, to stop being just a clone, and start being his own person. The two walked through the streets of Konoha, past market stalls and shops, until they found a clothing store that seemed just right. Naruto had a clear vision in mind. Kaito would need something that represented him. A new identity, one that would blend with the world around him. They spent the next hour sifting through various garments, Naruto picking out clothes with confidence while Kaito tried on a few options. Eventually, Naruto picked a simple but stylish outfit. A dark green tunic with black pants and a white scarf, similar to what some of the shinobi wore, but nothing too flashy. It suited Kaito perfectly, giving him a refined yet humble look. "How's this?" Naruto asked, holding up the outfit for Kaito to see. Kaito examined it in the mirror, nodding. "It's perfect. I feel like I can wear this. It feels right." Naruto smiled, pleased with the outcome. "Great. Now you've got something to wear when we go to the Hokage." With Kaito's new clothes in hand, they headed toward the Hokage's office. The walk there was quicker than expected, and Naruto couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and nerves as they approached the building. The Hokage's office was grand, a towering symbol of the village's leadership, and as they entered, Naruto was greeted by the familiar sight of Iruka standing by the door, as well as the intimidating figure of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen at his desk. "Ah, Naruto," Iruka said with a smile, giving him a nod. "What brings you here today? You finished your registration already?" Naruto nodded but quickly turned to Kaido, his face serious. "Actually, we're here for something else, Iruka-sensei. I want to introduce you to someone." Iruka raised an eyebrow in confusion, but before he could speak, Naruto motioned to Kaido. "This is Kaido, my brother." Hiruzen looked up from his desk, his piercing gaze moving over Kaido with sharp interest. "Your brother, you say?" Naruto smiled proudly. "Yeah, Kaido's different from the rest of us, but he's real. I made him a part of my family. He's a living, breathing person now, and I want him to be recognized as a shinobi." Iruka was taken aback, his eyes flickering between Naruto and the figure standing before them. Kaito stood tall, his crimson eyes unwavering, his presence commanding attention despite his quiet demeanor. Hiruzen leaned forward in his chair, studying Kaito with a thoughtful expression. "I see," he murmured, his hands folding together. "Naruto, I never expected you to bring a creation into the shinobi world. But if this is truly your brother, if he is truly part of the village, I cannot ignore him." Naruto's chest swelled with pride, but he kept his composure. He can fight, he can learn, and he can protect this village just like any other shinobi. He deserves a chance. The Hokage sat back in his chair, stroking his chin. "I will need to consult with others about this, but if you vouch for him, Naruto, I'm willing to consider it. Kaido, you must prove yourself just like any other shinobi in the village, but I see no reason why we can't find a place for you here." Kaido gave a small, respectful bow. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will not fail." Naruto beamed at Kaido. "I knew you'd understand, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "Very well then, consider this the first step. We'll arrange for your registration soon." The Hokage's office was unusually tense that afternoon. Hiruzen sat behind his desk, flanked by both Danzo and Iruka. Their faces were serious, the weight of the conversation hanging in the air. On the opposite side of the room stood Kaito, his crimson eyes never leaving the trio as he stood at attention. Naruto stood beside Kaito, his arms crossed over his chest, a mix of anticipation and pride in his expression. He knew this was a crucial moment, Kaito's first real test. The village was watching, and so were the elite ANBU. "Are you ready, Kaito?" Hiruzen asked, his voice steady but laced with a hint of curiosity. He had seen many things in his time, but this was different. A new figure was rising in the shinobi world, and he had to be sure it wasn't just a creation, but a force to be reckoned with. Kaito gave a small nod, his gaze unwavering. "I'm ready, Hokage-sama." Danzo, standing beside the Hokage, eyed Kaito carefully. "We'll see how well you perform. You'll be facing the best the village has to offer. The ANBU will hold nothing back." Iruka stood silently, observing, knowing how important this test was for Kaito. He had seen the boy evolve into something far beyond a mere clone. But this was no longer just about the family bond. Kaito had to prove himself as a shinobi in his own right. Outside the Hokage's office, the training grounds awaited. The ANBU had been notified, and within moments, a group of them arrived at the site, stepping out from the shadows like silent specters. Each one wore their signature masks, their identities hidden, and their bodies cloaked in shadows. Kaito met their gaze without flinching, his Sharingan eyes activated, swirling with crimson light. The ANBU leader, a tall figure with a wolf mask, stepped forward. "You've been given a rare opportunity, Kaito, but this is where you prove yourself. We will use full force. Hold nothing back." Kaito didn't hesitate. "I won't hold back either," he replied, his voice cool and calm, though there was an edge to it, a quiet confidence that spoke of years of training beyond his years. With a sharp motion, the leader signaled the attack. The ANBU moved as one, their speed and precision unmatched as they vanished into the trees, surrounding Kaido from all sides. Without hesitation, the first ANBU lunged from above, descending with a swift kick aimed at Kaido's head. But Kaido, his Sharingan active, tracked the movement in a heartbeat. He sidestepped with fluid grace, his body moving almost in slow motion to him as he avoided the attack. As the first ANBU missed, Kaido responded with a jutsu. A burst of chakra shot from his palm, creating a burst of wind that sent the attacking ANBU tumbling backward. "Impressive," the wolf-masked ANBU leader said, observing closely. "But let's see how you handle more." The ANBU began their assault in earnest. One disappeared in a puff of smoke, only to reappear behind Kaido in an instant. Another attacked from the front. Kaido's mind raced as he processed each move, his Sharingan eyes allowing him to predict their movements before they made them. The first ANBU swung a kunai, but Kaido, anticipating the strike, deflected it with ease, using a swift spin to knock the weapon out of the attacker's hand. In the same fluid motion, Kaido slammed a chakra-enhanced palm into the ANBU's chest, sending him flying back. Another ANBU moved in, throwing kunai with pinpoint accuracy. Kaido raised his hand, summoning a barrier of chakra to intercept the weapons. As they clattered against his shield, Kaido dashed forward, using his enhanced speed to close the distance between him and the attacker. A quick series of strikes with his fist forced the ANBU back, leaving him no room to counter. But the battle was far from over. The remaining ANBU, using their unique skills, coordinated their movements with deadly precision. Kaido, however, was always one step ahead, his mind processing their attacks faster than the eye could see. He used jutsu based on Hiruzen's techniques, an arsenal of moves passed down from the Hokage himself. With a swift hand seal, Kaido summoned the fire style, Fireball Jutsu, sending a massive burst of flame toward the ANBU who were closing in on him from all sides. The fireball engulfed the area, but the ANBU leader responded quickly, jumping into the air with a graceful leap, his body spinning as he prepared to strike from above. Before he could, Kaido used Shadow Clone Jutsu, and in an instant multiple versions of himself appeared surrounding the ANBU. They moved in unison, their attacks coordinated and precise. Kaido's clones surged forward, using a combination of taijutsu and elemental ninjutsu to keep the ANBU on their toes. One of the clones threw a barrage of kunai, forcing the ANBU to dodge, while another performed a wind style, Gale Palm, sending a gust of wind strong enough to knock the remaining attackers off their feet. Kaido himself appeared at the center of it all, summoning another technique, a perfect replication of Hiruzen's defensive moves, Adamantine Wall. The wall of chakra rose from the ground, blocking the ANBU leader's incoming attack. The ANBU leader faltered for a moment, stepping back, clearly impressed. "You've studied well, Kaido," he said, wiping a small trickle of blood from his lip. "But the real test is yet to come." Kaido's Sharingan spun, and in that moment he focused. His chakra surged, and with a focused thought, he unleashed his next technique, Hiruzen's summoning jutsu. The earth cracked as Kaido slammed his palm to the ground, and from the shadows of the trees, an immense figure began to materialize. The ANBU watched in awe as a massive, chakra-infused tiger emerged from the earth, its eyes glowing with the same crimson light as Kaido's. It roared with a powerful, earth-shaking sound before charging forward, swiping its claws at the remaining ANBU. Kaido directed the tiger with his will, using the bond they shared through his Chimeragon to guide it. The tiger's movements were precise and brutal, crushing the ANBU's attempts to counterattack. The battle raged on for several more minutes, each side testing the other's limits. The ANBU, though powerful and skilled, could not match the adaptability, strength, and sheer intelligence of Kaido. His use of Hiruzen's techniques was flawless, and his ability to anticipate and respond with his own strategies kept the elite shinobi on edge. Eventually, the battle came to a halt, the ANBU leader calling for a ceasefire. Kaito stood in the center of the training grounds, breathing heavily but unscathed. His clones had dispersed, and the tiger had faded into the shadows, returning to the earth. The ANBU leader stepped forward, his mask still on, but his tone respectful. "You've proven yourself, Kaito. Your skill is undeniable." Hiruzen, who had been watching from the sidelines, nodded slowly. "You've done well, Kaito. The village will recognize you for your strength, your heart, and your will. You've earned your place here." Naruto stood next to Kaito, a proud smile on his face. He had known all along that Kaito would prove himself, but seeing it happen was something different. Kaito looked around at the ANBU, his Sharingan eyes still burning brightly. "Thank you. I will continue to grow, and I will protect this village with everything I have." As the dust settled on the training grounds and the ANBU began to disperse, Naruto stepped up beside Kaito, a spark of excitement and pride lighting up his face. He looked eagerly between Kaito and Hiruzen, unable to hold back his curiosity any longer. "So, what rank will my big brother be?" Naruto asked, his eyes wide and hopeful. Hiruzen chuckled at Naruto's enthusiasm, folding his hands behind his back as he considered the question. Danzo, observing quietly nearby, raised an eyebrow at the inquiry, clearly interested as well. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. "Kaito has proven himself here today, no question. His skill and control are remarkable, and his loyalty to the village is clear." He looked directly at Kaito. "Given his abilities, I would say Kaito is worthy of a Chunin rank at the very least. But because of his unique nature and skill set, he will be under special observation by the village for now." Naruto's face lit up. "Chunin, that's amazing, Kaito. You're practically one of the elite already." He beamed at his brother, patting him on the back. Kaito simply smiled, his quiet confidence showing through. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," he said, bowing respectfully to Hiruzen. "I'll uphold the rank and continue to improve." Danzo, stepping forward, added in his usual measured tone, "We'll be monitoring your growth closely, Kaito. Your abilities are unique, and your loyalty to the Leaf Village must remain strong." Kaito nodded without hesitation. "I understand, Danzo-sama. I'll work hard to prove myself, both as Naruto's brother and as a shinobi." Naruto grinned proudly, practically buzzing with energy as they turned to leave. "Come on, Kaito. We have to go tell Mom and Dad the news. They'll be so proud of you." Kaito nodded, and together, they walked back toward home, Naruto's admiration for his older brother shining brighter than ever. Naruto and Kaito walked through the bustling streets of Konoha, the morning sun casting warm light over the village. They stopped at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto's favorite spot, where he eagerly ordered 2 large bowls for them both. Kaito sat across from Naruto, his gaze curious as he watched his younger brother slurp up the noodles with obvious delight. When his own bowl arrived, Kaito stared at it thoughtfully, picking up his chopsticks and taking a careful bite. As soon as he tasted the warm broth and tender noodles, his eyes widened in surprise. The flavor, rich and comforting, was unlike anything he'd experienced before. Naruto grinned, noticing his reaction. "Pretty great, right?" he said, his mouth full of noodles. "Ichiraku's is the best in the whole village." Kaito nodded, his normally calm expression softened by a rare look of pure enjoyment. "It's really good," he admitted, savoring each bite. For the first time, he felt a new appreciation for these little things his younger brother loved. After they finished their meal, Naruto led Kaito around the village. They visited several of Naruto's favorite spots, training grounds where Naruto would show off his moves, the village park, and even a small market, where they browsed through stalls and sample treats. Naruto made sure to explain every detail and introduce Kaito to every shop owner he knew, treating him just like any other sibling. Kaito took in each moment, storing every detail in his mind with quiet appreciation. Finally, the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows as the afternoon wore on. Naruto gave Kaito a quick wave. "All right, Big bro, I've got to head to the academy for team assignments. I'll see you back at home later. Okay? Kaito nodded, watching his brother run off with that usual energy. Good luck, Naruto, he called after him. Naruto arrived at the academy to find the other students already seated, the air buzzing with excitement and nervous chatter. He took his seat, a confident grin on his face as he waited. Irika stood at the front of the class, ready to announce the teams. All right, everyone, settle down, Irika called out, his voice calm but firm. Today we'll be assigning teams that you'll work with for the foreseeable future. These are the teams that will help you grow as shinobi, so make sure you take this seriously. Naruto leaned forward, eager to hear who he'd be paired with. One by one, Irika began calling out names. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha, Irika announced. Naruto's eyes widened slightly at the mention of Sasuke's name. Although they weren't particularly close, Naruto recognized the rivalry between them, both from the academy days and from Sasuke's natural talent. He could feel the competitive energy simmering already, but it was tempered by a sense of excitement for the challenges ahead. As Irika continued with the assignments, Naruto's mind wandered briefly to Kaito. He thought about how proud his older brother would be of him, and he resolved to make the most of his new team, for both himself and for the bond they shared. The rest of the day passed with introductions and explanations of team structures. After Irika finished speaking, Naruto caught Sasuke's gaze across the room. They exchanged a look, part acknowledgement, part rivalry. This was the beginning of something big, and Naruto was determined to prove himself worthy. To his team, his brother, and everyone else who had doubted him, Naruto woke up to the soft light of morning filtering through his window. He rubbed his eyes, feeling the quiet of the house more than usual. Kaito had left early for his first mission, and although Naruto was excited for his brother, he already missed him. Kaito was a constant in his life, someone he could rely on, and the thought of him out there on his own made Naruto feel both proud and a little lonely. Shaking off the feeling, Naruto hopped out of bed and made his way to the kitchen, where his mom and dad were setting the table for breakfast. His mom, smiling softly, placed a plate of rice and fish in front of him. "Good morning, sweetheart," she said, ruffling his hair. "Good morning, Mom." "Morning, Dad." Naruto greeted them with his usual grin, sliding into his seat. His dad, who was seated across the table, offered him a warm smile. "Big day, Naruto. Team assignments and your first real day as a genin. Kaito and I both have faith in you." He lifted his cup of tea in a small toast. Naruto beamed, digging into his breakfast. "Yeah, it's going to be great. I'm just hoping Kakashi-sensei is as cool as everyone says." He stuffed a mouthful of rice in his mouth and continued, "But if he's too late, I might just start training on my own." His mom laughed. "Patience, Naruto. Not every ninja is as early as you are. Now make sure you're on time. You don't want to give your new sensei the wrong impression." "Right." Naruto finished his breakfast with a final gulp of tea, gave his parents a quick hug, and grabbed his headband from the shelf before heading out. The training grounds were quiet when he arrived. The morning air was crisp, and the grass damp with dew, catching the early sunlight. Naruto looked around and noticed Sasuke already there, his expression as stoic as ever, with his arms crossed and eyes fixed on the distant trees. "Yo, Sasuke." Naruto greeted him with a grin. "Ready to get started?" Sasuke gave a brief nod, his expression unreadable. "Humph, we'll see." Just then, Sakura arrived, giving Naruto a bright smile. "Good morning, Naruto." Her gaze lingered briefly on Sasuke, who didn't seem to notice her. She sighed quietly, but her enthusiasm quickly returned as she looked around. "I wonder where Kakashi-sensei is?" Naruto shrugged. "Knowing my luck, he'll probably be late. But hey, that just gives me time to practice some new moves." Sakura rolled her eyes. "Maybe don't wear yourself out before we even start. This is serious, Naruto." Time began to pass, with the three waiting by the training post as the morning sun rose higher. They exchanged a few more words, but Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. As the hours ticked by, Naruto's patience began to wear thin. He fidgeted, shifted from foot to foot, and finally started pacing. "This guy's really testing me here," Naruto muttered. "What kind of sensei shows up this late?" Just as Naruto was about to explode with frustration, a tall figure appeared in the distance. Kakashi Hatake strolled up casually, one hand in his pocket and his other lifting his headband slightly to look at his new team with a single eye. His ever-present mask covered his face, and his shock of silver hair seemed to defy gravity. "You're late," Naruto blurted out, arms crossed in irritation. Kakashi merely raised an eyebrow, unfazed. "Ah, well, you see, there was this black cat in my path, and I had to take the long way around." Naruto opened his mouth to argue, but Sakura put a hand on his arm, giving him a pleading look. He let it go, but not without an exaggerated sigh. Kakashi gave them an unamused look. "All right, first things first. Why don't we introduce ourselves?" Sakura perked up. "Oh, I'll go first." She quickly went on to share a bit about herself, her likes, dislikes, and dreams, glancing shyly at Sasuke every now and then. Sasuke, in turn, gave a cool, vague answer about becoming stronger and fulfilling his personal goals. When it was Naruto's turn, he cleared his throat. "My name's Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, training, and my family. My dream is to become Hokage and to prove to everyone that I'm a shinobi they can respect." He clenched his fist, his resolve clear in his eyes. Kakashi nodded as he took in their introductions, his expression unreadable. "All right, tomorrow we'll have a test to see if you're truly ready to be genin." "A test?" Sakura asked, confused. "But we already passed the academy exams." Kakashi's eye curved into what they assumed was a smile. "Yes, but this is a different kind of test. One where most don't pass." Naruto felt a spark of excitement at the challenge. "Just you wait, Kakashi-sensei. I'll be the first to pass it with flying colors." Kakashi chuckled lightly, giving Naruto a measuring look. "We'll see about that. Be here at dawn tomorrow. And one last thing, don't eat breakfast. You'll only regret it." With that mysterious statement, Kakashi gave them a casual wave before disappearing in a puff of smoke. As soon as he was gone, Naruto looked at his teammates, determination lighting up his face. "We're going to nail this test, you guys. Just wait and see." Sasuke raised an eyebrow, his expression still calm but with a hint of competitive fire in his eyes. Sakura nodded, looking a bit more nervous but resolute. Tomorrow would be the first real test for Team 7, and Naruto knew it was his chance to make Kaido proud. The next morning, Naruto stood side by side with Sasuke and Sakura, facing Kakashi on the training grounds. The early dawn light cast long shadows, giving the scene an air of quiet intensity. Kakashi leaned casually against a tree, two small silver bells dangling from his fingers. "All right," Kakashi began, his lazy tone hiding a sharpness that Naruto didn't miss. "This is the bell test. The goal is simple. You need to get one of these bells from me. Those who don't will be sent back to the academy. And," he paused, his gaze sweeping over the three of them, "only two of you can pass." Naruto's eyes widened. The stakes were higher than he'd expected. He clenched his fists, feeling the resolve bubble up inside him. He wasn't going to let this test defeat him. Kakashi continued, "You have until noon. Use whatever means you need. Just remember, come at me with the intent to kill, or you'll have no chance." With a swift, almost dismissive movement, Kakashi hooked the bells onto his waistband. "All right then, begin." The three genins scattered into the surrounding trees, each finding cover in their own way. Naruto crouched low in the undergrowth, his mind racing. He knew Kakashi was no ordinary opponent, and he'd have to be smart. Recalling what he'd learned from his training with Kaido, Naruto began to formulate a strategy. Naruto whispered to himself, activating his Chimeragon, his single eye glowing with a soft, eerie light as it swirled to life. His mind recalled every scan he'd ever done, Kaito, Hiruzen, even small glimpses of villagers' stances and movements. He took a deep breath and summoned a small, dark clump of cells, molding it swiftly with his chakra into a clone of himself. The clone didn't need color this time. It just needed to mimic his movements exactly. Across the clearing, he spotted Sakura and Sasuke also watching Kakashi, both waiting for the right moment to strike. Naruto sent his clone forward, using it to test the waters. The clone leapt into the clearing, charging at Kakashi with a straight attack. Kakashi, seemingly disinterested, didn't move, just observing with an almost lazy eye. The clone threw a punch, and Kakashi blocked it easily, countering with a swift kick that sent it flying back. But Naruto was watching, and his real self took note of Kakashi's reflexes and timing. Alright, Naruto thought, a grin forming. Let's step it up a notch. He created another, larger clump of cells and carefully molded it with his chakra, making it take on the shape of a thick, durable rope. He looped it through the trees around the clearing, creating a network of nearly invisible tripline-like barriers. He positioned himself in a spot where he could quickly manipulate the setup, forming a web of traps around Kakashi. From the other side of the clearing, Sasuke hurled a shuriken at Kakashi, catching him off guard. Kakashi dodged the attack, shifting his focus momentarily, and Naruto seized the opportunity. He had his clone dart out, using the distraction to rush Kakashi from behind. The clone leapt forward, aiming for the bells, while Naruto himself used the chakra-infused rope to try and pull Kakashi's foot backward, forcing him to lose balance. Kakashi's eye narrowed as he sensed the trap closing in around him. With a quick flicker, he sidestepped, evading both the clone and the rope. He smirked. Interesting tactics, Naruto. You're thinking outside the box, I'll give you that. But Naruto wasn't done. He silently summoned a fresh batch of cells, molding them into thin, needle-like shapes. He threw them toward Kakashi from different angles, careful to keep a rhythm that would make them hard to predict. Kakashi raised his arms to deflect the needles, but as he did, Sakura jumped into the fray, rushing toward the bells from the opposite side. Naruto grinned, recognizing her timing as the perfect setup. Kakashi was forced to leap back, narrowly dodging her as she lunged for the bells. But in that instant, Sasuke appeared at Kakashi's blind spot, launching a fireball jutsu directly at him. Kakashi jumped back, dodging the flames by a hair. Naruto took a deep breath. Now was his chance. He closed his eyes briefly, focusing his Chimeragon on Kakashi's movements and mimicking the precise angle and speed Kakashi had used in his dodge. With a mental command, he urged his clone to mirror his movements perfectly. The clone darted in close to Kakashi, who seemed momentarily surprised by how in sync Naruto and his clone were moving. Naruto used this distraction to manipulate the rope he'd created, swinging it around Kakashi in a wide arc. Kakashi, caught off guard by the precision and speed, found himself trapped, the rope tangled around his legs. Naruto's clone lunged for the bells, stretching out a hand just as Kakashi regained his footing and broke free. But Naruto's real self was already moving. He appeared directly behind his clone, grabbing the bells with lightning speed before Kakashi could react. For a split second, Naruto felt the weight of the bells in his hand. His heart pounded in triumph. But Kakashi, in one fluid motion, grabbed his wrist and twisted it just enough to knock the bells out of his hand. With a soft sigh, Kakashi retrieved the bells, letting them dangle from his fingers once more. "Not bad," Kakashi said, clearly impressed. "Naruto, you used every tool at your disposal, and I'll admit you kept me on my toes. That eye of yours gives you a real edge. And the rest of you," he said, nodding to Sakura and Sasuke, "showed great teamwork in the end." Naruto's shoulders slumped a bit, but he couldn't help grinning at Kakashi's praise. They might not have gotten the bells, but he felt they'd earned some respect. Kakashi then turned serious. "I'll tell you what I see here. You three have potential, but you need to understand the purpose behind this test. It wasn't just about getting the bells. He looked at each of them in turn. It was about teamwork and understanding that, in a true mission, you succeed together or fail together. Sakura and Sasuke looked at each other, processing Kakashi's words. Naruto, catching on, nodded in understanding. Exactly. I wanted to see if you could think beyond yourselves, Kakashi continued, smiling beneath his mask. Because that's what it takes to be a true shinobi. Naruto's grin returned in full force as he looked to his teammates. They'd done it not just by testing their strength, but by working together. And as he looked at Kakashi, he knew that he'd finally earned the start of a new chapter. When Naruto reached home, the familiar warmth of the place washed over him, and his eyes lit up as he saw Kaido standing by their parents. His brother's presence filled the room, a calm but strong figure beside their mom and dad, who wore expressions of relief and pride. "Kaito!" Naruto shouted, running over and throwing his arms around his older brother. Kaido laughed, steadying himself as Naruto squeezed him tightly. "Good to see you too, little brother," Kaido said with a grin, patting Naruto's head. "I heard you had quite a day, huh?" Naruto pulled back, nodding eagerly. "Yeah, we did the bell test with Kakashi-sensei. I used everything I had, and even though we didn't get the bells, he said we did well as a team." His eyes sparkled with excitement, then grew serious as he looked up at Kaido. "But enough about me. Tell me about your mission. What happened out there?" Kaido exchanged a quick glance with their parents, then turned back to Naruto with a reassuring smile. All right, I'll tell you." He sat down at the table, gesturing for Naruto to sit beside him, and Naruto practically bounced into the seat, eyes wide with anticipation. "So," Kaido began, "our mission was to track down an enemy along the border, a man by the name of Orochimaru." Naruto's eyes went wide. He'd heard that name whispered before, tales of the dangerous rogue ninja who had once been a part of Konoha. Orochimaru? Really? Kaito nodded, his expression calm but serious. "Yes, he's powerful, Naruto, and he's known to have an interest in forbidden techniques. But we weren't there for a fight, we were tracking his movements, making sure he wasn't getting close to the village. Our mission was more about learning what we could and reporting back." Naruto leaned in closer. "So, did you find him?" "Not exactly," Kaito replied, a thoughtful look crossing his face. "But we did pick up signs that he'd been around. He's skilled at hiding his tracks, and we came across some strange markings and jutsu residue. That's how we knew he'd been near the border, but he vanished before we could get close enough to make contact." Naruto frowned, soaking in every word. "Sounds dangerous." Kaito smiled gently, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "It was, but that's the kind of danger we prepare for. And along the way, I met someone interesting, a man named Yuyu." "Yuyu?" Naruto asked, curiosity piqued. "Yes, he's a skilled tracker and a master of a unique ability that lets him analyze and mimic jutsu. He saw potential in my skills and gave me some ideas for how you might be able to use your abilities in new ways." Naruto's eyes lit up. "Really? What did he say?" Kaito chuckled, noticing Naruto's eagerness. "Yuyu said that with your Chimeragon, you could develop techniques that aren't just limited to copying cells and forming clones. He suggested you experiment with mixing different cell types, even from animals, to create new combinations of abilities. Imagine having a clone with a hawk's vision or the agility of a wildcat. He believes your eye could open a path for you to create unique abilities like no one has ever seen before." Naruto's mind raced at the possibilities. "Wow, that sounds amazing. I could make clones with special abilities. That would be so cool." Kaito nodded, his expression proud. "Exactly. And that's just the beginning, Naruto. The more you explore and train, the more you'll be able to do." Naruto was beaming with excitement. "I can't wait to try it out." Their mom stepped forward with a gentle smile, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "It's wonderful that you're both back safe and sound. Let's celebrate tonight, Kaito's first mission and Naruto's first day with his team." The family shared a warm meal together, laughing and sharing stories. Kaido told them more about his mission, explaining the stealth techniques he'd used and how he'd relied on his training to keep his team safe. Naruto listened, inspired and hanging on to every word. As the evening wound down, Kaido leaned down to Naruto, ruffling his hair. "Remember, little brother, you have something special. Use it wisely, and don't forget that you have a family here who'll always support you." Naruto nodded, smiling up at Kaido. "Thanks, Kaido. I'll make you all proud." As Naruto stepped into the hot shower, he let the steam relax his muscles, his mind still buzzing with all the new possibilities Kaido had shared with him. His Chimeragon glimmered faintly as he ran through potential techniques in his mind, pushing his creativity further. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if I could make a weapon right on my arm? Intrigued, Naruto extended a hand and focused his chakra. Slowly, he summoned a clump of cells from within, letting them swirl in his palm. With careful concentration, he molded them around his hand, forming a layer like a glove. A grin spread across his face as he felt the cells harden into a smooth, flexible coating. But he wasn't done. He focused a bit more, guiding the cells up his forearm, until the glove transformed into an entire armored sleeve. The surface began to thicken and grow sharper, and soon, spikes jutted out from his arm, forming a fierce-looking, spiked gauntlet. Naruto chuckled to himself, marveling at how natural it felt to manipulate the cells with such precision. The possibilities for this jutsu seemed endless. With a thought, he willed the cells to soften, watching as the spikes and armor melted away and reabsorbed back into his skin. It was like it had never been there at all. Satisfied, Naruto finished his shower, toweled off, and put on his pajamas. Crawling into bed, he felt a mix of excitement and pride. His family, his friends, and his new techniques. All of it was coming together, and he could feel himself growing stronger every day. As he lay there, Naruto's mind drifted to new techniques he could try, possibilities that pushed the boundaries of his abilities. But soon, the warmth and comfort of his bed lulled him into sleep, and his breathing slowed, drifting off into dreams of future adventures and the strength he would one day wield. Late into the night, while Naruto slept peacefully in his room, Kaido sat in the kitchen with his parents. The small lamp on the table cast a soft glow around them, but the mood was serious. Kaido looked from his mother to his father, concern evident in his eyes. "Kaido, what's on your mind?" his mother asked gently, noticing his tense expression. Kaido took a deep breath before answering. "It's about Naruto and his Chimeragon." He glanced toward Naruto's room, ensuring the door was still closed. "I've been thinking about the risks of him walking around with that eye always active. You both know as well as I do. It's different from anything we've ever seen." His father nodded, a serious look crossing his face. "The Chimeragon truly is unique. Naruto's developed such remarkable abilities, but they'll be noticed sooner or later. If the wrong people find out about the extent of his powers, they might see him as a threat." Kaido's mother looked down, her face clouded with worry. Yes, Kaido's right. Naruto's eye is more than just a Kekkai Genkai. It has abilities that resemble both the Sharingan and Byakugan, the ability to read and mimic others, as well as an almost limitless potential for adaptation. He can do things that the Uchiha and Hyuga can only imagine. Kaido nodded, his voice serious. "Exactly, but it's not just like theirs. It's a more. He can create sentient life, mold cells, absorb chakra, and potentially copy techniques. If people in the village or anyone outside it were to learn about his powers, they might see him as a danger or an asset to control." His father folded his hands on the table, looking contemplative. "We need to protect him, but we also need to help him learn to protect himself. Maybe it's time we start teaching him how to keep his abilities hidden, at least until he's stronger and more able to defend himself against those who would try to use him." Kaido nodded in agreement. "I can start working with him on ways to cloak his eye, teach him some genjutsu or sealing techniques to mask it when he's in public. That way, he can activate it only when he needs it and keep his real strength hidden. Their mother placed a gentle hand on Kaido's shoulder. It's good that he has you, Kaido. Naruto has so much potential, but he needs guidance and a family who understands him. He's always wanted to be a part of something, and with you as his brother, he'll have that. Kaido's resolve strengthened as he looked back at them. I'll protect him, and I'll make sure he grows up strong enough to protect himself too. With a shared understanding, they each resolved to help Naruto learn to control not only his abilities but the way he presented them to the world. They knew that one day, he'd face challenges beyond their imagination, but together, they would give him every chance to grow into the strong, resilient ninja they believed he could become. Naruto woke up at the crack of dawn, feeling refreshed and ready for the day. He quickly ate breakfast with his family, chatting happily with his mom and dad as he scarfed down rice and fish. Kaido was already out for the morning, and Naruto couldn't help but wonder what his brother was up to. After thanking his mom and dad, Naruto set out, making his way through the quiet village streets to the Hokage's office where he was set to meet his teammates. The early morning light was soft, and he felt an excited flutter in his chest. Today's mission will be great. When he arrived, he spotted Sakura and Sasuke already waiting at the entrance, both looking as eager as he was. Kakashi-sensei, as usual, was leaning against a nearby wall, reading his book, only glancing up when Naruto joined the group. All right, Team 7, Kakashi announced, tucking his book away. We've got a mission. It's a simple animal rescue. A farmer's sheep wandered off during the night. Our job is to track it down and bring it back safely. Let's move out. Naruto gave a determined nod, though he couldn't hide his slight disappointment. He had been hoping for something a bit more challenging. Nonetheless, he fell in with his teammates, ready to tackle the mission. Meanwhile, across the village, Kaido met up with Yu at a quiet tea shop near the training grounds. Yu was an intriguing figure, sharp-eyed, a bit older, with a quiet but intense demeanor. Kaido respected his knowledge of jutsu and tracking techniques and was glad for the chance to work with him again. Morning, Yu, Kaido greeted, sitting down across from him. Yu nodded, his face serious as he took a sip of his tea. Morning, Kaido. I thought it might be good to continue our discussion from the other day about Naruto's abilities. Kaido's expression grew thoughtful. I agree. The Chimeragon is remarkable, but it draws too much attention. I want to find ways for him to hide it until he's strong enough to defend himself from those who might misuse it. Yu nodded. A wise precaution. Naruto's potential is rare, even in a place like Konoha. But enough for now. I think today's mission will give you plenty to think about. They stood up, leaving the tea shop and heading toward the Hokage's office to receive their assignment. Inside, Hiruzen was already waiting, his calm eyes studying them as they approached. Kaido, Yu, he greeted. I have a mission for you both. There's a rogue shinobi reported near the border, suspected of committing multiple thefts from nearby villages. It's a C-rank mission, but reports say this rogue has some skill. Your job is to locate and neutralize him before he causes more trouble. Kaido nodded, and Yu gave a simple, understood, Lord Third. With the mission details in hand, they quickly prepared and headed out of the office. Kaido felt a thrill of anticipation. Hunting a rogue ninja, even one of moderate skill, was no easy task, but he was ready. This would be a real test of the skills he'd developed over the past few months. Meanwhile, Team 7's mission was turning out to be slightly more complicated than Naruto had expected. They had tracked the lost sheep through a dense section of the forest, following signs of trampled grass and faint wool snagged on bushes. Sasuke, focused as ever, scanned the area for any sign of movement. Sakura used her knowledge of tracking to point out subtle details that helped guide them in the right direction, while Naruto bounded ahead, his energy uncontainable. After an hour of searching, they finally spotted the sheep, grazing peacefully in a small clearing. Naruto dashed forward, calling out, "Got it! Hey, little guy, come on, let's go home." The sheep, however, was less enthusiastic, bleating in alarm and bounding away from him. Naruto froze, watching it disappear deeper into the woods. Kakashi chuckled, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Careful, Naruto. Sometimes it's better to let the target come to you. Try a quieter approach. With Kakashi's guidance, Naruto and his teammates eventually managed to corner the sheep and guide it back to the farm. It was a simple mission, but Naruto couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment as they returned the animal to its grateful owner. As the sun began to dip, Kaido and Yu Yu moved through the forest on the outskirts of the village, their senses on high alert. Yu Yu crouched down, inspecting the ground for signs of their target, while Kaido scanned the trees for movement. Finally, Yu Yu signaled, pointing to a series of faint tracks leading away from the village. They followed the trail quietly, their footsteps light on the forest floor. After several minutes, Kaido spotted a shadowy figure moving ahead, weaving between the trees. He and Yu Yu exchanged a nod, both understanding the plan without a word. Kaido would confront the rogue head-on while Yu Yu circled around to cut off any escape. In a flash, Kaido leapt forward, landing in front of the rogue shinobi, who spun around in alarm. The man had wild eyes and a nervous energy about him, his hand twitching toward a kunai at his waist. "End of the road," Kaido said coolly, positioning himself defensively. "Surrender now, and we'll make this quick." The rogue grinned, his eyes flashing with defiance. "Not a chance." He lunged forward, but Kaido was ready. With a swift block, he parried the rogue's attack, deflecting the kunai away and countering with a quick strike to his shoulder. The rogue staggered, but before he could recover, Yu Yu dropped down from the trees behind him, effectively trapping him. Kaido and Yu Yu coordinated their moves seamlessly, wearing the rogue down with precise, calculated attacks. After a brief struggle, the rogue realized he was outmatched, and with a resigned look, he dropped his weapon and raised his hands. Once they secured the rogue, Kaito and Yu Yu exchanged a look of satisfaction. They'd completed the mission smoothly, and Kaido couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This was the life he had trained for, the life he wanted to protect, and he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As they escorted the rogue back toward the village, Kaido's thoughts drifted back to Naruto and their conversation from the previous night. He made a mental note to share this experience with his brother and continue helping him grow, step by step. After completing his mission and escorting the rogue shinobi to the village authorities, Kaido made his way to the village ramen shop, Ichiraku, where he knew Naruto would likely be with his friends. Sure enough, as he approached, he saw Naruto laughing with Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata, all huddled around a steaming bowl of ramen. Kaido walked up and slid onto the stool next to Naruto, who looked up in surprise, then grinned widely. "Kaito, you're back," Naruto exclaimed, his excitement drawing the attention of his friends. "Kaito, huh?" Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, looking him up and down. "You never mentioned you had a brother, Naruto." "Oh yeah, my bad," Naruto said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "Guys, this is Kaito, my older brother. He just got back from a mission." Choji, in the middle of a bite, managed a friendly wave, while Hinata smiled shyly. Shikamaru gave Kaito an assessing look before nodding in greeting. "Nice to meet you, Kaito," Shikamaru said, giving a small nod. "If you're anything like Naruto, I'm guessing you're pretty strong." Kaito chuckled. "Nice to meet you guys too. Naruto's always telling me about his friends from the academy. It's good to finally put faces to the names." As they ate, Naruto animatedly filled Kaito in on his recent missions, chatting about everything from the sheep rescue to the bell test with Kakashi. Kaito listened intently, nodding along, occasionally exchanging amused glances with Naruto's friends. After they finished their meal, Kaito stood up, patting Naruto on the shoulder. "Naruto, how about we head to the training grounds for a bit? There's something I'd like to show you." Naruto perked up. "Yeah, let's go." At the training grounds, the two brothers walked to an open clearing, the grass swaying gently in the evening breeze. Kaido looked at Naruto, his expression serious but warm. "All right, Naruto," Kaido began. "We need to talk about the Chimeragon. You're getting stronger, and you've already learned to use your abilities in impressive ways. But if you're going to keep yourself safe, you need to learn how to keep that eye hidden." Naruto's expression shifted to one of curiosity. "You mean like so people won't see it?" "Exactly," Kaido nodded. "Your eye is unique, and if you keep it active and exposed, you're going to draw attention. Not everyone's going to see it as just another tool. Some people might see it as a threat. So, I want to teach you a trick, a way to mask the Chimeragon, so no one will know when it's active." Naruto listened intently, nodding. He could feel the weight of what Kaido was saying. This wasn't just another technique to master. This was about protecting himself and those close to him. Kaido took a step back and gestured to Naruto. "All right, close your eyes and focus on your Chimeragon. Feel its energy, the way it flows with your chakra." Naruto did as instructed, shutting his eyes and tuning into the familiar, unique sensation of his dojutsu. He could feel the hum of power behind his eyelid, the distinct warmth that was always there when the Chimeragon was active. "Now," Kaido continued, his voice steady, "visualize it dimming. Imagine the energy fading until it's almost invisible, like a small ember. You want to make it as small and faint as possible while still keeping it active." Naruto's brow furrowed in concentration as he tried to picture the energy of his eye shrinking, fading into the background. The chakra that once pulsed brightly now softened, and he could feel the presence of his Chimeragon recede, becoming less detectable. "Good," Kaido encouraged. "Now add a layer over it, almost like a disguise. Think of it like hiding behind a mask. You don't want anyone sensing what you're capable of unless you choose to reveal it." Naruto focused harder, layering his chakra over the Chimeragon. It was like he was wrapping his dojutsu in a protective veil, obscuring its presence from the outside. Slowly, he opened his eyes, looking to Kaido for confirmation. Kaido smiled, clearly impressed. "You did it, Naruto. I can barely sense it now." He reached out, ruffling Naruto's hair. "That's the key. With a bit of practice, you'll be able to mask it anytime you want, and no one will know what you're capable of until you're ready to show them." Naruto grinned up at him, feeling a new surge of confidence. "Thanks, big brother. I'll keep practicing it. I want to be able to protect everyone without them even knowing I'm doing it." Kaido placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, looking down at him with pride. "I know you will, Naruto. And remember, you're not alone in this. I'll be here to help you every step of the way." The two brothers shared a quiet moment before Naruto's grin broke the serious atmosphere. "Hey, Kaido, how about a spar to test out my stealth mode Chimeragon?" Kaido laughed, stepping back and dropping into a ready stance. "All right, Naruto, let's see what you've got." Naruto faced Kaido with a determined glint in his eye, his stance solid and steady. He took a deep breath, focusing on the energy coursing through him as he summoned a clump of cells into his hand, molding it into a smooth, gleaming glove. With an effort of will, he expanded the glove to cover his entire arm, forming a hardened layer of armor, sleek and spiked in places for added effect. Kaido's expression showed a mix of pride and challenge. His Sharingan flared to life, a single tomo spinning in each eye. Naruto noted the red glow, feeling the weight of his brother's gaze. He knew that facing the Sharingan would be no easy task, but he relished the opportunity to test his skill against it. "Ready, Naruto?" Kaido asked, a slight smirk on his face. Naruto nodded, grinning back. "Bring it on, big brother." Without further warning, Kaido formed quick hand seals, his Sharingan eyes never leaving Naruto. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A large sphere of blazing fire erupted from Kaido's mouth, hurtling toward Naruto with intense heat. Naruto braced himself, letting the armor spread further, covering both arms and fortifying his torso. He crossed his armored arms in front of him, absorbing the fireball head-on. The flames licked around the edges of his armor but barely singed his skin, the hardened shell protecting him from the worst of the heat. Naruto grinned, feeling the adrenaline spike. It worked. Kaido wasn't about to let up, though. With his Sharingan active, he could read Naruto's movements, anticipating his next steps. Kaido darted to the side, his speed amplified by his keen perception. He closed the distance between them quickly, his eyes tracking Naruto's every move. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto called out, summoning a handful of clones that leapt into action around him, each one identical to the original, armored in the same dark, spiked coating. The clones charged at Kaido, attacking from multiple angles. Kaido moved with precision, his Sharingan reading the clones' movements as he countered their attacks. He ducked under one clone's punch, sweeping his leg out to knock another off balance, then struck a third with an open palm blow, dispersing it in a puff of smoke. Earth style, Earth Wall Jutsu, Kaido called, slamming his hands into the ground. A solid wall of earth rose up between him and the remaining Naruto clones, blocking them momentarily. Kaido used the opportunity to reposition, dashing around the side to gain an angle on Naruto. Naruto, anticipating Kaido's move, dissolved his armor and shifted it quickly, molding the cells into the shape of a shield on his left arm. As Kaido came around the earth wall, Naruto raised his shield, blocking Kaido's strike just in time. Nice reflexes, Kaido praised, stepping back with a gleam of approval in his eyes. Naruto smirked, keeping his stance low and shield raised. I've got more, big bro. In an instant, he reshaped the cells on his arm, extending them out into a spiked lance. He thrust it forward with speed, aiming for Kaido's chest. Kaido dodged to the side, his Sharingan allowing him to move just out of the lance's range. Kaido's hands flashed through another set of seals. Lightning style, Lightning Fong. He extended his arm, a sharp, crackling line of electricity launching from his fingertips straight at Naruto. The electricity was fast, crackling with raw power as it shot through the air. Naruto didn't flinch. He let the cells around his hand morph into an insulating layer, thickening to absorb the brunt of the lightning strike. He could feel the charge crackling around his arm, but the special nature of his Chimeragon cells helped dissipate the impact. The electricity danced across his form before fizzling out. Undeterred, Naruto quickly dissolved the cells again, shifting them into a compact shield across his chest before advancing on Kaido. Kaido smiled, clearly impressed by Naruto's mastery over his unique ability. He prepared his next move, forming hand seals with rapid precision. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A swirling dragon of water formed in the air beside Kaido, twisting and coiling before lunging at Naruto with force. Naruto reacted instinctively, reshaping the cells to cover his entire body in a protective shell, bracing himself against the oncoming water dragon. The powerful stream collided with him, but Naruto held his ground, digging in as the water splashed around him, barely breaking his stance. As the water dragon dissipated, Naruto dropped the armor, letting the cells disperse. He took a deep breath, feeling both exhilarated and drained from the intense sparring. Kaido, looking impressed, nodded approvingly. You're really getting the hang of it, Naruto. Being able to manipulate the armor on the fly like that, it's impressive. You've got power and adaptability. Naruto grinned, his exhaustion evident but his eyes shining with pride. Thanks, Kaido. With a teacher like you, I've got to keep up. Kaido chuckled and ruffled Naruto's hair. I've got to say, Naruto, you're ready for whatever challenges come your way. Just remember, don't let anyone see the Chimeragon unless absolutely necessary. Naruto nodded, taking the advice seriously. Got it, big brother. I'll be careful. The brothers walked back toward home as the sun set, the bond between them stronger than ever. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Naruto and Kaido arrived back at the house, both feeling the weight of their intense training session. Naruto's exhaustion was palpable, and as they stepped through the door, He let out a heavy sigh. I gotta say, Kaido. Naruto slumped onto the couch, wiping the sweat from his brow. That eye thing? It's really draining me. I'm having to concentrate so hard to keep it hidden. Kaido watched him closely, his brow furrowed as he considered his brother's words. It made sense. The Chimeragon was powerful, and Naruto was still adapting to controlling it. Keeping it hidden while in the midst of combat, on top of all the other techniques he used, was bound to take a toll. You know, Kaido said thoughtfully, you're right. Hiding your eye like that, especially under stress, can be exhausting. We need a better way to help you keep it concealed without draining you every time. Naruto looked up, intrigued. Yeah? You've got an idea. Kaido grinned. I think so. Instead of relying on your concentration to hide it all the time, what if we used the cells themselves to make clothes? And not just any clothes, but something that can act as a permanent barrier to conceal your eye and chakra. Naruto's eyes lit up. You mean like a cloak or something? Exactly, Kaido said, walking over to a nearby workbench where Naruto often practiced manipulating his cells. But let's take it a step further. What if you had something specific for your eye, a kind of eye patch made from cells? That way, it's always in place, no matter what. Naruto tilted his head, curious. An eye patch? Yep, Kaido nodded. It could function as both a physical and chakra-based concealment. By integrating the cells into the fabric, we can give it properties that absorb and redirect chakra, preventing anyone from sensing the Chimeragon. And the eye patch itself can act as a constant shield for your eye. Naruto grinned, excitement bubbling up. That sounds amazing. It'd be way easier than having to concentrate all the time. Kaido chuckled. Exactly. Let's get to work. The two brothers spent the rest of the evening in a flurry of activity, Kaido offering guidance as Naruto began shaping the cells into various layers. He crafted the eye patch first, focusing on making it form tightly around his eye without being too constricting. The cells were carefully woven into a solid, yet flexible material. Naruto felt the patch take shape, and when he finally held it up to the light, it looked simple, black fabric with intricate patterns etched into the surface, but it exuded a certain power. This feels like it'll work, Naruto said, inspecting it closely. Give it a try, Kaido said with a smile. Let's see if it works as we think. Naruto carefully placed the eye patch over his Chimeragon, and as soon as it touched his skin, he felt the familiar hum of energy course through it. The patch seemed to resonate with the power of his eye, as if it was absorbing the energy and locking it away. He closed his eye and felt the usual drain of effort fade away. He opened his eye again, but this time, he didn't feel the familiar exertion of forcing the Chimeragon into hiding. Instead, the patch seemed to mask it perfectly, keeping it locked away without the usual mental strain. Whoa, Naruto said, his voice filled with awe. This is amazing. I can feel it's still there, but it's not even there anymore. Kaido's smile was wide with satisfaction. The cells are working as a buffer, making sure the Chimeragon stays dormant without draining your chakra, and the eye patch is physically concealing it so no one will even be able to see the change in your eye. Naruto bounced in place, clearly excited by the new discovery. I can wear this all the time and not worry about it. Exactly, Kaido said, pleased with the results. And it's not just the eye patch. You can start creating different clothes, too. Maybe a cloak or a jacket to match. The beauty of your ability is that you can adapt and adjust to whatever you need. Naruto nodded eagerly. This is going to make everything so much easier. Kaido looked at him with a grin. We're just getting started, little brother. As the night wore on, Naruto continued experimenting, creating more pieces of clothing out of the cells. He made a jacket, a pair of gloves, and even pants, all infused with the same chakra-absorbing properties that made the eye patch so effective. He marveled at how effortlessly the Chimeragon remained concealed, allowing him to focus on other techniques without worrying about exposing his eye. By the time he finally finished for the night, Naruto felt a sense of accomplishment he hadn't felt before. He wasn't just relying on his natural talents anymore. He was using his abilities to enhance his entire approach to being a ninja. "Thanks, Kaido," Naruto said, looking up at his older brother with gratitude. "This is going to make everything so much easier. I won't have to worry about hiding my eye in battle anymore." Kaido ruffled Naruto's hair affectionately. "You're welcome, Naruto. Just remember, keep your abilities in check and always be ready for what's coming next. You've got a lot of potential, and I want to see you unlock it all." Naruto beamed. "I will, I promise." With that, the two brothers shared a quiet moment of mutual respect and camaraderie, knowing that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. The morning sun filtered through the curtains of Kaido's room, casting a warm glow over the floor. Kaido stirred slightly, the quiet sounds of the village outside signaling the start of another day. He got up from his bed, moving silently as he dressed in his usual attire. Today felt different. Today he would leave the village for a week-long mission. He hadn't mentioned it to Naruto yet, wanting to keep things light and focused on his younger brother's progress with the Chimeragon and his training. After a quick breakfast with their parents, Kaido left the house. He moved quickly through the streets, his mind already focused on the mission ahead. The Hokage's office was the first stop, and as he entered the building, he was greeted by the sight of several other shinobi awaiting their orders. "Ah, Kaido, good to see you," Hokage Hiruzen called from his desk, a slight smile on his face. "I have a new mission for you." Kaido nodded, stepping forward. "What's the mission, Hokage-sama?" Hiruzen handed him a folder, its contents sealed. "It's a week-long reconnaissance mission. You'll be working with a new team of shinobi. Your objective is to gather intelligence on rogue movements near the Land of Rivers, where there have been reports of missing Nin organizing in the region. You'll need to stay hidden, blend in with the locals, and gather as much information as you can without being noticed." Kaido scanned the folder quickly, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. "Understood. Who will I be working with?" Hiruzen motioned to the others in the room. 3 shinobi stood to the side, waiting. One was a tall man with long black hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing a tactical vest and a serious expression. Another was a woman with short, dark hair and an air of quiet determination, while the third, a younger man with messy blonde hair, was shifting his weight nervously from foot to foot. "This is your team," Hiruzen said, gesturing to each in turn. Taro, a skilled tracker, Mika, an expert in stealth and reconnaissance, and Shin, who specializes in ninjutsu and close combat. "You'll be working together to complete this mission." Kaito nodded to each of them. "Sounds like a good team. I'll keep an eye on everyone's back." Taro, the tracker, spoke first, his voice deep and steady. "We'll need your experience, Kaido. The area we're heading to isn't exactly welcoming." Mika smiled slightly, her eyes glinting with curiosity. "We'll manage. I've worked with a few Umbu in the past." Shin, the youngest of the group, gave a small, nervous wave. "I'm sure we'll get along. I'll do my best, Kaido-san." Kaido gave them all a nod of approval. "Let's make sure we do things by the book, stay low, and keep each other safe. We're in this together." With a final nod to the Hokage, Kaido turned toward the door, his new team following closely behind. He could feel the weight of the mission ahead but wasn't fazed. This was just another day in the life of a shinobi. He trusted his skills and his ability to lead. As the group left the Hokage's office, they made their way through the village, ready to begin their journey. Kaido's mind shifted to the mission. Though he had his own reasons for joining the mission, he was also concerned about leaving Naruto alone for the week. His younger brother had come so far in his training, and Kaido knew this time away could be a test for him, both physically and emotionally. As they moved through the village gates, Kaido glanced back at the village, his eyes scanning for any sign of his brother. He didn't see him but knew Naruto would be fine. "I'll be back soon," Kaido thought, mentally reassuring himself. Naruto's stronger than he gives himself credit for. The team made their way quickly to the designated drop-off point outside the village, ready for the week-long mission ahead. As they prepared for the journey, Kaido took one last look at his teammates and made a mental note to guide them through the difficult terrain and encounters they might face. They'd be tested, but he knew that they could handle it. For now, the only thing that mattered was the mission ahead and keeping his team and his village safe. The journey to the land of rivers was far from easy, and the tension within Kaido's team had been palpable since they arrived. Their mission was clear: gather intelligence on rogue shinobi in the region. But as they ventured deeper into enemy territory, it became clear that these rogue shinobi were not to be taken lightly. They weren't the only ones with something to prove. It wasn't long before Kaido's team was ambushed by 4 rogue shinobi, their movements sharp and deliberate, surrounding the group with deadly precision. The leader, a tall, cold-eyed man, stood at the front, flanked by 2 heavily muscled warriors and a quick, agile woman. Kaido's team immediately went on alert, each shinobi preparing for battle. But the rogue leader was quick to strike, launching the first assault. "We'll make this quick," the leader sneered, eyeing Kaido. "You Umbu think you're untouchable. Let's see how you handle real shinobi." Kaido's eyes narrowed, his Sharingan flaring to life. "Stay sharp," he ordered his team. "They're more dangerous than they look." The battle began with lightning speed. The woman lunged at Mika, slashing with a kunai, while the 2 muscled rogues charged toward Taro and Shin. Kaido stood his ground, watching as the rogue group moved like a well-oiled machine, each member perfectly synchronizing their attacks. Without hesitation, Kaido moved in, his Sharingan tracking the movements of the first rogue attacker. With a swift flick of his wrist, Kaido unleashed his fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. The ball of fire shot forward, exploding toward one of the rogues advancing on Mika. The rogue dodged, but just barely, as the flames singed the edges of his cloak. Kaido smirked, his mind calculating the next move as he continued to observe their opponent's weaknesses. The battle intensified as Kaido's team was divided. Mika was holding her own against the woman, using her speed and agility to keep her at bay. Taro, however, was in trouble. He was engaged with one of the heavily muscled rogues, whose strength and brute force overwhelmed Taro's defense. The rogue moved in for the kill, but Kaido's eyes sharpened, and in an instant, he was there. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. A barrage of smaller fireballs erupted from Kaido's mouth, hitting the rogue just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow to Taro. The rogue staggered, distracted, but he quickly recovered and turned to face Kaido, his eyes narrowing in challenge. "You're quick, but not quick enough," the rogue growled. The air crackled with tension as Kaido faced the rogue directly. He activated his Sharingan, his eyes now able to track every minute movement of his opponent. The rogue was fast, but Kaido was faster. In a blur of motion, Kaido closed the distance, using his body flicker technique to outmaneuver the rogue. As he reappeared behind him, he placed a kunai to the rogue's throat, but the rogue grinned, twisting his body with unnatural flexibility. He threw a kunai in Kaido's direction, forcing him to leap back. At that moment, one of the other rogue shinobi struck. With a brutal blow, he knocked Taro to the ground. Blood sprayed from his chest as he fell to the ground, his lifeless body making a sickening thud against the dirt. "No!" Kaido shouted, his Sharingan burning with intensity. Rage boiled within him, but he quickly focused, controlling his emotions. The rogue group wasn't finished. With Taro down, the remaining 3 rogue shinobi pressed their advantage, but Kaido had no intention of losing anyone else. His body pulsed with chakra as he formed a series of hand seals. Wind style, Gale Palm. A powerful gust of wind shot from his hands, knocking one of the remaining rogues back several feet. Kaido didn't wait to see the results. He moved in with incredible speed, attacking with swift, precise strikes. His Sharingan was spinning, analyzing each of the rogues' movements as he dodged, blocked, and countered their attacks. Kaido's mind worked in overdrive, analyzing his enemy's battle styles. He quickly deduced that the rogue leader was a taijutsu specialist, using brute force and aggressive techniques to overwhelm his opponents. The woman was quick and skilled in close-quarters combat, while the two muscled men relied on strength and endurance. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Kaido launched another fireball, forcing one of the rogues to retreat. He didn't pause to celebrate his success. His mind never stopped calculating. Shin, still fighting for his life against the other rogue, was starting to falter. The rogue had him pinned down, a sword at his throat. Kaido couldn't afford to wait any longer. He made his move. Fire style, Fire Dragon Jutsu. The enormous flame dragon roared to life, slamming into the rogue and engulfing him in fire. The rogue screamed, trying to escape, but Kaido's attack was too overwhelming. As the fire cleared, only a charred body remained. The remaining rogue leader, realizing he was outmatched, growled in frustration. "This isn't over, Ambu. You'll regret crossing us." The rogue hissed, before disappearing into the trees, his remaining comrades vanishing with him. Kaido stood still for a moment, catching his breath. He moved to Taro's body, kneeling beside him. The weight of the loss settled heavily on his chest, but there was no time to mourn. "We lost him," Mika whispered, her voice trembling. Kaido didn't respond immediately. He let out a slow breath, his mind still focused on the task at hand. "We finished this mission," Kaido said finally, his voice steady. "For Taro." With that, the team moved forward, more determined than ever to complete their mission, despite the painful loss. The rogue shinobi had been stronger than expected, but Kaido had proven himself capable, and he would make sure his team carried on, no matter the cost. Kaido stood on the edge of the dense forest, his Sharingan still spinning in his eyes as he surveyed the area. The rogue shinobi leader had been clever, but Kaido was more than capable of tracking him down. The tips that Yu had given him echoed in his mind as he prepared for the final confrontation. He could feel the air shift around him, the forest holding its breath as Kaido began to move, his senses heightened. He wasn't just relying on his Sharingan. He had learned from Yu that a shinobi's true strength lies in reading the battlefield, in understanding the flow of the fight before it happens. "He's close," Kaido muttered to himself, scanning the trees and the ground beneath his feet. The leader wouldn't be foolish enough to run. He was the kind of shinobi who would stand and fight when cornered. Suddenly, Kaido's sharp eyes detected a flicker of movement in the trees ahead. The rogue leader, still heavily injured from the earlier battle, was attempting to hide his presence, but Kaido could already see through his attempts. With his Sharingan activated, every movement, every muscle twitch was visible to him. He wasn't going to get away. Without hesitation, Kaido launched himself forward, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye with his body flicker technique. The rogue shinobi turned just as Kaido arrived, eyes wide with realization that he had been found. "Not so fast," Kaido said coldly, his eyes locking onto the rogues. The leader stood tall, ready to fight despite the disadvantage. His chest was heaving, his breath labored from their earlier skirmish, but he was still dangerous. "I see you're persistent, brat," the rogue leader sneered, throwing a kunai towards Kaido. With a swift motion, Kaido dodged, the kunai whizzing past him, and closed in even faster. He had learned a great deal from Yu, how to focus not only on speed and precision but also on timing. When facing an opponent stronger than you, the key was to outsmart them, not just overpower them. The rogue leader lunged with a powerful punch, aiming directly at Kaido's head. Kaido's Sharingan flared, allowing him to predict the movement before the leader even moved. In an instant, he ducked low, avoiding the strike and sweeping his leg to take the leader's feet out from under him. The rogue stumbled, but quickly recovered, jumping back into a defensive stance. Kaido grinned, his stance relaxed but alert. "I can see everything you're going to do. You've got nowhere to run." The rogue growled and, with a roar, charged at Kaido with a series of rapid strikes. His punches and kicks were fast, but Kaido's Sharingan tracked them easily. Each move felt like slow motion, and Kaido dodged and parried with precise movements, his body almost flowing with the rhythm of the rogue's attacks. Kaido's eyes were sharp, focusing not just on his opponent's body but on his intent. This is where Yu Yu's teachings come into play, he thought, his body moving as if it already knew the outcome. Instead of blocking every strike, he began to use his opponent's momentum against him, allowing the rogue's own force to wear him down. Kaido feigned an opening, lowering his guard slightly, baiting the rogue to strike. The leader took the bait, sending a powerful roundhouse kick toward Kaido's head. But Kaido was already prepared. At the last second, he shifted his body, using the rogue's momentum to twist him into the air. In that brief moment of imbalance, Kaido struck. His fist collided with the rogue's chest with explosive force, knocking the wind out of him. Before the rogue could react, Kaido grabbed his arm and twisted it behind his back, pinning him to the ground. "I told you," Kaido said, breathing heavily but focused, "you're out of options." The rogue leader gritted his teeth, struggling against Kaido's hold. His breathing was labored, his body drenched in sweat. But Kaido could feel it, the fight had drained him. The rogue had nothing left. "End of the line," Kaido said, his voice cold. With one fluid motion, he slammed his knee into the rogue's back, forcing him to the ground, then spun him around to face him. Kaido's fist rose for the final blow. But he paused, his Sharingan eye burning as he considered the rogue's life. The man had caused so much death and suffering, but Kaido wasn't like him. He wasn't a killer for the sake of it. "Don't make me kill you," Kaido said quietly, but firmly, his fist hovering inches from the rogue's face. The rogue didn't respond. There was nothing left in him. He was beaten. With a deep breath, Kaido withdrew his hand. "Go back to your village," he ordered. "Get help. This is the only chance I'm giving you." The rogue, exhausted and beaten, nodded weakly. Kaido rose to his feet, his hand resting on the kunai pouch at his hip. "Leave now before I change my mind." The rogue leader didn't say a word. He staggered to his feet, clutching his side, and limped away into the woods, disappearing into the shadows. Kaido stood there for a moment, staring at the empty space where the rogue had been. His mind raced, processing everything that had just happened. The battle had been brutal, but in the end, Kaido had learned something vital about himself. He wasn't just the brother of Naruto Uzumaki anymore. He wasn't just some tool for the village. He had the power to make choices, to decide when to kill and when to show mercy. It was a lesson he would never forget. With a deep breath, Kaido turned and walked away, heading back toward the village. His mission was over, but his journey had only just begun. Kaido moved with purpose, his eyes scanning the forest floor as he followed the trail of blood left behind by the rogue shinobi. His Sharingan flared, enhancing his already sharp senses, and he easily traced the path the man had taken after their battle. The rogue had barely been able to stand, let alone run, so Kaido knew that the man wouldn't have gotten far. As he pushed deeper into the woods, Kaido's thoughts drifted to Naruto. His brother had been excited about his own missions, but Kaido knew that the weight of the work and the responsibilities that came with being a shinobi would eventually settle in. Even Naruto, with his boundless energy, would grow frustrated with the monotony of simple tasks. It was just a matter of time. Kaido's focus snapped back to the task at hand as he spotted the rogue shinobi lying in a crumpled heap at the base of a large tree. Blood seeped from his side, and he was unconscious, likely from the injuries he'd sustained earlier. Kaido sighed, approaching carefully, knowing that the man was still dangerous despite being incapacitated. He knelt down, checking the rogue's pulse, weak but still alive. Satisfied that the man wouldn't be a threat for now, Kaido summoned chains from the chakra-infused cells he'd learned to control. The chains snaked from his hands, wrapping around the rogue's limbs to prevent him from escaping. Once the man was securely bound, Kaido stood and surveyed the area. The journey back to Konoha would be long, but it would be the quickest option. The rogue wouldn't last much longer without medical attention, and Kaido needed to get him back to the village as soon as possible. It took 3 long days for Kaido and his team to return to Konoha, traveling cautiously through forests and over rivers. The rogue remained unconscious for most of the journey, the chains keeping him from slipping away. Kaido kept watch over him, as did the rest of the team, ensuring that nothing else went wrong. On the 3rd day, they finally arrived at the village gates. The Umbu were waiting to take custody of the rogue shinobi, their leader giving Kaido a brief nod of acknowledgement before taking the man into their custody. With that, Kaido's mission was officially complete. A new rank. A few hours later, Kaido was standing in front of the Hokage's desk, his shoulders straight and his face as calm as ever. The room was quiet, save for the soft shuffling of papers and the occasional scratch of a pen against parchment. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from his desk, a slight smile on his lips as he examined the young shinobi standing before him. "Well done, Kaido," Hiruzen said, his voice warm but filled with authority. "You've proven yourself to be an invaluable asset to the village. Your performance on this mission was outstanding, and your ability to handle such a dangerous situation speaks volumes about your skill." Kaido gave a respectful bow. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen's gaze softened slightly. "In light of your efforts and considering the skill you've demonstrated, I'm pleased to inform you that you've been promoted to Jonin, effective immediately." Kaido's eyes widened for just a fraction of a second before he masked his surprise with a neutral expression. He had known this was coming, but hearing it from the Hokage made it official. "Jonin? Thank you, Hokage-sama," Kaido replied, a genuine sense of pride swelling within him. This was a milestone, a recognition of everything he had worked for. Hiruzen stood up, extending a hand to Kaido. "Congratulations. I trust you'll continue to represent Konoha with the same diligence and resolve that you've shown thus far." Kaido shook the Hokage's hand firmly, a small smirk tugging at his lips. "I won't disappoint you, Hokage-sama." Homecoming. After the ceremony, Kaido made his way back to his apartment, eager to see Naruto. He hadn't seen his younger brother in days, and while he'd been focused on the mission, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty about leaving him alone for so long. As he walked into the door, he was greeted by the sound of Naruto's loud voice carrying from the living room. It was unmistakable. "Mom, Dad, I swear, if I have to do another simple mission, I'm going to lose it. I'm a Jonin in training. I should be getting more serious assignments." Kaido couldn't help but chuckle as he stepped into the living room, watching his younger brother rant about how tired he was of the academy-level missions he'd been receiving. Naruto was pacing back and forth, his face flushed with frustration. "Simple missions? Sounds like someone's gotten a bit too comfortable," Kaido teased, leaning against the doorway with his arms crossed. Naruto froze mid-sentence and turned toward his older brother, eyes widening in surprise. "Kaido!" he exclaimed, his frustration quickly turning into excitement. "You're back, and you're smiling? What's going on?" Kaido grinned, a look of satisfaction on his face. "I've got some news," he said, walking toward the table where their parents were seated, watching the interaction with amused smiles. "I was promoted to Jonin today." Naruto's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "What? Jonin already? You're kidding me, and I'm still stuck with these boring missions." Their parents exchanged a knowing glance, clearly proud of their sons. "I'm proud of you, Kaido," their mother said warmly, standing up to give him a hug. "You've earned this." Kaido smiled, returning the embrace before turning his attention back to Naruto, who was still looking a bit sulky. "Don't worry, Naruto. You're next, and in the meantime, you should enjoy these missions while you can. They're a lot less complicated than what's coming your way," Kaido said with a wink. Naruto groaned but nodded. Yeah, but seriously, if I'm not fighting some crazy strong ninja soon, I might lose my mind." Kaido chuckled. "Give it time, little brother. There's always something more challenging on the horizon." But as Naruto's gaze flickered toward the window, lost in thought, Kaido knew that the day would come soon enough when Naruto would be forced to face the true weight of being a shinobi, just as he had. The brothers shared a look of understanding, each knowing that their paths were only just beginning to diverge. For now, though, they had their family, their bond, and a moment of peace together before the storm of missions and battles began anew. Naruto woke up early, the familiar warmth of his bed making it hard to leave. His mind was still buzzing from yesterday's conversation with Kaito about hiding his Chimeragon. But today was a new day. It was the start of a fresh mission, and Naruto could feel the energy building in him. The boredom from the past few days was gone. Today, his team was getting a real mission. He rolled out of bed, quickly dressed, and joined his family for breakfast. His parents had already prepared a hearty meal, though they were still acting cautious with Naruto's unique abilities. They had talked about the Chimeragon and how Naruto's abilities were becoming more powerful, yet still unpredictable. Still, they were always supportive, even if they didn't completely understand the scope of his power. Naruto's big brother, Kaido, was still away on a mission, but Naruto had been training hard with him when he was home. He smiled thinking about Kaido's training sessions. His brother was incredibly skilled, and their bond had only grown stronger. His parents, of course, made sure Naruto was always cared for, and they were the reason he had the strength to keep pushing forward. After breakfast, Naruto kissed his mom and dad on the cheek and headed out, eager to meet his team. At the Hokage office, Naruto met up with his team, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, at the village gates. The sun had just started to rise, casting a warm golden light on the streets. Naruto was excited to get started. His mind raced with thoughts of what the mission could be. Was it something exciting? Something dangerous? He quickly put those thoughts aside as he entered the Hokage's office with his team. Hiruzen Sarutobi greeted them with a smile, but his expression shifted slightly when he noticed Naruto's intense energy. He chuckled warmly and handed Kakashi a scroll. "I've got a mission for you all. It's an escort mission. Nothing too dangerous, just an important assignment to take a bridge builder named Tazuna safely to the Land of Waves." Naruto's face dropped a little, and he looked over at Sasuke, who shared his expression of mild disappointment. Escort missions weren't exactly the thrilling assignments they were hoping for. Sakura, however, seemed more enthusiastic, though it wasn't hard to tell that she too had hoped for something more exciting. Naruto wasn't one to hide his feelings. Another escort mission? Seriously? We're way too strong for that, he muttered under his breath, but loud enough for everyone to hear. He quickly added, "We've done these kinds of missions 100 times. Can't we get something more challenging?" Kakashi glanced at him, a small smile forming beneath his mask. "I see your point, Naruto, but every mission is important, no matter how small." Naruto crossed his arms. "I get that, but we've been doing simple stuff for weeks now. I'm getting tired of it. We're ready for something more dangerous." Sasuke smirked and raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were always about being on top, Naruto. Don't go getting impatient now." Hiruzen smiled, his eyes twinkling behind his glasses. "Well, this mission may not be the most exciting on the surface, but you'll be traveling to the Land of Waves, and there's more going on there than you might expect. Trust me, this won't be just a simple escort mission." With a nod, Kakashi took the mission scroll and rolled it up. "All right, team, let's get ready. You'll leave immediately. The mission begins." The team left the village gates and began their journey to the Land of Waves. As they walked, Naruto's impatience never fully faded, but he was determined to make the most of the situation. He'd show everyone that he was ready for something bigger, and today was the start of proving it. Tazuna, the bridge builder they were supposed to escort, was a tall man with rough features. He didn't seem like much of a fighter, but he was the key to rebuilding a critical bridge for the Land of Waves. As they traveled, Naruto couldn't help but wonder why a bridge builder would need such a powerful team to guard him. As the day went on, Naruto continued to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. He felt something wasn't right. The area seemed too quiet. The landscape, though beautiful, had an odd stillness to it. That night, while setting up camp, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. He stood on the edge of the camp, using his Chimeragon to scan the area. His enhanced senses picked up on distant figures lurking in the shadows. "Something's off," Naruto muttered under his breath. "We should be on guard." Sasuke, who had been silently observing the surroundings, nodded. "You're right. It's too quiet. They're out there." Kakashi, who had been keeping watch, noticed the tension in the air. He stepped forward. "Everyone stay sharp. We'll need to keep moving in the morning. The sooner we get Tazuna to the land of waves, the better." Ambush. The next day, as they continued their journey, the team was ambushed. A group of skilled rogue ninjas emerged from the mist, and Naruto instantly recognized the situation. This wasn't going to be a standard escort mission after all. He grinned, his Chimeragon glowing faintly in his eye as he prepared himself for the fight. The leader of the rogue ninjas, a tall figure cloaked in shadows, sneered at them. "You think you can protect the bridge builder? This area is under the control of the criminal syndicate known as Gato. You'll die here." Kakashi's expression grew serious. "Everyone stay close. We're taking these guys down fast." Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura quickly readied themselves, but Naruto was already thinking ahead. He had been waiting for an opportunity to show off his abilities, and this was it. As the rogue ninjas attacked, Naruto summoned a clump of cells, pulling from his Chimeragon's vast database of knowledge. The cells morphed into weapons, shields, and even defensive formations. He took control of the cells like a master sculptor. "Let's do this," Naruto muttered as he sent a wave of his summoned cells into battle. A bladed weapon formed in his hand, a flexible weapon that he manipulated like an extension of himself. With speed and precision, he cut through the rogue ninja's defenses, his Chimeragon guiding his every move. Sasuke was quick to use his Sharingan, cutting through the enemy ranks with his well-timed attacks. Sakura, for all her determination, struggled a bit but managed to help where she could. The rogue ninjas were stronger than Naruto had anticipated, but his newly honed skills and strategic thinking gave him the upper hand. He focused on cutting off their escape routes, forcing them into a trap. The leader of the rogue ninjas, seeing their defeat inevitable, snarled and tried to flee, but Naruto was faster. He summoned more cells, creating a set of chains that wrapped around the man, dragging him to the ground. With the leader subdued, Kakashi arrived, ready to take control of the situation. "Good job, everyone," he said, nodding to Naruto in particular. Naruto, breathing heavily but satisfied, gave a grin. "Told you we were too strong for this mission. Glad I could prove it." Kakashi chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "All right, now let's finish this and get Tazuna to his destination." A new challenge. Later, as they continued their journey, Naruto felt his confidence growing. They'd handled the ambush well, and now it felt like they were truly ready for anything. The team's bond was strengthening, and even Tazuna, though surprised by the turn of events, seemed to trust them more. Naruto knew deep down that this mission wasn't just an ordinary escort mission. It was a sign that their true challenges were beginning. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting a shadowy glow over the path as Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Tazuna continued deeper into the land of waves. The mist around them thickened with each step, an eerie silence blanketing the area. Naruto's senses were on high alert, his Chimeragon glowing softly in his eye as he scanned the surroundings. Just as the silence became unbearable, a dark figure emerged from the mist. Clad in a black cloak and wielding an enormous sword, the man's presence radiated danger. Naruto's heart raced as he realized who he was up against: Zabuza Momochi, one of the legendary 7 swordsmen of the mist. Well, Zabuza sneered, his voice low and chilling. "You're the ones escorting this bridge builder? This will be easier than I thought." Kakashi stepped forward, raising his headband to reveal his Sharingan. "Zabuza Momochi, I knew Gato wouldn't give up so easily. Team, stay sharp. Sasuke and Naruto moved into defensive stances, exchanging a quick glance. Sasuke's Sharingan activated, his eyes narrowing as he studied Zabuza's movements. Naruto, meanwhile, was formulating a plan in his mind, the gears turning as he assessed every aspect of the situation. Naruto took a deep breath, his Chimeragon analyzing Zabuza's chakra pattern. He copied a portion of Zabuza's cells and quickly molded a clump of them in his hand. Concentrating, he transformed it into a weapon, a sword that mimicked Zabuza's own massive blade. His grin widened as he hefted it, feeling the power of his new weapon. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Are you seriously going to try to match him in brute strength? Naruto just smirked. Not exactly. Watch and learn. The fight begins. Zabuza charged forward, his blade slicing through the mist like a shadowy viper. Naruto swung his newly created sword to meet the attack. Their blades clashed with a powerful crack, and Naruto felt the force reverberate through his arms. Despite the strain, he maintained his footing, pushing back with determination. Zabuza laughed, clearly amused. Not bad, kid, but you're still out of your league. Naruto grinned. Maybe, but I learn fast. Sasuke, seizing the opportunity, darted forward with a kunai in hand. He coordinated his movements with Naruto, darting in whenever Zabuza seemed focused on Naruto's attacks. The two of them worked in sync, creating an accidental rhythm between them as they adapted to each other's movements. Kakashi watched, his eye widening slightly. They're actually working together? Sakura's jaw dropped. I didn't think Naruto and Sasuke could cooperate like this. Every time Zabuza tried to focus on one of them, the other would move in to disrupt his stance, forcing him into defensive positions. Sasuke used his Sharingan to read Zabuza's moves, while Naruto, with his Chimeragon, copied and adapted Zabuza's techniques, summoning small clumps of cells to use as projectiles, defenses, and diversions. Zabuza growled in frustration. You brats! You think you can beat me with cheap tricks? Naruto shrugged. Maybe, maybe not, but we're sure going to try. He formed another hand seal, manipulating the clump of Zabuza's cells to grow into a secondary weapon, a short dagger that he wielded in his left hand. He lunged forward, using the dual weapons to strike with unpredictable angles. Sasuke darted around to the other side, aiming a swift kick to Zabuza's midsection. Zabuza blocked, but Naruto took advantage of the opening to slash upward, forcing Zabuza to jump back to avoid the blade. They had Zabuza cornered, and Naruto could see the frustration in his eyes. The battle reaches its climax. The mist swirled around them, making it harder to see. But Naruto's Chimeragon cut through the haze, allowing him to keep Zabuza in his sights. He knew they couldn't overpower Zabuza directly. They'd need to use his own strength against him. As if reading Naruto's mind, Sasuke began aiming quick, precise strikes at Zabuza's arms, attempting to weaken his grip on the sword. Naruto followed up with his dual weapons, forcing Zabuza to block each attack from two different angles. With every clash, Naruto and Sasuke forced him further off balance, exploiting even the smallest openings. Zabuza roared in anger, finally abandoning defense to go on the offensive. He swung his massive sword in a wide arc, forcing Naruto and Sasuke to jump back to avoid being hit. Naruto landed and quickly reformed the clump of cells in his hand, shaping it into a whip-like extension. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the whip toward Zabuza, catching him off guard. The whip wrapped around Zabuza's arm, binding it momentarily. Now, Sasuke, Naruto shouted. Sasuke nodded and lunged forward, aiming a powerful kick to Zabuza's chest. Zabuza managed to break free just in time, deflecting the kick, but Naruto didn't waste the moment. He pulled on the whip, tightening it around Zabuza's wrist and using it as leverage to pull him forward. Zabuza stumbled slightly, and Naruto saw his chance. Channeling chakra through his Chimeragon, he summoned another clump of cells, transforming it into a set of chains that wrapped around Zabuza's legs. Got you, Naruto smirked. But Zabuza snarled, using sheer brute strength to break free of the chains, his anger only intensifying. Impressive, but not enough to beat me. Kakashi finally stepped forward, his Sharingan spinning. You two did well, but it's time to end this. With a single, swift movement, Kakashi launched himself at Zabuza, blocking his sword strike and forcing him back with an impressive display of strength and speed. Zabuza, realizing he was outmatched, jumped back, retreating into the thick mist. We'll finish this another time, Zabuza sneered, his voice echoing ominously through the fog. And then, just as quickly as he had appeared, he vanished into the mist. Aftermath. As the mist cleared, Naruto and Sasuke stood panting, sweat running down their brows. They exchanged a glance, each of them realizing that they had worked together more effectively than they could have anticipated. Nice job, Naruto, Sasuke muttered. His usual aloofness softened for a moment. Naruto grinned, brushing off some dust. Yeah, you two. Guess we make a decent team. Huh. Kakashi approached them, nodding approvingly. You both did exceptionally well. That wasn't an easy opponent to handle, and yet you held your own. Keep that up, and you'll both be impressive shinobi. Sakura ran over, relief evident on her face. That was amazing. I didn't know you both could work like that together. Naruto shrugged, his grin widening. Well, maybe we'll have to do it more often. As they regrouped with Tazuna, Naruto couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. They had faced one of the strongest opponents in the Land of Waves, and they'd come out on top. This mission had become everything he'd hoped for, and he knew it was only the beginning. The mist had cleared, leaving an eerie calm over the forest. Naruto felt the adrenaline still rushing through his veins as he stood beside Sasuke, both of them breathing heavily from the clash. For a moment, they exchanged a look of silent respect, acknowledging the teamwork they'd just pulled off. It wasn't exactly perfect, but it had worked, better than either of them had expected. Kakashi walked over, his single eye full of approval as he observed the two of them. Well done, both of you. Zabuza is a formidable opponent, and yet you both held your own. Sasuke nodded, his usual cool exterior showing a hint of satisfaction. It wasn't easy, but we managed. Naruto's grin spread wide, unable to contain his excitement. Heck yeah, we did. That big sword of his wasn't so tough after all. Sakura joined them, relief evident on her face. You two were incredible. I didn't know you both had that kind of teamwork in you. Naruto shrugged, still feeling the thrill of the battle coursing through him. Guess we make a decent team after all. Huh? Sasuke? Sasuke rolled his eyes but didn't disagree, which for him was practically an agreement. They gathered around Tazuna, who looked both impressed and grateful. If you can handle someone like that, maybe I don't have to worry so much after all. Naruto gave Tazuna a reassuring thumbs up. Stick with us, old man. We've got this. As they continued down the path, Kakashi fell into step with Naruto and Sasuke. Today was just the beginning, he said quietly. Zabuza will be back, and he won't be alone. We'll need to be ready. Naruto felt his Chimeragon shift subtly, almost as if in response to the challenge. He clenched his fists, feeling more determined than ever. Good, he muttered. I'm just getting warmed up. He didn't know what else lay ahead, but he couldn't shake the excitement building inside him. He was ready for whatever came next. Naruto practically sprinted back to the village, the excitement from their mission buzzing through him. Kakashi had told them about the upcoming Chunin exams, giving them a full week to train and prepare. Naruto was determined to take full advantage of it. As soon as he got back, he sought out Kaito, finding him at home. Naruto burst through the door, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. Kaito, you won't believe what happened. Naruto launched into a detailed account of their mission, his eyes shining as he described their fight with Zabuza. And now we've got the Chunin exams coming up. We have to get stronger, Kaito. Kaito listened with a grin, clearly amused by Naruto's energy and excitement. He laughed, clapping Naruto on the back. So, you went up against Zabuza and held your own, huh? That's impressive, Naruto. You're really coming into your own. Naruto puffed up a little with pride, but he looked at Kaido seriously. I need to get better, though. If I'm going to pass these exams, I can't let my team down. Will you train with me? As they left the training grounds and made their way home, Naruto could barely contain himself. The moment they were inside, he spun around with a mischievous grin. So, big brother, he began, dragging out the words with a playful smirk. You've got that look on your face every time you see Yu. You in love or something? Kaido raised an eyebrow, initially unfazed, but Naruto's teasing struck a chord. Love? He repeated, considering the idea. Romantic love? Is that what this is? Naruto's grin grew wider as he leaned in, clearly enjoying this. Yep, romantic love. You know, when you like someone in a more than just friends way. Kaido looked away, a faint smile playing on his lips. I'd never thought about it that way, he admitted thoughtfully. But maybe it is. Naruto laughed, nudging him playfully. It's love, Kaido. Guess you're not just good at jutsu. Huh. Kaido chuckled, letting the idea settle in. Maybe Naruto was right. The feelings he'd had for Yu were deeper than friendship, and the idea felt right, somehow. Kaido nodded without hesitation. Of course. Come on. Let's get started. They headed to the training grounds together, and Kaido wasted no time. He started by testing Naruto's speed and reflexes, pushing him with quick, precise attacks that Naruto had to dodge or counter. They sparred back and forth, each move calculated and intense. Naruto keeping his Kameragon focused on Kaido's every move, analyzing and adapting. Your strategic mind is getting sharper, Kaido noted as Naruto dodged a low sweep, then countered with a feint and strike. You're not just attacking wildly anymore, you're watching and adjusting to my moves. That's the kind of thinking you'll need in the exams. Naruto grinned, ducking under a high kick. I learned a lot on that mission. Zabuza was a real challenge, but I figured some stuff out. Kaido nodded, increasing his speed to test Naruto further. Good. And remember, don't just rely on your Kameragon. It's a powerful tool, but your foundation has to be strong first. Let's work on refining your chakra control next. Naruto nodded, determined. They spent the next few hours working on his chakra manipulation. Kaido guided him through a series of exercises, helping him to focus his chakra more precisely and efficiently. They practiced enhancing his physical strikes with chakra, then moved on to elemental techniques. Kaido showed Naruto a few techniques to create simple but powerful defenses and attacks, using basic elements to complement his fighting style. By the time the sun was setting, Naruto was exhausted but exhilarated. He felt stronger and sharper, and the determination to prove himself in the Chunin exams burned even brighter. Kaido gave him a proud look. You're improving fast, Naruto. Just keep pushing yourself and remember what you learned in that fight with Zabuza. You're not just a kid anymore. You're becoming a shinobi. Naruto grinned, his eyes shining with resolve. I won't let you down, Kaido. I'm going to be ready for anything. As they headed home, Naruto's mind raced with thoughts of the exams. He knew this was just the beginning, and he was more than ready to face whatever lay ahead. The sun was barely up when Naruto and Kaido set off, jogging through the quiet streets of the village. It was a peaceful morning, and Naruto's energy was buzzing as he matched his brother's pace. The two of them laughing and joking as they weaved through the winding paths of Konoha. After running around the village, they headed to the training grounds where they immediately jumped into sparring. Naruto's Kameragon was active, analyzing every movement Kaido made. But Kaido kept up the pressure, pushing Naruto's reflexes and adaptability. Don't rely too much on predicting my moves, Naruto, Kaido said as he sidestepped a punch and countered with a kick. Stay in the moment and feel the flow of the fight. Naruto grinned, quickly adjusting his stance and feinting with a low punch, then aiming a knee at Kaido's side. The two exchanged a few more quick moves before a familiar voice joined them from the trees. Well, looks like you're both getting into it early today, Yu called, stepping forward with an approving nod. Naruto brightened at the sight of Yu. He was always intrigued by the ideas Yu had, especially about his Chimeragon. Yu walked over, gesturing for Naruto to come closer. All right, Naruto. Today, I want to push your Chimeragon a bit further. You've been using it well in combat, but let's explore other applications. Oi instructed Naruto to focus his eye on Kaido, but instead of summoning cells, Yu encouraged him to feel the flow of chakra around Kaido. Naruto squinted, letting the Chimeragon's unique perception guide him. He began to sense faint outlines of chakra pathways through Kaido's movements, an advanced trick that could help him anticipate his opponent's next move. Very good, Yu praised as Naruto concentrated. Now, try applying this to identify weaknesses in movement. The Chimeragon can give you an edge in reading someone's physical limits and stress points. Naruto focused, managing to catch subtle shifts in Kaido's stance that hinted at an opening. He launched a swift punch, testing this new knowledge. Kaido was surprised by the precise aim and managed to block only just in time. Nice one, Naruto, Kaido said with a proud grin. You're really getting the hang of this. After several rounds of training his eye in new ways, Naruto moved on to basic drills under Yu's instruction, with Kaido occasionally stepping in to offer corrections and feedback. They drilled Naruto in chakra control, improving his stamina and revisiting every foundational jutsu he'd learned so far. Though exhausting, Naruto appreciated how much sharper his skills felt, even in these core basics. Finally, Yu sat him down, bringing up strategy. Now, let's work on tactical thinking, Yu said, sitting cross-legged opposite Naruto. You've shown a natural strategic ability, Naruto, but in the exams, you'll face opponents who may have greater experience or more raw power. What you have is adaptability. Remember that. They ran through scenarios, Yu describing various situations Naruto might encounter, from team battles to one-on-one fights against unpredictable opponents. Each time, Naruto worked through possible approaches, his answers growing more thoughtful and complex as he combined his instincts with learned tactics. When the sun finally began to dip below the horizon, Naruto felt both mentally and physically exhausted but proud. He had a week to prepare for the Chunin exams, but with Kaido and Yu's support, he felt more ready than ever. Thanks, you too, Naruto said, giving a tired but determined grin. With both of you helping me out, I feel like I can handle anything. Kaido and Yu both smiled, sharing a look of pride as they watched Naruto gather his things and head home, already thinking ahead to what tomorrow's training would bring. The next morning, Naruto met Kaido and Yu at the training grounds, eager to see what new challenges they'd prepared for him. Yu wasted no time, gesturing for Naruto to activate his Chimeragon. Today, Naruto, Yu began. We're going to push your abilities to summon and manipulate cells in ways you haven't tried before. The Chimeragon has incredible potential, but it'll be up to you to think creatively and adapt it to new techniques. Naruto nodded, focusing as his eye took on its distinct glow. He formed a clump of cells in his hand, pulling together a base similar to what he'd created before. Yu observed closely, then gave him a nod. Good start, but let's change things up, Yu said. Try to create smaller, more specialized forms. Think of tools, weapons, objects you can control and reshape mid-battle. Naruto concentrated, shrinking the clump into smaller shapes, watching as it morphed into a series of sharp shuriken, each one detailed and solid. He released them, letting them float in the air, feeling his chakra guiding their movements. Then, with a thought, he shifted the forms, turning the shuriken into a flexible chain, which he sent spiraling around his body like armor. Kaido stepped forward, impressed. Now try changing it on the fly. If an enemy attacks, reshape the cells into something defensive. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. He focused again, watching the chain ripple, each link softening and expanding into a solid shield around him. Kaido threw a kunai at him, testing his reaction. Instinctively, Naruto directed the shield to thicken, blocking the kunai with ease. "You're catching on fast," Yu remarked, nodding approvingly. "Now let's push further. Can you add new properties to the cells? Think about changing their density, creating something more flexible or rigid, depending on the need." Naruto took a deep breath, his chimeragon flaring as he focused. He molded the cells into a spear, then willed it to harden, making it as dense as he could. It solidified, feeling as sturdy as steel. Then he relaxed his focus, loosening the cells until the spear drooped, almost liquid-like. It felt strange but powerful, and he could see how versatile this technique could become in combat. For the next few hours, Yu and Kaido continued guiding Naruto through various exercises, having him create whips, spikes, shields, and even claws that extended from his hands. They urged him to shift between forms rapidly, creating weapons to attack, then softening them into shields or armor to defend. Naruto grew more confident, and his control improved with each new form. "Now, Naruto," Kaido said, "I want you to create something with independent movement. A small creature, maybe, something that can act on its own for a short time." Naruto hesitated, but then he grinned, focusing intently. He summoned a clump of cells and began shaping it carefully, adding legs, a small tail, and even rough, beady eyes. Slowly, a small, lizard-like creature emerged in his hands. He willed chakra into it, watching as the tiny creature's limbs twitched and it blinked, seemingly aware. It crawled onto his shoulder, and Naruto laughed, fascinated. "Look at this little guy." Naruto grinned, watching it scurry around his arm. "I wonder what else I can make." "That's what we're here to find out," Yu said with a smirk. "Remember, Naruto, this power is as vast as you make it. The more you experiment, the stronger and more unpredictable you'll become." They continued through the day, Naruto expanding his repertoire, combining his strategic mind with his chimeragon to invent unique techniques he'd never dreamed of before. By sunset, he felt a new level of control over his powers, along with a powerful sense of pride. As they packed up, Kaido ruffled Naruto's hair, pride in his eyes. "You've come a long way, Naruto. Just keep that determination, and you'll be unstoppable." Naruto nodded, his chimeragon's glow fading but his spirit shining brightly. He knew now that he was ready for whatever the Chunin exams would throw his way. Naruto and Kaido sat on the floor of their cozy living room, chatting casually about training and upcoming missions. Naruto was in the middle of recounting his latest sparring victory when their mom, with her warm smile and gentle presence, entered the room. Despite knowing she was a creation of his chimeragon, Naruto felt no less warmth from her than if she'd been born and raised in Konoha herself. She sat down, looking at both her sons with a tender gleam in her eyes. "I have something special to share with you too," she began, glancing between them with a hint of excitement. Naruto leaned forward, and even Kaido raised an eyebrow, curious. Taking a breath, she placed a hand over her stomach. "I'm going to have a baby." For a moment, there was silence as the words sank in. Then Naruto's eyes widened, a huge grin spreading across his face as he launched himself forward, practically tackling her in a hug. "You're serious? We're going to have a little sibling?" She laughed softly, hugging him back. "Yes, Naruto. A little sibling for you and Kaido." Naruto pulled back, his excitement only growing. "That's incredible. I didn't even know that's possible." Kaido chuckled, surprised but equally intrigued. "Guess there's more to our family than even we realized," he said, looking at their mom with a newfound respect. Naruto's mind raced with questions. "Mom, do you know if it's a boy or a girl? And how did you find out? Does this mean?" His thoughts whirled, marveling at the idea that a being he had created could now have her own family, her own child. His mom smiled, placing a gentle hand on his cheek. "I don't know yet if it'll be a boy or girl. All I know is that it's happening, and that this child is just as real as any other. We're growing together, Naruto. You made us a family, and now our family is growing even more." Naruto felt a strange, almost overwhelming joy. This family he had created was more than he'd ever imagined. His Chimeragon had allowed him to bring people into his life, but now it seemed like they were finding their own way, building connections and forming a true, lasting bond. Does that mean we're really a family? Naruto asked, almost in awe. She nodded, smiling as she squeezed his hand. Yes, Naruto, more than you know. Kaido leaned back, folding his arms with a satisfied expression. Guess we'll have to start planning for a little brother or sister. Huh? Think of the training regimen they'll need. Naruto laughed, his eyes shining with excitement and love. We'll make sure they're the strongest little sibling ever. The three of them shared a warm laugh, the room filled with the comforting feeling of family. For Naruto, it felt like a new chapter was beginning. One he'd never even dreamed of, but one he was ready to embrace with all his heart. The next morning, Naruto eagerly accompanied his dad to the weapon shop, where the clang of metal and the smell of hot iron filled the air. Naruto's dad, with a steady gaze and a gentle demeanor, was as much a mentor as he was a father to Naruto. This weapon shop, tucked away on a quieter street of Konoha, was well known for its fine craftsmanship and reliable tools, a place where ninja of all ranks came for gear they could trust in the field. As they arrived, Naruto's dad handed him an apron, and Naruto slipped it on, ready to learn the tricks of the trade. Today, his dad began, I'll teach you how to make kunai and shuriken, the basic tools of any ninja's arsenal. A good kunai could be the difference between life and death in battle, so we take care to craft each one precisely. Naruto nodded, focused, as his dad handed him a piece of raw metal. His dad guided him to the forge, explaining each step with patience and care. Together, they heated the metal, then hammered it into shape, working in tandem. Naruto loved the feeling of working with his dad, the shared focus, and the skill it took to make even something as simple as a kunai. Feel how the metal responds, his dad said, as Naruto tapped his hammer carefully along the edge. Too hard and you risk it shattering. Too soft, and it won't be strong enough. Naruto absorbed each word, his hands gradually falling into the rhythm of the task. As they worked, his dad shared stories of different shinobi who had come through the shop, each one a small glimpse into the lives of those who relied on his craftsmanship. Every weapon you make here, his dad continued, is an extension of the person who'll wield it. So each time you forge something, put your heart into it. It's a small way we protect the village. Naruto looked up at him, admiration glowing in his eyes. He hadn't thought of the shop in that way before, but it made sense. This work, though quiet and humble, held an important place in Konoha. Every tool his dad crafted would go on to defend the village, fight for its future, and help its people thrive. By midday, Naruto had finished his first kunai. It was rough around the edges and lacked the refined polish of his dad's work, but it was his own. His dad inspected it with a critical eye, then gave Naruto a proud nod. Not bad at all, Naruto, he said, patting him on the shoulder. It might not be perfect, but every craftsman starts somewhere. I can see your determination in it. Naruto grinned, pocketing the kunai with pride. As they closed up shop for lunch, his dad ruffled his hair, adding, You've done good work today, Naruto. You're not only becoming a great ninja, but also someone who understands the importance of all that goes into the tools we use. Naruto felt a swell of pride as they walked home. It was a quieter side of being a shinobi, yet one that filled him with a sense of responsibility and purpose. In his own way, he was carrying on his family's work, both on the battlefield and in the village, learning what it truly meant to protect and serve. As the sun rose over Konoha, the final day of training arrived, and Naruto was ready. He stood in the training field, his Chimeragon eye gleaming as he prepared for his spar with Yu Yu. This was the culmination of his week of intense practice and honing his skills. Today, he'd push his abilities to the limit. Yu Yu, who had been instrumental in guiding Naruto's Chimeragon techniques, watched him carefully, her stance relaxed yet alert, ready to test everything he'd learned. They exchanged nods, signaling the start of the match. Without hesitation, Naruto raised his hand, summoning a clump of cells from his body, which quickly morphed into a sleek, sharp-edged sword. Holding it steady, he lunged forward with speed, his sword flashing as he aimed for Yu Yu's midsection. Yu Yu sidestepped gracefully, deflecting the strike with a kunai she held loosely in her hand. She spun around, countering with a swift kick, but Naruto anticipated her move, blocking with a hardened shield that emerged from his left arm. The shield absorbed the impact with ease, and he dismissed it with a quick pulse of chakra, focusing on his next move. Seeing an opening, Naruto summoned another clump of cells, molding it into a fierce wolf-like creature with jagged, spiked fur and glowing eyes. The creature leaped forward, teeth bared, as it lunged at Yu Yu. She dodged back, weaving through the attacks with fluid precision, but Naruto was ready for her next move. He summoned more cells, creating two hawk-like creatures that took to the air, circling above and diving toward her. Yu Yu smirked, darting between the animals, her movements swift and strategic as she took down each creature with quick, precise strikes. But Naruto wasn't done yet. With a sharp command, he raised his hand, creating a thin layer of armor over his body, fortified with spikes along his arms and shoulders. The armor shifted slightly with each movement, giving Naruto both defense and flexibility. As he charged again, his armor gleamed, spikes ready to strike if Yu Yu got too close. Yu Yu darted to the side, her hand glowing with chakra as she created a barrier to deflect his attack. Naruto responded by shifting tactics. He dispersed the armor in a cloud of cells and reformed them into a pair of jagged spears in his hands. He launched one after the other at Yu Yu, but she expertly dodged, weaving between them with grace. "Not bad, Naruto," she called out, eyes sharp with approval. "But let's see if you can handle this." Yu Yu dashed forward, chakra flowing into her legs as she increased her speed, striking at Naruto from multiple angles in rapid succession. Naruto met her strikes with his own, summoning a sturdy double-edged axe and countering her blows with powerful swings. Each strike reverberated through the air, their sparring intensifying with every exchange. Naruto, undeterred, released the axe and took a step back, channeling his chakra to summon something new. He focused, concentrating on a new form, and a massive scorpion-like creature materialized before him, its tail curled and ready to strike. The creature's armored shell gleamed as it protected Naruto, allowing him a moment to gather his breath. The scorpion lunged forward, pincers snapping as it aimed for Yu Yu, its tail whipping through the air with dangerous precision. Yu Yu sidestepped the pincer, rolling to avoid the tail as it struck the ground, creating a small crater. She was on the move, weaving around the scorpion's strikes and searching for an opening. Naruto took advantage of her distraction, molding cells around his hands to form twin short swords. He leaped forward, joining the scorpion's attack and coordinating his strikes to pressure Yu Yu further. The dual assault was relentless. Naruto's swords and the scorpion's tail strikes created a rhythm of attacks that forced Yu Yu to stay on the defensive. With a swift motion, Yu Yu managed to dodge the scorpion's tail and turned her attention back to Naruto, meeting his twin swords with her kunai. She blocked, parried, and countered each of his strikes, her movements swift and fluid. But Naruto's eyes shone with determination. His Chimeragon seemed to glow brighter as he summoned his chakra for one last, coordinated attack. He stepped back, releasing his hold on the short swords, and summoned a massive tiger formed from his cells. The tiger growled, pacing in front of him, its eyes fixed on Yu Yu with fierce intensity. With a nod from Naruto, the tiger charged, its powerful form barreling toward Yu Yu, who met the challenge with a steady gaze. In one final clash, the tiger leaped forward, its claws extended, while Naruto moved in from the other side, ready to strike. Yu Yu stood her ground until the last moment, then, in a burst of speed, evaded the tiger's attack and countered Naruto's strike, landing a soft but precise tap to his shoulder, signaling the end of the match. Breathing heavily, Naruto grinned, impressed with how much he'd managed to accomplish in the fight. Yu, equally winded, gave him an approving smile. "You've come far, Naruto," she said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You've learned to use your Chimeragon well. Keep honing it, and you'll be a formidable shinobi one day." Naruto beamed, proud of his progress and grateful for Yuyu's guidance. This final training session felt like a new beginning, a chance to use everything he'd learned and to continue growing stronger. As Kaido clapped, a proud smile spread across his face. He'd been watching Naruto's growth with admiration and, today, seeing how seamlessly Naruto wielded his Chimeragon abilities, he felt nothing but pride for his little brother. He walked over, ruffling Naruto's hair and giving him a nod. "You did great, Naruto. You're really getting the hang of this," Kaido said, his voice warm with encouragement. "Keep going like this, and you'll be unstoppable before long." Naruto beamed, catching his breath but basking in his brother's approval. With Yuyu's help and Kaido's unwavering support, he was gaining confidence, feeling himself become more skilled and capable every day. As Kaido glanced over at Yuyu, he felt a different kind of warmth spread through him, something unfamiliar yet welcome. Lately, whenever he looked at her, he felt an odd pull, a kind of curiosity mixed with admiration. He couldn't quite name the feeling, but it was new and intriguing. She wasn't just his sparring partner or Naruto's mentor anymore. There was something about her presence, her skill, and her quiet strength that captivated him. Clearing his throat to break the silence, he turned back to Naruto. "I know you'll keep pushing yourself, and you've got the whole family behind you. You've got this little brother." Naruto grinned, looking between the two of them, sensing the change in Kaido but not fully understanding it. With a playful smirk, he nudged Kaido. "Hey, you're looking kinda distracted. Big bro thinking about something?" Kaido chuckled, brushing it off with a casual shrug. "Just proud of you, that's all." He shot a quick glance at Yuyu, his expression softening. "And grateful for everyone who's helped you get here." Yuyu caught his gaze and offered a gentle smile, her eyes warm. "It's been my pleasure, truly. Naruto's strength is something special. I think he'll do great things." Kaido felt his heart beat a little faster as he met her gaze, but he quickly looked away, trying to focus. Whatever he was feeling, it was new territory for him, and he wasn't entirely sure what to make of it. But for now, he was content just to be here, standing beside the people who mattered most to him. As Kaido and Naruto stood there, talking, a soft shuffle of footsteps came from the kitchen. Suddenly, their mother and father appeared in the doorway, both of them looking a bit too curious for comfort. "What's this about love?" their mother asked, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. Naruto couldn't help but grin from ear to ear, clearly excited by the sudden attention. "Kaido's in love," he declared, pointing at his older brother dramatically. Kaido blinked, caught off guard by the sudden attention. He opened his mouth to protest, but before he could speak, their father walked up with a knowing smile, leaning against the doorframe. "So, who's the lucky person?" their dad asked, his voice full of mock seriousness, as though he had been waiting for this moment his whole life. Kaido flushed a little, glancing at Naruto before looking at their parents. "I'm not sure," he said quietly, though the hint of a smile tugged at his lips. "Maybe it's just a feeling, something new." Their mother chuckled softly, stepping into the living room. "Well, I'm glad you're opening up about it," she said warmly, giving Kaido an encouraging look. "Love is a beautiful thing when you let yourself feel it." Naruto looked at them both, grinning wildly. "You know, Mom, Dad, I think Kaido's been trying to ignore it, but now that it's out in the open, he'll finally figure it out." Their father nodded knowingly. "You know, Kaido," he said, "sometimes love sneaks up on you. It's not always about big gestures or grand declarations. Sometimes it's just about how someone makes you feel when they're around." Kaido, feeling a little more flustered now, shrugged and smiled awkwardly. I guess I'll figure it out." Their mother walked over, giving Kaido a quick hug. "Take your time, dear. It's important to understand your feelings, no matter how complex they are. Naruto, looking satisfied with himself, gave Kaido a playful nudge. See? You're not fooling anyone, big bro. You've got it bad. Kaido rolled his eyes, though a faint smile remained on his face. All right. Can we stop talking about this now? Their father and mother exchanged a look, both of them trying to hide their smiles. Sure, their dad said, but just remember, we're here for you when you want to talk more about it. As their parents retreated back to the kitchen, Naruto's grin never faded, clearly enjoying the moment. Kaido, for his part, just sighed, feeling both embarrassed and relieved to have his feelings out in the open, even if just among family. He'd never been one to shy away from tough situations, but this was something new, something that would take time to understand fully. But for now, he was content. The rest of the evening passed in a comfortable, easy silence. After their teasing and laughter, the family settled down around the dinner table. Naruto, still grinning and playfully teasing Kaido now and then, dug into his meal with his usual enthusiasm. Their parents exchanged knowing glances, watching the dynamic between their children with a mixture of fondness and amusement. As the night went on, the conversation shifted to lighter topics, missions, training, and stories about their past. Kaido, though still a bit embarrassed, found himself laughing more than he expected. Naruto was in his element, cracking jokes and making his parents laugh, and for the first time in a long while, Kaido felt a sense of peace wash over him. His thoughts about Yu and his feelings for her lingered in the back of his mind, but they weren't consuming him. He was content with being surrounded by his family, knowing that no matter what, they'd be there for him. After dinner, they spent a little more time together, playing a few games and talking casually. The atmosphere was warm and familiar, a sense of love and safety filling the house. Finally, as the evening drew to a close, Kaido stood up, stretching. All right, I think it's time we all get some rest. Big day tomorrow, right? Naruto groaned but agreed, standing up as well. Fine. I guess I need my beauty sleep, he said with a wink. Their mother and father both gave their goodnight hugs and wishes, and soon Naruto and Kaido made their way to their respective rooms. Kaido paused for a moment at his door, thinking about everything that had happened. The feeling of his brothers teasing about Yu, his parents' support, and the quiet realization that something was changing inside him. As he settled into bed, Kaido closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. The future seemed full of uncertainty, but for the first time in a long while, it didn't feel so overwhelming. Tomorrow was a new day, and he was ready to face whatever came next. And with that, both brothers drifted off to sleep, their dreams filled with thoughts of the future and the adventures that lay ahead. The next morning, the sun rose bright and early, casting a warm glow over the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto was up and ready, feeling the electric tension in the air. Today was the day of the Chunin exams, and he could feel it in his bones. It was an exciting, intimidating, and thrilling day all at once. He met up with his team outside the academy, his usual grin plastered across his face. There were many other genin from various villages gathered around the academy entrance, all with the same determined, nervous energy. A sea of faces from every corner of the shinobi world. Naruto couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and a little pride. He was here, standing among the best, ready to prove himself. Ready for this, guys? Naruto asked his teammates, his voice loud and upbeat. Sasuke nodded, his usual cool demeanor in place, though there was a flicker of focus in his eyes. Sakura, ever the supportive teammate, offered a nervous smile. I guess, she muttered, though her tone betrayed a bit of uncertainty. It's kind of nerve-wracking, huh? Yeah, but we've got this. Naruto grinned, nudging her with his elbow. Their team walked forward, splitting off as they reached the entrance to the testing halls. The corridors inside were bustling with other genin and their instructors. Naruto followed his teammates to their designated testing area, where they sat down and waited for the exam to begin. Naruto glanced around the room, assessing the other students with a quick sweep of his eye. He could already tell who was confident, who was nervous, and who was pretending to be calm. His tactical mind kicked into overdrive, already planning, scheming, and plotting. His chimeragon eye flickered momentarily, its many abilities now second nature to him. "I'm gonna ace this," he muttered to himself, scanning the room again. He'd dealt with tests like this before. He wasn't going to rely on studying, he had a better plan. Naruto's hand subtly slipped into his pocket, where he had prepared a small clump of cells. He quickly and silently manipulated them into tiny, microscopic creatures, 4 flies and 23 ants. They weren't anything grand or powerful, but they were perfect for what he had in mind. He spread them out across the room, one fly landing near the exam proctor, Ibiki, and the rest weaving through the desks and corners of the room. His plan was simple: sneak a peek at the answers through the creatures and relay them to himself. If anyone could pull it off without being noticed, it was Naruto. He was used to thinking outside the box. As the proctor, Ibiki Marino, started handing out the tests, Naruto adjusted his posture, making it look like he was concentrating on the exam in front of him. But in truth, his focus was entirely on the ants and flies he'd scattered. Ibiki began his usual introduction to the exam, and the rules were clear. No cheating, no looking at others' answers, and no passing notes. Of course, Naruto smirked inwardly. Cheating was exactly what he had planned. The ants scurried across the floor, each one finding its way to the various test papers of the genin around the room. One ant found its way to a particularly easy answer, another to a difficult one. He'd relay the answers back through the fly, and his chimeragon would let him quickly and discreetly analyze them. Naruto kept his eyes on his paper, his hand moving as if he were writing the answers, but in reality, he was collecting the information, piecing it together through his microscopic army. Minutes passed. Naruto's mind whirred with activity as the test went on. The flies buzzed, landing on the test papers of nearby candidates, while the ants scurried across desks, bringing back their information. It was flawless, a well-executed plan that no one would notice. Naruto glanced at his paper. He filled in the blanks quickly, writing down answers that he hadn't even studied for. His confidence grew as the test continued, knowing that, once again, his ability to think and adapt had given him the upper hand. It wasn't long before Ibiki's voice boomed through the room, signaling the end of the first part of the exam. Naruto sat back in his chair, a smug grin on his face as he placed his test down. "Done," he muttered under his breath, already feeling like he had it in the bag. The proctor walked up to collect the papers, scanning the room. Naruto kept his usual calm demeanor, letting nothing betray the satisfaction he felt inside. With his chimeragon, he'd outsmarted the exam without breaking a sweat. He couldn't wait for the next part of the Chunin exam. He knew there were bigger challenges ahead, but that wasn't going to stop him. As the clock ticked down, Naruto continued to sit back in his seat, barely containing his excitement. His plan had gone perfectly so far, and he was ready to move on to the next stage of the exam. The room was filled with the low murmur of other genin trying to finish their tests, some hastily scribbling in their answers, while others appeared resigned to their fates. Then, without warning, Ibiki's voice boomed over the room. "All right, time's up," he declared, and the room fell into silence. Naruto leaned back in his chair, trying to hide the smirk that threatened to spread across his face. He had finished his test well ahead of time, and from the looks of it, the others were struggling. The tension in the air was palpable as Ibiki collected the tests, a grim expression on his face. Once the last test was handed in, Ibiki stood in front of the class, his cold, calculating gaze sweeping across the room. "Now, let me explain something to all of you," he began, his voice carrying authority. "There is one more question in this exam, the 10th question." A ripple of confusion spread across the room, and Naruto sat up straighter, eyes narrowing. He'd expected something like this. "You've all been working under the assumption that there were only 9 questions," Ibiki continued, his voice echoing off the walls. "But the real question is not one you'll write an answer to. It's a test of your resolve. A test of your will to continue. Naruto's eyes flicked to the other genin, observing their reactions. Some were nervous, some were confused, and others were already giving up, the weight of the unknown test sinking in. Ibiki smiled, a cruel smirk that sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. The 10th question will determine whether you have the right to continue in the Chunin exams. If you answer the question, you will stay in the exam. If you refuse to answer, you will be eliminated immediately. You can't take the test again, and you won't be able to reapply for another 3 years. The room was silent for a long moment, the words sinking in. Naruto's mind raced as he processed what Ibiki was saying. The stakes had just gotten higher, but Naruto wasn't worried. He had confidence in himself, in his abilities, and most importantly, in his ability to think his way out of tough situations. Ibiki continued, "The question is simple. Do you want to continue the Chunin exams? Do you have the resolve to continue despite the risks and challenges ahead?" He paused for effect, eyes scanning the room. "Answer and you'll stay in the exam. Refuse and you're out." The atmosphere grew heavy. Naruto's hand clenched into a fist under the desk. He was eager to move on, but the tension in the room was thick. Some of the genin were already starting to break under the pressure, muttering to each other. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who met his gaze with a sharp, determined look. Sakura was sitting still, trying to process everything, but her face was tight with anxiety. Naruto knew his teammates, though they wouldn't back down. They were ready for whatever came next. Ibiki walked down the rows, and the room remained tense as each genin was forced to make their decision. Some said yes immediately, their voices strong and unwavering. Others hesitated, fear written across their faces. Naruto raised his hand, the first one to do so. His mind was already racing, thinking ahead, calculating his next steps. "I'm in," he said loudly, without a hint of hesitation in his voice. Ibiki raised an eyebrow but nodded in acknowledgement. "Good. The rest of you?" One by one, the other genin followed suit, some reluctantly, others with the same determination that Naruto showed. Sasuke and Sakura stood by him, both answering without question. Finally, Ibiki gave a sharp nod. "Very well. You all passed the first round of the exam." The tension in the room began to lift, but only slightly. Everyone was still on edge. They had passed the first trial, but the next stages of the Chunin exams would be even more grueling. Naruto leaned back in his seat, allowing himself a small, victorious grin. He had made it through the first round, no problem. Now onto the next challenge. The room, which had just begun to settle after Ibiki's intense test, suddenly erupted with chaos as the windows burst open, shattering glass onto the floor. The sound was deafening, and everyone jerked backward in surprise. Standing in the shattered frame of the window, a woman grinned mischievously. Her wild hair and her outfit that seemed to scream unpredictable immediately caught everyone's attention. "I'm Anko Mitarashi, your examiner for the next stage of the Chunin exams," she declared with a wild, almost manic excitement. The class collectively blinked in disbelief as the woman jumped into the room, landing in a crouch before straightening up with a grin that was both unnerving and infectious. "Let's get going," Anko shouted, her voice loud and full of energy. "You've all passed the written portion, but that was just the beginning. Follow me." Before anyone could protest or question her, Anko turned on her heel and dashed out of the room, leaving the group of genin no choice but to follow her. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exchanged looks, their confusion mirrored in the expressions of their fellow genin, but they quickly adjusted and followed her out of the building. Anko led them through the village, moving swiftly and confidently as they raced to keep up with her. Her pace was brisk, almost unnatural, and Naruto had to push himself to match her speed. As they left the village and moved into the surrounding forest, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the bustling village faded behind them. They eventually came to a halt in front of a huge, towering fence that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. The fence was reinforced with thick metal, and the forest around it was dense and filled with an eerie stillness. It felt like they had crossed some kind of invisible line, and the tension in the air made every single genin feel like they were on edge. Anko, who had been waiting for them to catch up, smirked at the group and stepped forward. She gestured to the fence, then to the dense, ominous woods beyond it. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she began to explain. "All right, listen up," Anko shouted. "This is the next stage of the Chunin exams. You've all been given 2 scrolls, one marked with the earth symbol and one marked with the heaven symbol. Your objective is to get both scrolls, earth and heaven, before time runs out. The trick is you can only get 1 scroll per team, and you must find the other team that has the scroll you need. And don't think it's going to be easy," she said, her grin turning darker. "The other teams are going to be just as desperate as you are." She paused, letting her words sink in, as if savoring the growing tension among the genin. "Oh, and did I mention the forest? It's full of traps, dangers, and hungry creatures. Not to mention the other teams who are just as determined to pass as you are. It's kill or be killed out there." Naruto's eyes widened as he took in the gravity of her words. A real fight? No more rules? This was nothing like the mock missions he'd done in the past. This would be a true test of their strength, their cunning, and their survival skills. "Once you get both scrolls, you'll have to make it to the central tower at the center of the forest. The gates won't open unless you have both scrolls, so don't waste time trying to escape," Anko continued. "And remember, you're not alone out there. There are other genin teams competing against you, and there are a lot of dangers in the forest that can leave you on your back before you know it." She gave a loud, dramatic pause. "Now, you're about to enter a competition where only the strong survive. You're all on your own once you step through that fence. The exam is simple. Make it to the tower alive, with both scrolls in hand." The genin exchanged worried glances, understanding the stakes all too well now. The safety net of the village felt very far away, and the gravity of the situation was beginning to settle in. Naruto's mind raced, already analyzing the situation. He could feel the excitement bubbling in his chest, but it was quickly tempered with caution. This was no longer just an exam, this was a survival challenge. Anko's voice cut through his thoughts. "All right, I'm going to open the gates now. You've all got 3 days to make it to the tower, and remember, the only way out is with both scrolls. Good luck, everyone." Without waiting for any objections, she pulled a lever, and the giant gates creaked open, revealing the dark, foreboding forest beyond. The air was thick with tension as the genin teams began to move toward the gates, each team heading into the forest with their scrolls clutched tightly. Naruto's heart was pounding. He took one last glance at his teammates. Sasuke was standing tall, his face set with determination. Sakura looked nervous but ready. Together, they were strong. Together, they could do this. "Let's do this, guys," Naruto said, grinning as he led the charge into the forest, his eyes scanning for any signs of danger. As they disappeared into the trees, the sounds of the village grew fainter and fainter, and the true test of the Chunin exams began. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon as Team 7 sat, perched in the branches of a large, sturdy tree, its canopy providing a decent amount of cover from the view of other genin teams in the forest below. The air was thick with tension and uncertainty. Their scrolls, one earth and one heaven, were tucked securely away in Sakura's pack, a reminder that their goal wasn't just survival, but securing both scrolls. Naruto, leaning against the trunk of the tree with his arms folded behind his head, stared up at the evening sky, his mind turning over plans. Sasuke and Sakura were next to him, each silently watching the forest below, scanning for any sign of movement. "We're wasting time up here," Sasuke muttered, eyes narrowing. "We should be moving. We can't just sit around." Sakura nodded in agreement, but her eyes were tired, worried. She wasn't used to this kind of pressure, and the harsh reality of the Chunin exams had started to set in. "But if we move too fast, we could run into another team. And that's a risk I don't think we should take." "Not yet." Naruto, who had been unusually quiet for the past few hours, sat up and stretched. His eyes twinkled with the same mischievous energy they always held, but this time there was a sharpness to it. He had been thinking about their best strategy, analyzing the possibilities. "You guys are overthinking it," Naruto said with a grin. "We don't need to rush into danger. We need to outsmart them." Sasuke shot him a look, raising an eyebrow. "Outsmart them? How?" Naruto leaned forward, suddenly more serious. "We've got something that most of the teams don't: time. The other teams are going to be rushing, they're going to be too aggressive. They'll think they need to get to the tower as quickly as possible. But we don't have to do that. We can just wait it out." Sakura blinked, a little confused. "Wait it out? What do you mean?" Naruto pointed toward the sky, where the sun was now setting and darkness was creeping in. "It's day 1. Most of the teams will be thinking they have to get both scrolls right away, and they're going to exhaust themselves. Some of them might even get reckless, thinking they need to fight to get ahead. But that's where we'll have the advantage." Sasuke was listening now, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "So you want us to play the long game?" Naruto nodded. "Exactly. We stay put for a bit longer. We don't engage. We watch. We wait until we find the right team to fight. If we wait, we won't be burning through chakra. And when we do fight, we'll pick the right team and the right moment." "Sounds simple," Sasuke said, "but we'll need to be on guard." "We will be," Naruto replied. "But here's the plan. We don't need to take anyone out until we absolutely have to. We wait for the teams that are too eager to get to the tower, the ones that are too aggressive, or the ones that are just tired from running around. We'll only fight if we can take advantage of the situation." Sakura chewed her lip, clearly a little nervous. "But what if we don't find a team with both scrolls? What if we're stuck here with just one scroll for too long?" Naruto's grin widened. "We're not going to be stuck. We'll play our cards right. If we wait long enough, we'll come across another team who's already worn out. And I've got a little backup plan, too," he said, tapping his head, signaling that his mind was already working out the next step. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged a glance. It seemed risky to them, but Naruto's plan was sound. They had to admit that he was making sense. They didn't need to be the first to reach the tower. They just needed to get there with both scrolls and survive the process. "All right," Sasuke said, finally conceding. "Let's give it a try." Sakura nodded, though she was still a little uncertain. "We wait for the right moment." Naruto leaned back against the tree, satisfied with the plan. He had been right. The best way to win wasn't always by rushing in. It was about being patient, using his mind, and knowing when to strike. He trusted his instincts, and they were telling him that waiting just a little longer would pay off. As night fully fell, the three of them settled in, quietly watching the world around them. They were perched high up, the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves the only noise to break the eerie silence of the forest. Naruto's mind kept working, already planning their next steps, using his Chimeragon to scan the surrounding area. There was no movement nearby, and for the moment, everything was quiet. He could afford to wait. Sasuke, although silent, was clearly deep in thought, his body ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Sakura, more reserved, was clutching her scroll tightly, trusting her teammates and ready to follow whatever strategy Naruto would throw their way. Naruto's eyes flicked to the stars above, thinking of how to use his abilities even more efficiently. He didn't just want to survive the exam. He wanted to show everyone that he was a force to be reckoned with. And if he played his cards right, he'd get the chance to prove that sooner than later. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting a pale glow across the dense forest surrounding the hidden village of Konoha. The air was cool, and the sounds of nocturnal creatures were the only disturbance in the otherwise quiet and still atmosphere. Naruto's mind was still buzzing with ideas, his Chimeragon active and scanning the area around them. His eyes glinted in the moonlight, sharper and more focused than they had been in days. He was thinking beyond just survival now. He was thinking of how to win the entire Chunin exams, to prove himself not just to the villagers but to everyone who had doubted him. Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto whispered, catching their attention. I've been thinking. Sasuke looked up from his quiet contemplation, raising an eyebrow. You've been thinking for hours. What now? Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he smiled. I've got a plan. We don't just wait here and do nothing. We take action. He paused for a second, making sure his teammates were listening. I'm going to send out a group of owls. Sakura blinked. Owls? Yeah, owls, Naruto replied with a grin. They're quiet, they can fly long distances, and they're good for scouting. I'll create a whole bunch of them. Send them out at different directions to keep an eye on all the teams in the area. Since most teams will be exhausted and napping tonight, we can use that to our advantage. Sasuke leaned forward, intrigued. What do you mean by use that to our advantage? Naruto's smile widened as he sat up, more energized now. We send the owls in to get close to other teams while they sleep. They can grab a scroll or two. Heaven scrolls, earth scrolls, doesn't matter. We take what we can. The more scrolls we get, the fewer teams we have to worry about when we reach the tower. We can cut down the field significantly. Sakura frowned slightly. Won't that be risky? If the other teams wake up. That's where the owls come in, Naruto explained, his voice filled with confidence. They're quiet and fast. We won't take them head on. If they're asleep, we'll make sure the owls only grab the scrolls and get out without being noticed. Sasuke smirked, impressed by the cleverness of the plan. You're not playing around anymore. I've always been serious, Naruto replied with a chuckle, though there was a hint of pride in his voice. We're not just going to sit around. We're going to make sure we have the upper hand. Naruto closed his eyes, and with a quick series of hand seals, he summoned the cells for his owls. In an instant, 4 large owls appeared in front of him, their dark feathers almost blending into the night. Their eyes glowed faintly in the moonlight, and their wings fluttered as they awaited instructions. All right, guys, Naruto said, addressing the owls. Spread out. Go find teams that are sleeping or just lounging around. Keep your distance and don't get caught. Bring back any scrolls you can find, and be quick about it. The owls hooted softly, their feathers rustling as they spread their wings, ready to fly. Sasuke and Sakura watched in awe as the owls disappeared into the night, vanishing into the trees and sky. Naruto's plan was audacious, but it made sense. The other teams would be so focused on making it through the forest, they wouldn't expect a team to steal from them in the dead of night. Think this will work? Sakura asked, her voice a little uncertain but hopeful. Naruto grinned. Absolutely. We've got the element of surprise on our side. If we're careful, we can make this whole thing a lot easier for us. Plus, if we get lucky, we might have both scrolls by morning. Sasuke nodded, though his eyes were still scanning the dark forest. I'm not sure if you're a genius or just crazy, but I'll go along with it. Naruto's smile grew. Don't worry. By the end of this exam, everyone will know we're not just any ordinary genin team. As the night continued, Naruto and his team waited in silence, keeping their eyes peeled for any signs of movement. They could hear the distant hoots of the owls as they carried out their mission. For now, it was just a waiting game, but Naruto felt a rush of excitement. He was already one step ahead of the other genin, and if all went according to plan, they wouldn't just survive the exam, they'd dominate it. Sasuke and Sakura remained vigilant, but there was an undercurrent of excitement in the air. They could feel the tension building, knowing that soon, the Chunin exams would come to a head, and they'd be forced to put everything they had learned into practice. As the first light of dawn began to break through the trees, casting long shadows across the dense forest, Naruto could feel the weight of the night lifting. He had been tense, eagerly awaiting the return of the owls. His eyes, though tired, were sharp, scanning the treetops and listening for the familiar rustle of feathers. Suddenly, the soft hoot of one of the owls echoed in the distance. Naruto's pulse quickened. Here they come, he muttered under his breath, eyes flicking to Sasuke and Sakura, who were both on high alert. The owls appeared one by one, gliding silently through the morning air and landing softly on the branches around their hidden campsite. Naruto's heart raced as they flew in from different directions, each one carrying a small, tightly wrapped bundle in their talons. One by one, the owls perched in front of Naruto, and he eagerly took the scrolls from them, his grin widening with each new discovery. There were Earth Scrolls, Heaven Scrolls, and even a couple of Team's discarded items. He hadn't just hoped for success, he had known it was coming. The Chimeragon's vision, paired with his cunning strategy, had paid off. Sasuke leaned over, squinting at the scrolls in Naruto's hands. "I don't believe it," he muttered, his usual stoic demeanor slipping slightly. "You actually did it." Sakura was equally stunned. "How did you know this would work?" Naruto couldn't help but smile smugly, his eyes glinting with pride as he looked at his team. "I told you we'd get the upper hand. No one expects someone to steal from them in the middle of the night. And I made sure the owls were quick and quiet. The other teams were too busy resting or on the lookout to notice." He unfurled one of the scrolls, his mind already calculating how to use their newfound advantages. "We've got a nice mix here, Earth, Heaven. We could even use some of these as bargaining chips depending on what happens next. This just saved us a whole lot of trouble." Sasuke, though impressed, shook his head. "You really are something else, Naruto. I didn't think you'd go this far." "Well," Naruto said, his grin widening, "I've got to stay one step ahead, and right now we're sitting pretty." Sakura smiled, relieved and more confident now that they had a solid head start. "You've got a good plan, Naruto. This could actually work." Naruto winked at her. "Told you so." He then tossed one of the scrolls into the air, catching it and inspecting it carefully. "But we're not done yet. We still have to make it to the tower, and we'll need to keep our heads in the game. If anyone gets suspicious or figures out what we're doing, they'll come after us." Sasuke crossed his arms. "I don't think anyone will be able to catch up with us now. We've got the scrolls and we've got the strategy." Naruto's smile faded slightly as his eyes flickered with focus. "True, but it's better to be careful. We don't want to get too cocky. The other teams won't just lie down and let us win." Sakura nodded. "You're right, but for now we've got what we need. We can take a break before heading out." Naruto stood, the scrolls carefully tucked away in his pack. "We've earned it." As the sun fully rose, casting a warm light over the forest, Naruto felt a sense of exhilaration flood through him. They were ahead. They were one step closer to the tower, and no one expected them to play this smart. But more than anything, it was the victory he felt that he had anticipated all along. The first real victory where his mind, his strategy, and his unique ability were the ones that made the difference. And it felt good. "All right," Naruto said, looking at his team. "Let's head out. We've got a lot of work ahead of us." With that, Team 7 began to pack up, the weight of the scrolls a reminder of their success, but Naruto knew that the real battle was still to come. The sudden crash of the massive snake's body hitting the ground sent a shockwave through the forest. The earth shook, the trees swayed, and a deafening hiss echoed in the distance. It was as though the very air itself vibrated with the creature's presence. Naruto's eyes widened as the colossal beast slithered toward them, its scales glistening under the dim canopy of trees, its fangs sharp enough to pierce through steel. "Move!" Naruto shouted, his voice cutting through the shock. In a heartbeat, his mind clicked into gear, and his hands shot into position for a series of hand signs. The massive serpent's head lunged toward them, its mouth opening wide, fangs gleaming in the light. But Naruto was already a step ahead. He flicked his hands through the signs, and with a burst of chakra, he hurled a large clump of cells into the air. It flared into a ball of swirling energy before morphing midair.
Chimeragan, summon colossal bird.
In an instant, the clump of cells transformed into an enormous bird, wings spanning across the sky as it materialized. The bird's feathers were a mix of sharp, metallic hues, giving it the appearance of something forged from the very elements of nature. Its beak snapped open with a mighty screech as it soared high, lifting into the air and immediately diving toward the massive snake. The bird's talons slashed through the air with precision, aiming for the snake's massive body. With incredible speed, it struck, sending the snake reeling back in shock. The bird's wings beat with immense force, keeping the serpent at bay, creating gusts of wind that blew through the trees and forced the snake to retreat a few paces. "Nice job, Naruto!" Sakura exclaimed, eyes wide with awe. Sasuke, who had instinctively moved to dodge the serpent's strike, nodded approvingly. "Impressive, but we're not done yet." His eyes narrowed, focusing on the ground below them. There was movement, a flicker of motion at the edge of their vision. Before anyone could react, a sharp hiss split the air, followed by a flash of movement. A long, coiling snake launched out from a hidden figure in the forest, this time aimed directly at Sasuke. "Watch out!" Sakura screamed, but it was too late. The snake shot forward with blinding speed, wrapping around Sasuke's arm before he could react. Its fangs were inches from his skin, venom dripping from the tips. Sasuke gritted his teeth, muscles tense as the serpent constricted around his arm, its grip strong and unyielding. Naruto's eyes flashed with determination. Not today. He shot his hand into a new set of hand signs, his mind quickly analyzing the situation. Chimeragon, summon Metal Hawk. With a burst of chakra, Naruto summoned another creature. A sleek, metallic hawk, its wings folding in the air as it dove toward the snake. Its talons glinted like sharpened knives as it aimed directly for the serpent's head. The hawk slammed into the snake, forcing it to release its grip on Sasuke's arm. The snake recoiled, hissing in fury as it was knocked backward. But then, the figure behind the attack revealed itself. From the shadows, a female figure emerged, her hair dark and long, with a strange, almost serpentine quality to it. Her eyes gleamed with malice, and from the long sleeves of her robe, she extended another snake, a deadly extension of her body, wrapped in strange, twisted chakra. "So you're the ones who've been causing trouble," the woman said, her voice cold and venomous. "I'd hoped for a greater challenge than this, but it seems I'll have to dispose of you myself." Naruto clenched his fists, his gaze hardening as he watched the woman with new focus. His chimeragon hummed with energy as he assessed her. She was dangerous, no doubt about it, but with his strategic mind and abilities, he could already see the path to victory. The bird still circled above, keeping the giant snake distracted, but now they had to deal with the woman herself. "Sasuke, Sakura, keep your distance," Naruto instructed. "I'll handle her." Sasuke, still shaken but unharmed, nodded. "Be careful." Naruto gave a short nod, his eyes already calculating the best move. He wasn't about to let this woman get the best of him. Without warning, Naruto began weaving another series of hand signs, this time focused on strengthening his next move.
Chimeragan, summon Thorned Beast.
A new creation emerged from the ground, large, thorn-covered vines and tendrils twisting into a solid mass. The creature was wild and organic, as though it had been ripped from the earth itself. It grew massive, its body covered in sharp, barbed thorns, which swirled around the woman like a living, breathing weapon. The woman's eyes widened for a moment before her expression turned into one of cold amusement. Impressive, but not enough. With a swift motion, she swung her arm, and the snake she had summoned shot out like a whip, aiming directly for Naruto's new creation. Naruto's eyes flashed with determination. He wasn't about to let her have the advantage. With his strategic mind and his chimeragon guiding him, he knew exactly what to do next. His thorned beast whipped its massive vines to block the oncoming snake, wrapping around it and pulling the serpent into the air. With a swift motion, the beast hurled the snake away, sending it crashing into the ground, incapacitating it. "Now!" Naruto shouted to his team. "Let's finish this." As the thorned beast continued to restrain the woman's snake, Naruto leaped forward, ready to engage the woman directly. Sasuke, his Sharingan swirling with intensity, seized the moment when the woman's focus momentarily shifted to her struggling snake. His eyes narrowed, a swift flick of his wrist sending a surge of chakra into the air. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive ball of fire erupted from Sasuke's mouth, spiraling toward the woman with explosive force. The woman's eyes widened as the flames engulfed her, licking at her body and causing the trees nearby to catch fire. Sasuke watched with a cold, calculating gaze as the firestorm raged. But to his surprise, the woman didn't scream or even flinch. Instead, her form twisted in an unnatural way, and as the flames died down, her body was still standing. The woman's face, partially charred and melted from the attack, slowly started to contort into something almost unnatural. Her skin bubbled and warped, the texture of her face shifting in an eerie manner. Sasuke's stomach turned as her features seemed to melt away entirely, revealing an unsettling, snake-like appearance underneath. "Oh!" The woman laughed, her voice now deeper, tinged with a sickening sense of amusement. She reached up and peeled the remaining skin off her face, revealing a hollow, pale visage with strange, slit pupils that shimmered like a snake's. "That's more like it," she hissed, her voice almost serpentine. Sasuke felt a cold chill creep up his spine as he stared at her. "Who are you?" His mind raced. This wasn't just any ordinary shinobi. Something about her wasn't right. "I see the Uchiha blood runs deep," she purred, her voice dripping with mockery. "You've been hunting the wrong prey, boy." Sasuke's eyes widened, the realization dawning on him too late. This wasn't just some rogue shinobi. He'd heard stories, whispers, rumors, but seeing it in front of him was a different story entirely. This was him, the one they'd feared for years. Before Sasuke could act, the woman, or rather, the thing that was pretending to be a woman, spoke again, her voice smooth and cold. "I was hoping to get your attention in a more dramatic fashion, Uchiha Sasuke, but it seems I'll have to deal with all of you instead." She snapped her fingers. With a terrifying surge of chakra, the woman twisted her body in a way that felt completely unnatural. In a blink, her body seemed to elongate and contort, shifting and warping before their eyes. Her face, now unmistakably reptilian, grew more snake-like, and the sensation of dread that filled the air intensified. The true nature of the woman was revealed in its horrifying entirety: Orochimaru, the rogue shinobi of legend. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he took in the scene, processing the information in an instant. He could see Sasuke's confusion, his shock, and his growing anger at the situation. He could feel the tension rising in the air, an unspoken understanding forming between him and his teammates. Naruto turned to Sakura, his voice low but firm. "Stay focused, we can't let our guard down. We don't know what she's capable of." Sakura nodded, her grip on her kunai tightening as she prepared for whatever came next. Orochimaru, now fully transformed, hissed, her eyes flicking over each of them, lingering on Sasuke for just a moment too long. "How quaint. The young Uchiha is the last of his bloodline. You have no idea what you're truly up against." Naruto's mind raced. The last time he'd seen an enemy this terrifying was when he faced off with Zabuza, but this was something different. This wasn't just an ordinary rogue ninja, it was a monster, and they needed a strategy. "Let's take this slow," Naruto muttered, eyes flicking to his teammates. "We can't win this if we rush in blindly." Sasuke clenched his fists. "I'll take her on myself." "No, you won't," Naruto said, his voice firm. "We're all in this together." He turned to face the transformed Orochimaru with renewed resolve. He had no idea just how dangerous this was going to be, but he'd come this far. There was no turning back now. The battle with Orochimaru began in earnest. The creature's movements were serpentine, fluid, almost impossible to track. She lashed out with incredible speed, dodging Sasuke's fireballs and striking with a venomous precision. Naruto quickly analyzed the situation. Orochimaru was fast, stronger than most of the opponents they'd faced so far, and she wasn't hesitating. But that didn't mean she was unbeatable. They just had to work together, exploit her weaknesses. "Let's go, Sasuke," Naruto shouted. "We'll force her into a corner." The two of them attacked in tandem, Naruto using his Kameragon to summon constructs and weapons to assist. He threw a massive wave of kunai and shuriken, intending to keep Orochimaru distracted while Sasuke prepared another jutsu. But before they could land any solid hits, Orochimaru shifted once more, her body weaving through the attacks with terrifying ease. She grinned wickedly, her tongue flicking out like a snake's, tasting the air as though savoring the fear surrounding them. "You think this will be enough?" she asked, her voice a mixture of amusement and contempt. "You're not ready to face me. None of you are." Naruto tightened his grip, his Kameragon still active. "Then we'll make ourselves ready," he muttered under his breath, his eyes glowing with determination. Naruto's mind raced as Orochimaru's serpentine form coiled around them with an unsettling grace. He could feel the weight of the situation bearing down on him, and though his body itched to move, his strategic mind kicked into overdrive. "She's dangerous. We can't underestimate her," Naruto thought, his Kameragon still active, constantly analyzing Orochimaru's every move. But Naruto was already one step ahead. He had the perfect ability to turn the tables. With a flash of his mind, Naruto concentrated and summoned a small clump of cells from Orochimaru's own body. His Kameragon scanned the DNA, understanding its structure, its weaknesses. The ability to study and replicate cells was more powerful than anyone could imagine. It wasn't just about copying jutsu, it was about understanding what made a person's abilities unique. With a swift motion, Naruto focused his chakra into the clump, manipulating it with precision. Slowly, the mass morphed into a form resembling Orochimaru's, her signature long, dark hair flowing from the figure. But this wasn't a perfect copy. This was just a clone, something Naruto could control. He could feel Orochimaru's chakra signature course through it. The key now was to use this to gather more information and strike at her weaknesses. Naruto quickly sent his cloned form to distract Orochimaru, charging in with a flurry of strikes. At the same time, he continued his Kameragon scanning, digging deeper into the strange, deadly chakra that surrounded her. While his clone faced off against Orochimaru's physical might, Naruto's mind was occupied with deeper analysis. There it is, he thought, sensing a pattern in her chakra. Her regeneration isn't instant. There's a slight delay when she's hit. And her cells, they're incredibly unstable when she uses too much chakra in quick bursts. He knew this wasn't the time for full-on offense. He had to find the right moment to strike. He glanced at Sasuke, his eyes narrowing. Orochimaru wasn't just after them as opponents. She had another, far darker agenda. "I'm going to take Sasuke," Orochimaru hissed, her eyes locking onto the younger Uchiha. "He's the perfect vessel for my immortality." Naruto's stomach churned, but he didn't let the anger show. He already knew she would target Sasuke. She was obsessed with his Sharingan, with the potential it held for her twisted ambitions. But that meant he had to act even faster. With a flash of insight, Naruto mentally commanded his cloned Orochimaru to act as a distraction while he focused more of his energy on his next move. He summoned more cells from his clone and began manipulating them into a new form, this time a series of thin, razor-sharp blades. He could see the weakness in Orochimaru's stance, the slight delay in her reflexes after each chakra burst. "Let's go, Sasuke," Naruto said, his voice steady despite the tension. "We need to get her off balance. I'll handle her weaknesses." Sasuke's eyes were narrowed, but he nodded, his Sharingan flashing to life. "I'll handle the attacks. You find a way to finish this." Naruto's Kameragon scanned once more, focusing on Orochimaru's chakra. The moment she began to charge up another deadly jutsu, Naruto knew it was time. He summoned another clump of cells, this time drawing on Sasuke's chakra, his Uchiha lineage mixing with the serpent-like form of Orochimaru's DNA. The result was a chaotic, deadly hybrid, a creature that had the speed of Sasuke's Sharingan and the regenerative properties of Orochimaru's cells. The creature launched itself at Orochimaru, a blur of speed and precision. Orochimaru barely managed to evade the strike, her eyes widening in surprise. That was all Naruto needed. "Now!" Naruto shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Sasuke launched himself forward, the heat of his fire jutsu erupting in a blaze that forced Orochimaru to leap back. Naruto acted without hesitation, his own chakra flaring as he created a series of razor-sharp tendrils from his new clone, aiming directly for the exposed gaps in Orochimaru's defenses. Orochimaru barely had time to react as the tendrils sliced through the air, grazing her side and cutting through her regenerative skin. She hissed in pain but quickly shifted her body to heal, but the process was slower than usual, the delay growing more apparent the more chakra she exhausted. But Orochimaru wasn't backing down. Instead, her snake-like grin only widened. "You're clever, boy," she said, her voice dark and serpentine, "but you're still out of your depth. I'll take what I need, even if I have to pry it from your very bones." Naruto's eyes locked on her as he carefully considered her words. She wanted Sasuke as a vessel for immortality, but she also wanted him, Naruto, as an experiment. That much was clear. The very essence of his Chimeragon, his ability to manipulate life, his ability to summon and copy. It was too tempting for someone like Orochimaru. She wasn't just after Sasuke's power. She was after his as well. "You're not getting either of us," Naruto said, his voice firm. "And you're not walking away from this." Naruto's mind spun with ideas, analyzing Orochimaru's chakra flow, his body moving automatically in sync with his plans. He launched another round of attacks. This time, he used his Chimeragon to copy more of her own techniques, summoning snakes and other creatures to mirror her movements. His speed was nearly matched to hers now, every movement calculated, every action designed to draw out her weaknesses. Orochimaru hissed, her expression twisting in frustration. "You truly think you can defeat me, boy? I've seen hundreds of years, and you're nothing but a child." Naruto ignored the taunts. "I'm not a child," he snapped, his eyes flaring with chakra, "and I'm done being experimented on." As he said this, he manipulated his cells into one final powerful attack. A massive, sweeping blade formed from the essence of Orochimaru herself. With all of his focus, he brought it crashing down toward her, the force of the strike pushing her back with overwhelming power. Sasuke's eyes widened as he watched the exchange. It wasn't just a battle of strength, it was a battle of wits, of control. They had turned Orochimaru's own abilities against her. It was a strategy that worked. For the first time in the battle, Orochimaru looked shaken. The sword of cells pierced her body, and she staggered back, her form flickering between regeneration and instability. "I'm not done with you," Orochimaru snarled, but the pain in her voice told Naruto all he needed to know. "Neither are we," he said, voice steady, as he prepared for the next phase of the battle. Orochimaru's breath was labored, and her once calm and calculating demeanor now flickered with pain. The sword of cells Naruto had summoned had pierced through her body, but true to her nature, she was beginning to regenerate. Yet the strain was showing. She had underestimated Naruto's resourcefulness. Still, she was not out of tricks. With a flash of her serpentine eyes, Orochimaru hissed, her chakra swirling around her as she prepared one final, desperate move. Before Naruto could launch another attack, Orochimaru turned, and in a blur of movement, she shot forward with unnatural speed. Her hand shot out, and with a sickening crack, she placed her palm against Sasuke's forehead. The curse mark, a dark, swirling symbol, appeared instantly, spreading from the spot where her hand touched. Sasuke's body trembled violently, and his Sharingan flickered erratically as the curse mark spread across his body. His eyes widened in shock and pain as the malevolent chakra of the mark began to take hold. "Sasuke!" Naruto shouted, but before he could move to intervene, the ground beneath them seemed to shift. The trees in the surrounding forest shook, and the air grew dense with an unsettling presence. Orochimaru grinned manically, a triumphant glint in her eyes despite the pain. You may have stopped me, but I've marked him now. There's no escaping his destiny. I'll return for both of you. She turned to flee, but her movements were suddenly interrupted by a pair of masked figures, emerging from the shadows with incredible speed. Who? Naruto's eyes flared as the two figures landed before Orochimaru, blocking her path. One of them, a tall, cloaked figure with flowing black hair, was carrying a sword that seemed to hum with energy. The other was smaller, with a sharper, more angular frame, their presence almost ethereal in its focus. Both wore the familiar masks of Konoha shinobi, their chakra signatures immediately sending a wave of recognition through Naruto. Kaito? Yuyu? The two figures before him were none other than Kaito and Yuyu. Naruto's jaw dropped in disbelief as they moved with unrelenting purpose, stepping into the battlefield as if they had always been part of the plan. Orochimaru stopped in her tracks, her eyes narrowing with a mix of amusement and curiosity. Well, if it isn't the Silent Watchers, come to finish what Naruto started. Kaito's voice was cool, but there was an edge to it. We've been watching for some time, Orochimaru. This ends today. The air between them was thick with tension. Orochimaru's eyes flickered from Kaito to Yuyu, her face contorting in annoyance. I'm in no mood for games. If you intend to fight me, then come. But don't think you'll win. In a flash, Orochimaru lunged toward Kaito with a speed that could slice through steel. But Kaito was faster. With a fluid motion, Kaito summoned a massive cloak of chakra that twisted around his body, creating an aura of destructive energy. He swung his sword, a jagged blade made from a mixture of his own cells and chakra, against Orochimaru's advancing strike. The clash of their weapons sent a shockwave through the clearing, pushing back trees in every direction. Orochimaru hissed, her own deadly chakra surging forward, but Kaito remained unfazed. His sword work was flawless, and the sheer weight of his presence made it clear that he wasn't merely a backup. He was a force to be reckoned with. On the other side, Yuyu stood still, her hands raised in a calm, deliberate stance. Chakra surged around her as she formed hand signs with precision. In an instant, she summoned a series of enormous serpents that writhed and lashed at Orochimaru, the summoned creature's fangs dripping with venom. Orochimaru barely had time to react as the snakes coiled around her, attempting to bind her. Orochimaru snarled, slashing through one of the snakes with a brutal swipe of her arm. But as soon as the serpent dissolved into chakra, Yuyu was there again, using her own hands to manipulate the battlefield with startling speed. With a flash of her hands, she summoned several chakra constructs, sharp, deadly spears of light, that shot toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru twisted her body, avoiding the initial strikes, but Yuyu's precision didn't let up. Another spear shot forward, grazing the side of her shoulder, making her flinch in pain. You! Orochimaru growled, her serpentine eyes flashing dangerously. You're more skilled than I remember. Kaito stood his ground, his sword still in hand. We've been training for a long time, and we're not going to let you have Sasuke. Not like this. With that, Kaito and Yuyu synchronized their attacks. Kaito rushed forward with his sword, forcing Orochimaru to block the oncoming blows. Meanwhile, Yuyu used her unique abilities to disorient Orochimaru, sending a series of lightning-fast strikes from multiple angles that Orochimaru had trouble keeping up with. In the chaos of their fight, Naruto turned to Sasuke, who was still reeling from the curse mark. His body was shaking, and dark veins were beginning to crawl up his neck as the power of the curse spread. Sasuke, hang on, Naruto shouted. He couldn't let this happen. Not after everything they had been through. Using his Chimeragon, Naruto quickly analyzed the curse mark, finding the weak point in the chakra flow. He then focused his chakra, calling upon his vast reservoir of power, and summoned a clump of cells from his own body. It was risky, but he needed to remove the curse mark before it completely consumed Sasuke. The moment he touched Sasuke's forehead, he felt the resistance, the dark chakra swirling beneath the surface. Naruto gritted his teeth and pushed harder, his own chakra battling the curse's pull. Slowly but surely, he was able to dissolve the mark's grip, his cells disassembling the curse and removing it from Sasuke's body. Sasuke let out a pained gasp but managed to open his eyes. "Naruto," he whispered, his voice hoarse. What happened?" "You're free," Naruto said, panting. "We're not letting her get to you." The fight raged on between Kaido, Yu, and Orochimaru, but with Sasuke free from the curse mark, they were able to press the advantage. Orochimaru, realizing she was no longer in control of the situation, began retreating, her serpentine body retreating into the forest with alarming speed. "We'll meet again, but it will be on my terms," Orochimaru hissed, disappearing into the trees, leaving a trail of darkness behind. Kaido and Yu watched her retreat, their bodies tense but their minds calm. They had given it their all, but Orochimaru's retreat meant the battle wasn't over yet. "We can't let her go too far," Kaido muttered, eyes narrowing. Naruto turned to Sasuke, who was still recovering, his body trembling from the aftermath of the curse mark. "You okay?" Sasuke nodded slowly. "Yeah, thanks, Naruto." "We did it together," Naruto replied, his eyes already scanning the horizon, preparing for whatever came next. The battle was over, but the war was just beginning. And with the team stronger than ever, Naruto knew they were ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. As Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura settled onto the colossal bird, the massive creature's wings flapped powerfully, sending a gust of wind through the trees below them. The immense size of the bird made the three of them feel small, but they were able to ride comfortably on its back. Naruto, with his usual grin, looked around, his eyes scanning the forest below them. "We did it, guys," Naruto said, his voice filled with excitement and a sense of accomplishment. "We're almost there. Just a little longer, and we can wrap this thing up." Sasuke, still feeling the lingering effects of the curse mark, sat with his arms crossed, leaning against the bird's back. His usual aloof expression was replaced by a quiet seriousness. "That Orochimaru, we're not done with her. I'm sure of it." Naruto glanced over at Sasuke, nodding. "Yeah, I know. But for now, we have to focus on getting to the tower. The next part of the exam is coming up, and we can't let our guard down." Sakura, who had been silently observing the landscape, spoke up. "We've made it this far. We'll get through the rest too." The colossal bird soared through the air with ease, its wings cutting through the wind as they approached the tower. The landscape below them gradually shifted from dense forests to the vast open space that surrounded the structure. The tower stood tall, a monolith that marked the end of the second phase of the Chunin exams. As they flew closer, Naruto couldn't help but think back on the events that had unfolded during the journey. The battle with Orochimaru had been intense, and they had only just barely managed to get through it. But now, with the mission almost complete, they could focus on what came next. Once the colossal bird reached the base of the tower, it landed gracefully, its large talons digging into the earth as the trio disembarked. The bird's massive size made the ground tremble slightly with each step it took. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura quickly got off the bird's back and made their way toward the entrance of the tower. "This is it," Naruto said, eyes bright with anticipation. "Let's get inside and finish this thing." The three of them walked side by side, but before they could enter, the massive doors of the tower swung open. Standing in the doorway were several other genin teams, all looking as exhausted as Naruto's team, but with expressions of determination and curiosity. Some teams looked wary, others looked eager for the final part of the exam. As they entered the tower, the atmosphere shifted. The walls were lined with scrolls and various materials for the final stage of the Chunin exams. The air was tense with anticipation. Several of the teams had already arrived, and it was clear that the competition was only about to get fiercer. Naruto spotted a few familiar faces in the crowd, some from other villages, others from his own. But his attention was quickly drawn to a figure at the far end of the room. Standing there, hands crossed, was none other than Kaido. He looked just as calm and collected as always, his sharp eyes scanning the room as if taking in every detail. "Hey!" Naruto called out, waving excitedly. "You're here. You're early." Kaido glanced over at him, giving a small, knowing smile. "I've been here for a while," he said simply. "You three seem to have had quite the adventure." Naruto grinned sheepishly. "Yeah, you could say that. But we made it, so we're ready for whatever comes next." Sasuke and Sakura, a bit surprised by Kaido's sudden appearance, exchanged a glance before following Naruto's lead. The tension in the room was palpable, and every team seemed to be preparing for the final leg of the exam. Kaido walked over to them, his expression neutral, but his eyes were calculating. "This final part of the exam isn't going to be like the others. You need to stay focused. There are no easy answers here." Naruto, already fired up, nodded eagerly. "We've been through a lot, but we're ready for whatever they throw at us." Sasuke, still a bit reserved, spoke up. "We'll make it through, but I'm not underestimating anyone here. I'll get through this, even if I have to fight my way to the top." Sakura, who had remained quiet up until now, clenched her fists. "We'll do this together. No one gets left behind." Kaido's eyes shifted between them, his face unreadable. "Good. Keep that mindset. It will take you far." Just as Naruto was about to say something else, a loud voice echoed through the tower. The proctor for the third round of the exams, a tall, imposing figure with dark hair and sharp features, stepped forward, raising his hand to get everyone's attention. "Welcome, everyone, to the final round of the Chunin exams," he announced. "This will be the most difficult part of the exams, and you will face challenges that will test your very limits. Only the strongest will remain. You will be divided into one-on-one matches, and each match will determine whether you advance or not." A murmur spread throughout the crowd. Naruto's heart started to race as he realized that the time for planning, training, and strategizing was over. It was time for the real challenge to begin. "Each match will take place in a separate arena," the proctor continued. "You will be given a brief period to prepare and then be teleported into the arena where you will fight. No one can interfere in your matches, and only one person can be declared the victor. Do your best, and good luck." Naruto's thoughts raced. The Chunin exams had been tough so far, but this was it, the moment where everything came to a head. With Kaido, Sasuke, Sakura, and everyone else's strength in his mind, Naruto clenched his fists. "We're ready," Naruto said, his voice steady with determination. "Let's show them what we've got." As the proctor began calling the names for the first round of matches, Naruto and his team shared one last look. It was time to step into the arena and prove themselves once and for all. The arena was buzzing with energy as the spectators filled the stands, their cheers echoing around the arena. The third round of the Chunin exams had begun, and the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Teams had made their way to the center of the arena, and now the matchups were about to start. Naruto stood tall, feeling the familiar excitement coursing through him. His Kameragon gleamed, but he kept it concealed under his eye patch. Today wasn't about showing off his abilities. It was about winning. His opponent, Kiba, stood across from him with his trademark grin. His dog Akamaru was perched on his shoulder, ready for the battle. "I'll make this quick, Naruto," Kiba said, his voice dripping with confidence. "You're gonna regret messing with me." Naruto smirked, his mind already calculating his strategy. "Kiba relies too much on brute force and his dog. I just have to play it smart, stay calm, and wait for the right moment." "Let's get this over with," Naruto replied, his voice calm but his eyes sharp. The proctor stepped between them, raising his hand. "Begin." Kiba didn't waste any time. He slammed his fist to the ground and shouted, "Akamaru, transform." His dog began to grow rapidly, changing into a larger, more muscular form. Kiba's features also shifted, his body becoming more animalistic as he entered his enhanced state. He charged at Naruto with surprising speed, a wild grin on his face. Naruto didn't flinch. Instead, he tapped into his Chimeragon. His eyes scanned Kiba's movements, instantly calculating his next steps. Kiba was fast, but Naruto had already anticipated his attack. In a fluid motion, Naruto created a handful of clones out of cells, which instantly dispersed into the surrounding area. Each clone mimicked his movements, creating the illusion of a group. Kiba, focused on Naruto, lunged forward, his fist aimed directly at him. But the Naruto he was aiming for vanished in a blur. The real Naruto stood on a nearby rooftop, eyes still locked on Kiba. He flicked his wrist, summoning a few cells from the ground. In seconds, a small but sharp spear of hardened cells appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Naruto hurled it toward Kiba. Kiba barely had time to react. He twisted his body to the side, avoiding the spear by a hair's breadth. But that was exactly what Naruto had been waiting for. The moment Kiba dodged, Naruto followed up with a barrage of clones that exploded into cloud-like cells, each bombarding Kiba from a different direction. The real Naruto, unseen in the chaos, moved behind Kiba and sent a low kick toward his back. Kiba staggered forward, momentarily thrown off balance, but quickly regained his footing. "Not bad, Naruto," he said, a grin still plastered on his face. "But you can't escape me." Akamaru, now back in his smaller form, barked and Kiba dashed forward again, this time faster than before, aiming to close the gap between them. The ground beneath him cracked as he used his enhanced animalistic state to close the distance in mere moments. Naruto's mind raced. He's not giving up, but neither am I. Time to turn up the heat. He summoned a large, twisting serpent made from his own cells, which lunged at Kiba just as he was about to strike. Kiba, startled by the sudden appearance of the creature, swerved around it, but in doing so, he left himself open for Naruto's next move. Naruto smirked, using his Chimeragon to adjust his body, forming a thick suit of armor-like cells around his arms and chest. It was light enough for him to move freely but strong enough to withstand any incoming blows. As Kiba's fist came toward him, Naruto met the attack head-on, his armored arm blocking Kiba's punch. The force of the blow pushed Naruto back slightly, but he quickly retaliated with a well-placed strike to Kiba's side. Kiba grunted, stumbling back a few steps. Akamaru barked urgently from the sidelines, and Kiba, realizing he needed to end this quickly, raised his arms, channeling chakra into them. His eyes burned with determination. "Let's go, Akamaru. Fong over Fong." Kiba spun in a blur of motion, creating a powerful, spinning cyclone of energy that headed directly toward Naruto. The speed and force behind the attack were intense, and the ground itself seemed to tremble as Kiba's spinning assault came closer. Naruto didn't panic. Instead, he tapped deeper into his Chimeragon, summoning a massive wall of cells to form a protective barrier. The Fong over Fong crashed into the wall, sending shockwaves through the arena. The dust cleared, revealing the wall was intact, though it had been partially shredded by Kiba's powerful jutsu. Naruto stood tall behind the barrier, his eyes cold and calculating. "Nice try, Kiba, but you're too predictable." He closed his eyes for just a second, allowing his Chimeragon to scan Kiba's movements. With a mental command, Naruto summoned a set of cells from Kiba's own body, molding them into a replica of his canine partner Akamaru. The new Akamaru stood by Naruto's side, mirroring Kiba's own dog. "Let's see how you like this," Naruto said with a grin. He launched the fake Akamaru forward, and the clone jumped at Kiba, distracting him just long enough for Naruto to appear behind him. With a swift motion, Naruto grabbed Kiba's arm and locked him into a hold. Kiba struggled, but Naruto's grip was firm. "You're strong, Kiba," Naruto said, his voice low, "but I'm smarter." Kiba's eyes widened as he realized he was trapped. With a deep breath, Naruto released the hold and stepped back, giving Kiba space to move. The proctor stepped forward, raising his hand to signal the end of the match. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd erupted into applause. Naruto flashed a confident smile, feeling a surge of pride. He had won, but more than that, he had proven to himself that his strategy and ability were enough to outsmart his opponent. Kiba, though a little bruised, grinned. "You're not half bad, Naruto. I guess I underestimated you." Naruto shrugged, his eyes glinting with determination. "You're pretty strong too, Kiba, but next time maybe you should try thinking instead of just charging in." As the two walked off the field, Naruto's eyes flicked towards Sasuke, who had already won his match. "The exams are just beginning. Let's see who else I have to outsmart." And so, the next phase of the Chunin exams began, with Naruto having taken his first victory. Naruto leaned back against the railing, watching the rest of the Chunin exams unfold with a mix of curiosity and impatience. It had been a long, grueling day of fights, and he had been studying his opponents, mentally noting the various jutsu and abilities that he could replicate using his Chimeragon. His mind buzzed with thoughts of potential strategies and improvements to his own abilities. As he watched the matches, Naruto's gaze flicked over to Gaara. The sand user had been impressive during his match. His control over the sand and the way he moved in battle were nothing short of terrifying. The sand itself seemed to obey his every command, like a living extension of his will. That could be useful, Naruto thought, his Chimeragon already beginning to analyze Gaara's genetic makeup from afar, extracting as much as he could. He focused on the patterns of chakra, the way Gaara's sand chakra was interwoven with his own, and how it responded to the emotions he felt, particularly anger. Naruto's mind quickly processed the potential benefits of incorporating Gaara's cells into his own arsenal. He could use the sand to augment his speed, his defense, and perhaps even adapt it into offensive jutsu. The possibilities were endless. But he didn't stop there. With his Chimeragon's unique ability to copy the abilities of others by analyzing their DNA and chakra, Naruto had already picked up small details from several other participants. From Lee's taijutsu to Niji's Byakugan enhanced perception, his mind was already working overtime to figure out how to integrate and optimize these abilities into his own skill set. He wasn't just going to win this tournament. He was going to make sure he was the strongest. Naruto could feel the power accumulating within him, just waiting for the right moment to unleash it. As the matches continued, Naruto's attention shifted to Sakura's fight against Ino. Both of them were giving it their all, but it seemed like neither one was able to land a definitive blow. A draw, Naruto thought with a sigh. Not that I'm surprised. Both of them are strong in their own ways, but they're more about support than offense. The crowd cheered as the fight ended with no clear winner. Sakura and Ino stood across from each other, breathing heavily, their faces flushed with exertion. Neither had managed to defeat the other. Naruto smirked as he watched Sakura walk off the battlefield, her head held high despite the draw. He knew she wasn't the type to let a lack of victory hold her back. She'd be stronger next time. But right now, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. It's too slow. I need to keep pushing forward, keep moving faster than everyone else. He turned to his team, his mind still whirring with ideas. Sasuke had already won his match and was standing off to the side, arms crossed and looking as composed as ever. Sakura joined them, looking a little winded, but with that same fire in her eyes. Naruto grinned, despite himself. You did great, Sakura. A draw, huh? I'll take it. Sakura rolled her eyes, but smiled back. I'm not satisfied with just a draw, Naruto. You know I'll train harder. Yeah, me too, Naruto said, punching the air in excitement. We'll all get stronger together. We've got this. Sasuke, who had been silent until now, gave a small nod. TCH, you're both so loud, but we'll see what happens in the next round. Naruto chuckled. Don't worry, Sasuke. You'll be seeing a lot more of us. The group made their way back to the waiting area, the next round of the Chunin exams on the horizon. Naruto couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation bubbling inside him. The battle for the title of Chunin wasn't over yet, and he had his eyes set on the prize. The announcement came as no surprise. After all, a Chunin exam wasn't just about battling it out in the arena. It was also about testing a shinobi's ability to grow, learn, and push past their limits. Hiruzen's voice echoed through the room as he informed the remaining participants that they had a full month to prepare for the next round. Use this time wisely, Hiruzen said, his gaze shifting from one genin to the next. The challenges ahead will test your skill, intellect, and resolve. If you hope to rise to the rank of Chunin, you must train relentlessly. Do not waste this opportunity. Naruto nodded eagerly, already thinking about how to improve. He had only scratched the surface of what he could do with his Chimeragon, and now, with a month of time on his hands, there was no way he was going to let anyone outpace him. That very day, after the meeting with Hiruzen concluded, Naruto met up with Kaido. The two were getting along more than ever, and now that Kaido had advanced to Jonin, there was a sense of camaraderie between them that went beyond just brothers. "All right, Naruto," Kaido said, adjusting his gloves. "What's the plan today?" Naruto grinned. "We're gonna keep pushing, training with whatever we can find. Maybe we can even try to bring in some new techniques to add to the arsenal. The more we know, the better we'll do in the next round." Kaido chuckled. "You're always so intense. All right, let's get going then." The two walked through the village, planning out their training schedule. It was going to be a full day, training their physical strength, perfecting jutsu, and of course, experimenting with new ways to use the Chimeragon. Naruto felt that familiar surge of excitement in his chest. The possibilities were endless, and with Kaido's guidance, he was sure he could push his abilities even further. As they walked, they passed a small alley near the Hokage's office when a peculiar figure caught Naruto's eye. It was a man, hunched over and looking rather suspicious. His nose twitched constantly, and he had a long, disheveled white mane of hair that made him look like an eccentric hermit.
Oi!
Naruto said, pointing at the man. "What's up with this guy?" Kaido squinted in the direction Naruto was pointing. "Looks like a perv. You've got a strange sense of humor, Naruto." The man, hearing their voices, turned around, his expression pervy and lecherous. His eyes, wide and filled with the kind of perverse curiosity Naruto had seen in some of the older villagers, locked onto them. "Hey there, young shinobi," the man called, his voice unusually loud. "I'm Jiraiya, the great and powerful sage. Come, let me tell you some stories." Naruto stared blankly at him. "What's a sage? And why are you acting like that?" Kaido was already rolling his eyes. "This is Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. Master of... Well, never mind." Jiraiya, hearing Kaido's introduction, grinned widely. "That's right, the legendary Jiraiya. I'm a man of great knowledge, wisdom, and, just a little bit of extra interest in the ladies." Naruto raised an eyebrow, but the more he looked at this old man, the more amused he became. "Wait a second, you're telling me you're one of the legendary Sannin? Like the ones who fought in wars and stuff?" Jiraiya puffed out his chest with pride. "That's me. I've got more stories than you can imagine. So, how about you two join me for a bit of training? You look like you could use a real shinobi's touch." Naruto's face lit up. "Training, huh? All right, I'm in." Kaido, however, seemed less than enthusiastic. "I've heard rumors about this guy. He's not exactly reliable. You sure you want to?" Before Kaido could finish his sentence, Naruto was already grabbing Jiraiya's sleeve.
Small.
"You're a Sannin. Teach me everything you know." Jiraiya grinned wider, pleased by Naruto's enthusiasm. "All right, kid. Let's see what you've got. But first, I've got to give you a little test." Kaido sighed but followed along, shaking his head. "This is going to be interesting." The training session started out simple enough, with Jiraiya putting Naruto through various physical challenges and jutsu drills. But as the hours passed, it became clear that Jiraiya's way of teaching was unconventional. He often distracted Naruto with bizarre questions or told strange anecdotes, but there was something in the way he carried himself that made Naruto respect him more and more. Not bad, Jiraiya said after Naruto had successfully replicated a jutsu he'd taught him. But you've got a long way to go. I see that you've got raw potential, but potential alone doesn't make a great shinobi. It's about controlling it. Naruto grinned, his energy only growing stronger. I'll keep at it, Jiraiya. Show me what else you've got. Kaido watched his brother with a small smile. He could tell Naruto was fired up by this old perv, but that was exactly what he needed. Someone who could push him, even if it was in strange ways. As the day ended, Naruto was exhausted but thrilled with what he'd learned. That was awesome. I've got to train harder. Jiraiya chuckled. You've got the right spirit, kid. Keep at it, and you might just be able to take down someone like me one day. Naruto beamed. I'll catch up to you for sure. As they parted ways, Kaido walked over to Naruto. Don't get too carried away, kid. Jiraiya may be a sannin, but he's got his quirks. Just don't take everything too seriously. Naruto grinned widely. I'm gonna take everything he says seriously. That old guy's a legend. Kaido just shook his head, a smirk tugging at his lips. Yeah, a legend. Just be careful, all right? The two of them walked back home, the day's training session leaving them both a little more knowledgeable, a little more prepared for the challenges ahead. Over the next few weeks, Naruto, Kaido, and Jiraiya continued their training. Jiraiya's eccentric ways remained as ever, offering Naruto some much-needed guidance in his progress, though he spent much of his time bouncing between the two brothers, pushing them to refine their strengths. Kaido, however, also found himself spending a lot of time with Yu, learning and refining his own jutsu and strategies, slowly becoming an even more potent force. Yet, despite the constant hustle of training, Kaido couldn't shake the lingering thoughts in his mind. One evening, after a particularly long day, Kaido found himself standing in the training grounds with Jiraiya. The setting sun bathed the area in a warm orange glow, but there was a heavy silence between them. Naruto had gone off with Sakura and Sasuke, leaving Kaido alone with the older man. Jiraiya, his usual exuberant self, had a softer look in his eyes, as if something on his mind weighed him down. You've done a lot for Naruto, Kaido? Jiraiya spoke finally, breaking the silence. His voice was much less playful, his tone more somber than Kaido was used to. You've taken care of him in ways I couldn't even imagine. I just wanted to thank you. Kaido's gaze shifted, his arms folding across his chest. He didn't immediately respond, knowing Jiraiya had likely been dealing with guilt over not being there for Naruto earlier in life. Kaido's mind wandered to the subject, his thoughts shifting back to his own origins. The family he had, how Naruto had created them, and how the world around them had unfolded. Sighing softly, Kaido spoke, his voice carrying a weight of understanding that he hadn't felt until now. Naruto wouldn't have needed to create himself or his parents. If you had been there for him, Jiraiya, Kaido said quietly. His words were not meant to blame but to speak a truth he had come to realize during their time together. Jiraiya's expression faltered slightly at the statement, as if struck by a sharp realization. He stared at Kaido, searching his face for any sign of anger or resentment. But Kaido's expression remained neutral, his thoughts far from the harshness his words might imply. Kaido understood that Jiraiya had been absent, but he also understood that there were reasons for it. Reasons that didn't diminish the impact on Naruto's life. I never meant for it to go that way, Jiraiya murmured, his voice low. I wasn't there when he needed me. Couldn't be. But hearing you say that, I realize how much more I could have done for him. Kaido's gaze softened. It wasn't just about being there physically, he said. Naruto needed someone to guide him, someone who cared, someone who would make him feel like he wasn't alone. I don't blame you for being gone. You were doing what you thought was right, but the damage was done when Naruto had to figure it all out on his own. Jiraiya looked away for a moment, struggling with the guilt that his words had stirred. He had always known that he had failed Naruto in some way, whether it was a failure of presence, guidance, or simply the time lost. Now, it seemed like the truth was staring him in the face. "I understand, Kaido," Jiraiya said after a long pause. "But it doesn't change the fact that I'm here now. I can still be a part of his life. And that's what matters. I can help him now, even if it's late." Kaido nodded, understanding that Jiraiya's regret wasn't going to solve anything, but his actions moving forward could still make a difference. He wasn't expecting Jiraiya to fix everything, but it was good to know that the older man was trying. "Naruto doesn't need perfection," Kaido said softly. "He just needs people who care, and you've got that in you. Just don't waste any more time." Jiraiya met Kaido's eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "I won't," he promised, the sincerity in his words reflecting a shift in his mindset. "I'll do everything I can to make it right." Kaido gave a nod and turned away, the evening air growing cooler as the sun finally set. They both stood there for a moment, the weight of the conversation lingering between them. And though the road ahead was uncertain, Kaido felt that, perhaps, Jiraiya had finally understood what he had missed. Maybe now Naruto could get the family he deserved, not just the one he created. The final rounds of the Chunin exams were upon them. The arena was packed with spectators from all over the village, the air buzzing with excitement. The tension was palpable as the final matches were about to begin. Naruto stood in the waiting area with his team, his expression serious, though his mind was sharp as ever. He had trained hard, prepared well, and now it was time to face his next challenge. His opponent in the first match was Neji Hyuga, one of the most prodigious members of the Hyuga clan and a skilled user of the Byakugan. Neji had always considered himself superior to those who didn't possess the same innate abilities, and Naruto knew this would be a test of both his physical and mental strength. But Naruto wasn't going to back down. He was ready. The announcer called for the first match to begin. The crowd roared in anticipation as the gates to the arena opened, and Naruto and Neji stepped forward, both preparing for their fight. Neji stood tall, his confident stance belying the intense focus behind his eyes. On the other hand, Naruto seemed calm but alert, his mind already calculating his moves. "Don't get cocky just because you've made it this far," Neji's voice rang out coldly. "You're just a lucky fool who hasn't faced someone like me." Naruto smirked. "We'll see about that." The fight began with Neji taking the first move. He charged forward, using his Byakugan to see Naruto's every movement with precision. He aimed a swift strike to Naruto's chakra points, hoping to disable him quickly. But Naruto was ready. He immediately activated his Chimeragon, his single eye scanning Neji's movements, reading his attacks with perfect clarity. As Neji struck, Naruto dodged with ease, his body flowing like water as he evaded each precise blow. Neji was fast, but Naruto had something he didn't: strategy. Naruto had spent months training with his brothers and Yu, honing his tactical mind and ability to analyze opponents. He wasn't just relying on his physical strength, he was outthinking Neji every step of the way. Neji's strikes were fast, each one designed to disrupt Naruto's chakra flow, but Naruto wasn't as easy to hit as he appeared. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a swarm of ants, using them to create a smokescreen around himself. Neji's Byakugan let him see through it, but it gave Naruto the chance to move unpredictably. "Is that the best you can do?" Neji taunted, raising an eyebrow. Naruto grinned. "I'm just getting started." With a swift motion, Naruto clapped his hands together and summoned a large, thick layer of armor made from cells, covering his body. He then shaped it into jagged, spike-like protrusions, turning his entire body into a defensive fortress. Neji's eyes narrowed as he realized that his usual methods might not work as well on this armored form. Neji lunged forward, aiming to strike Naruto's vulnerable points, but each blow was absorbed by the armor. Naruto, in turn, used the spikes to his advantage, closing the distance and forcing Neji to back up. He had trained himself to fight against opponents who specialized in taijutsu, and Neji's own style was no match for Naruto's unpredictability. Niji, however, wasn't one to give up so easily. With a focused glare, he activated his powerful 8 trigrams palm rotation, aiming to create a defensive barrier around himself. The air around Niji began to hum with energy as he spun rapidly, creating a cyclone of chakra meant to blow Naruto away. But Naruto didn't panic. Instead, he smirked, manipulating his cells to form a massive pair of wings. The wings flapped with immense power, cutting through the air to block the full force of Niji's rotation. It didn't stop the technique entirely, but it gave Naruto the space to close the distance again. Niji's face tightened with frustration as he realized this fight wasn't going to be as easy as he had thought. With Niji now on the defensive, Naruto began to use his Chimeragon in more creative ways. He summoned a monstrous, serpentine creature made from the cells of various animals he had absorbed in his training. It shot forward, coiling around Niji's body and constricting his movements. Niji struggled against the creature, trying to break free, but the longer he fought, the more distracted he became. Naruto was thinking 3 steps ahead, and that's when he decided to end it. He summoned a sharp, jagged sword from the cells he had manipulated, forming it from his own chakra. With a swift, precise strike, he aimed for Niji's chest, stopping just inches away. The crowd gasped as Naruto's blade hovered, knowing that this was the end. Niji's eyes widened as he realized that Naruto had outsmarted him, and despite his superior techniques, he was now caught. The tension was thick, but Naruto held his ground. With a steady breath, he lowered his sword. "You were good, Niji, but not good enough," Naruto said, his voice calm but resolute. The referee called for the match to end, declaring Naruto as the winner. The crowd erupted into applause, shocked by the display of raw talent, strategy, and strength that Naruto had shown. Niji, visibly frustrated but impressed, was helped off the stage. Naruto's heart raced, but he couldn't help but grin. This was the beginning. He had proven something not just to Niji, but to himself. His Chimeragon, his strategic mind, and his ability to adapt had carried him through once again. As Naruto stood in the center of the arena, the audience's cheers ringing in his ears, he felt a surge of determination. The Chunin exams were far from over, but with his mind sharper than ever and his skills more refined, Naruto was ready for whatever came next.